Hello everyone, the Golden Wolf here, and today I present my first countdown. The subject, my favorite video game franchises. Every series brings something different to the table. Different storylines, different gameplay elements, different gimmicks, etc. Because there's an infinite amount of creativity in the minds of the developers, there are countless franchises for me to choose for this list, so narrowing it down to just 10 was not easy. For a franchise to be on this list, I have to have played at least 3 games in the series, and I'm not including any M-rated games on this countdown. Also, I am accepting all criticism as long as it is constructive, and if I didn't mention a franchise that you like, please let me know. What are some of your favorites? Alright, I think this intro has dragged on long enough. So without further ado, let's start.
Alright! Whoa! Nice!
I really wanted to put Kid Icarus on this list. But while I do consider Uprising one of my favorite video games of all time, it's the only game in the series I have played. So instead, number 10 goes to Star Fox. The reason I brought up Kid Icarus Uprising is because both games play very similarly. Star Fox is a sci-fi rail shooter with awesome music, intense atmosphere, and addicting gameplay. I mainly play Star Fox for one reason: for fun. And trust me when I say that getting some of those gold medal scores is quite the feat. Other than that, it's a standard rail shooter, but what really stands out of this one in particular is the characters. I always love listening to Team Star Fox's banter during the missions. Oh, and we obviously can't forget to... So to summarize, Star Fox is a game that I play both for characters and for fun. So, why did it never get a Wii game?
Alright! Whoa! Nice!
I usually side with Nintendo when it comes to video games. I know they're behind from a technical point of view, but their games are just so enjoyable. Nintendo is a company that knows its audience, so when I think of the fighting game genre, I don't think of all the Super Street Fighter 4 rehashes, I think of Super Smash Bros. The game that takes all of Nintendo's greatest worlds and mashes them into what I like to call Smash Isle. There are dozens of characters to pick from. Want to stay at a safe distance? No problem. Want a heavy hitter? He's there. Want someone who can spam the living tar out of the A button? You got it. There are so much variety in this game that no two characters feel the same. My favorite game in the series so far is Brawl. It has a massive roster of characters, story mode, and some of the greatest remixes in video game history. This is an easy game to pick up and play, making it a good game for both beginners and experts alike. And with Super Smash Bros. 4 on the way to the Wii U and 3DS, it can only get better from here. Speaking of which...
Alright! Whoa! Nice!
Here's a franchise I've only recently taken an interest into, the Tales series. These games usually feature great stories, action-packed gameplay, lots of humor, and some rocking music. The gameplay plays out similarly in every game in the series. Like Smash Brothers, it's easy to pick up and learn. Even though the series brings in a new installment basically every other year, the series keeps it fresh with the new things like gameplay elements and even an entirely different storyline from the last game. Also, I've gotta give credit to the writing. I mean, these games are hilarious. The characters are colorful and bring so much life to the party. There are very few characters that I can genuinely hate, and the vast majority of them develop as their story progresses. The Tales series has earned a cult following, and with their entertaining characters and addicting gameplay, it's easy to see why. Now if only I could find a copy of Tales of Symphonia that didn't cost $100.
Alright! Whoa! Nice!
Mario has made a larger impact on the gaming industry than any other franchise. In 1983, the console gaming market was in trouble. Who was there to save it? An Italian plumber with a Spanish name. That alone grants him a spot on this list. Mario has spawned at least one game in every genre, including RPGs, platforming, puzzles, sports, action-adventure, and fighting. No matter what kind of game you like, Mario is bound to have it, so there's really no excuse for you not to play the games. Like I said before, Nintendo knows its audience well. There is really not a single game in the series that I didn't enjoy to at least some extent, including the ridiculously easy new Super Mario Bros. 2. This is a special game for me, one that I can pick up and instantly have fun playing. They're just so much fun! Being the best-selling video game franchise ever, Mario has well proven his worth as the icon of gaming, as well as the number 7 franchise on my list.
Alright! Whoa! Nice!
The Legend of Zelda series is a series that never fails to please me. The gameplay is solid in both its 2D and 3D entries. I always have fun exploring dungeons and using all the insane items Link collects in his adventures, and even then their stories are pretty much flawless. Every time I go back to play a game, I always have to think through puzzles even though I've solved them multiple times, so it always feels fresh. My favorite games in the series are Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword. There is just so much to do in these games, and trying to get 100% is a joy. I can barely find anything wrong with these games that isn't just nitpicking. Zelda isn't just a game, it's an experience.
I was there so much they named the place after me. Get it?
Yes, Pit, we get it.
Alright! Whoa! Nice!
I'm going to be completely honest here, I am awful at real-time strategy games. So when Fire Emblem took RTS and RPG elements and slapped them together, I was a bit skeptical. But all of that changed once I actually played Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem is a tactical RPG series set in a medieval fantasy world. Their stories are usually pretty good and, surprisingly, fairly easy to follow. Also, this series does away with one major problem I have with strategy games: spamming the most powerful unit in the game. One mechanic unique to the Fire Emblem franchise is permadeath. Throughout the game, you recruit units during missions to build up your army. When one of your units dies, he's gone for good, no questions asked. Some see it as a hindrance, but I personally think otherwise. It forces the player to be careful with how they go about a battle. At the end of the day, while I might not be the best strategy player in the world, I can definitely say that Fire Emblem is one of my favorites.
Alright! Whoa! Nice!
You know, I am really sick of Sonic getting so much hate lately. I mean, come on, the abomination known as Sonic 06 is 7 years old. Can't we forget about it already? It doesn't make every game bad. Sorry for that outburst. Now, about the games themselves. Oh yeah, this game is so awesome! The Sonic series usually features smooth controls, lots of speed, and often a fun gimmick exclusive to each game. Yes, I said it. I like the gimmicks. Hey, if Mario can do it, so can Sonic. They are rivals after all. Sonic set the definition of the word speed back in the 90s, and even now you can look him up in a dictionary. Some people are still holding a grudge over Sonic 06, and here's what I have to say in response. Let it go already.
Alright! Whoa! Nice!
Pokemon. Oh, you better believe I love this series. Pokemon is one of the most popular franchises in not just video games, but in all media. Being the second best-selling video game series ever, it owns the handheld market by a long shot. And for good reason too. There's just so much to do. Competing in the Pokemon League, battling other trainers, capturing legendary Pokemon, foiling the plans of whatever crime organization. I love it! Alright, enough gushing. Let's talk about gameplay. You and your opponent each send out your Pokemon to battle. When all of an opponent's Pokemon are fainted, you win and your Pokemon level up to become even stronger. You can also capture more Pokemon to join you on your journey and become the best trainer ever. That's just the main series too. Between each main series game, spin-offs constantly come out to tide gamers over to the next game. But whatever the game is, this series will always put a huge smile on my face. Whether it's felling my opponent with a deep and complicated strategy his mechanical mind can't comprehend, or just for the overall charm of the series. Either way, if you haven't played a Pokemon game before, then you're seriously missing out.
Alright! Whoa! Nice!
At this point in the countdown, we've had at least one entry from every genre of gaming: platforming, shooters, RPGs, fighting, and action-adventure. About the only genre we have yet to cover in this list is the horror genre. So, Castlevania. This series started out as homage to the horror stories of old, and since then has evolved into one of the most beloved video game franchises. It has everything you could want in a horror game. Strong and innovative gameplay? Check. Dark atmosphere? Check. Likeable characters? Check. Incredibly satisfying moments? Check. From the linear to the non-linear to 3D and everything in between, this series never fails to amaze me. Oh, and get used to seeing that game over screen, because you will die, and you will die a lot. This series also feels symbolic to me. Every time I complete a game, I feel a sense of accomplishment. I defeated Dracula, I saved the world from plunging into darkness, I played the greatest role in this story, and I'm proud of it. Alright, let's hit the old recap before we get to number 1. Number 10, Star Fox. Number 9, Super Smash Bros. Number 8, Tails. Number 7, Mario. Number 6, Legend of Zelda. Number 5, Fire Emblem. Number 4, Sonic the Hedgehog. Number 3, Pokemon. And number 2, Castlevania. If I had to define the Metroid gaming series in one word, I'd call it an epic series. It features a unique sci-fi atmosphere, gameplay that features many unique weapons and power-ups, incredible bosses, a great story, and just wow! There is just so much enjoyment to be found. I can find something I like even in some of the weaker entries like Prime Hunters and Other M. In the 2D games, the series takes a run and gun style and throws some vast exploration into the mix. I always enjoy finding 100% in these games, and that goes double for the Prime series. In the GameCube days, the series took on a first-person shooter format with even more exploration. I can safely say that all 3 of the Metroid Prime games are in my top 25 games of all time. And that is saying something, because I usually don't play too many first-person shooters. Metroid Prime, however, does it in a way that appeals even to those who aren't FPS fans, with loads of puzzles that, like Zelda, stump me every time I play, and with its incredible atmosphere. Metroid has everything I like in a game. Atmosphere, story, gameplay, music, everything. I'm the Golden Wolf, and let's hope the rumors that Retro Studios is bringing Metroid to the Wii U turn out to be true. Hello everybody, the Golden Wolf here, and it's comeback time! No franchise is perfect. Throughout gaming history, many series have fallen flat on their faces, only to make a huge comeback later on. Today's countdown is about those comebacks. Standard countdown protocol applies, only games I've played and only one per franchise, you know the drill. So with that short bit out of the way, let's begin, shall we? We're about to hit the first entry on this list, so let's get this Mario Party started. Interesting fact, Mario Party 9 was initially labeled by IGN as the worst game in the series because it was the most different. But now that people have played it, it's considered one of the best, and it's no different in my case. This game fixed a lot of what was Mario Party 7 and 8 did wrong, most notably the minigames. There were fewer luck-based minigames, and more bosses than in previous entries. In addition, I felt that the controls for these minigames were a huge improvement over 8's. I also felt that the core gameplay was an interesting change of pace. Instead of going around a circular board, you and your rivals take turns piloting a vehicle along the path, collecting mini-stars as you pass by them. This new gameplay style makes it so that the one person in last place is no longer irrelevant to the game, and there's always a chance to make a comeback. So if you have a friend who owns this game, then at least give it a try before you judge it just because it's different.
Wahoo! Superstar!
What can I say about Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest? It's a great game from an awesome franchise that truly deserves the award of being the best game of all time. Wait a minute. Okay, who altered my script? This game stinks. It's horrible. It should burn to the ground. Gah! Okay, now where were we? Alright, Castlevania 3. This game was one of the defining points in the NES library. It shows off what the system is truly capable of, and it pretty much has Nintendo hard written on the front of the cartridge. Believe me, there is a reason that term exists. Brutal difficulty aside, this game fixed everything bad about the second game and went back to a linear style of gameplay. While this game was arguably the hardest of the original 3, it was also the most innovative. It introduced having multiple playable characters, branching paths, and some interesting hazards. Also, this game had a much larger variety of levels than the first 2 games. I mean, we have a clock tower, a cemetery, and of course, Castle Dracula. Of course, this game is extremely well presented for an 8-bit game. The environments are well detailed and the music is pure awesome. But like I said, this game is excruciatingly difficult. You're going to have a hard time from the first level to the final boss. But it's worth it to experience this 8-bit gem. Oh come on, that's totally unfair! I've always said that games are better with co-op. Yep, Kirby's Return to Dreamland is on the list. As the name implies, this game is a return to the old format that made him great in the first place. No gimmicks, just simple, addictive 4-player co-op, and I thought this game was a blast to play with friends. While the game didn't have a whole lot of gimmicks to make fun of, there were a couple of new additions that made it great. One was the addition of 4-player co-op, as I said previously. Roar, Meta Knight! The second addition was the super copy abilities, super-powered versions of Kirby's regular copy abilities. Or in other words, screen nukes. Gee, who knew Kirby could be so violent? The music is also amazing, with a wide variety of charming, action, and orchestrated pieces. So far, this is my favorite soundtrack in the Kirby series. The future looks bright for Kirby, and he still has maximum ping, regardless of what you may think after the consistently bashed Epic Yarn. I'm curious as to what Nintendo and HAL Labs plan to do with the new Kirby game on the 3DS. Keep up the good work, Kirby. Before Donkey Kong Country Returns, it had been over a decade since the last main series DKC game. DKC Returns is a return to its original format after some poorly received spin-off games. Then the new moves that were added to DK's arsenal offer many opportunities for unique level design. Another thing that hasn't changed is the challenge. This goes as being one of the hardest games that I've played, but it feels very rewarding to even reach a checkpoint in this game. Yeah, beating some of those levels is quite the feat. Add to that some upbeat jungle music, awesome bosses, 2-player co-op, and tons of collectibles, and you've got yourself a great 2D platformer. And no, I don't have a problem with the game's villain like so many other people do. I say, Nintendo logic, roll with it. To put it simply, this is an awesome game from Retro Studios that any Wii owner should have in their collection. Well, in my opinion though, this isn't their best work. Foreshadowing! This is a bit of a personal thing, but I used to hate the Kingdom Hearts series. I never finished 358 Days Over 2, mainly because I thought it was a Final Fantasy ripoff, and I didn't hear that Kingdom Hearts Recoded was exactly spectacular either. And then Dream Drop Distance came along, and I decided to give the series another shot. And it blew my expectations out of the water. Let's start where we always do, with the gameplay. There are several things new to this game which I find to be interesting. One is the addition of flow motion combat, which is pretty much what you see right now. It takes a while to get the hang of it, but it's really fun once you do. Another new thing added is the Dream Eater system. In Dream Drop Distance, you can train Dream Eaters to fight for you, and trust me, it gets chaotic for both sides when these guys are in battle. However, if a Dream Eater dies, they are gone and can never be recovered. The graphics and sound are of the same quality I've come to expect from the 3DS. It still amazes me what the system is really capable of. One issue I do have with this game, however, is with the story. The game pretty much assumes that you've played every previous Kingdom Hearts game, including the spin-offs. However, I've only played 2 out of 7 games in the series, so I really have no idea what's going on. Granted, it does take place at the end of the timeline, but still, why would you make that assumption, Square? It's go time! Sonic Colors is exactly what fans have wanted for years. A 3D Sonic game without all of the gimmicks and complicated storylines. It went back to the basics and kept the risks to a minimum. Solid level design? Check! Gorgeous presentation? Check. Plenty of speed? Check. Writing and voice acting that are actually good? Check. And the gimmicks that were included were done exceptionally well, and the transitions from 2D to 3D are smooth and make you feel like you're in total control. Also, a quick side note, the Wii and DS versions of this game are entirely different games. The story is pretty much the same, but there are a couple of wisp powers that are excluded each version, and the DS version is strictly two-dimensional. Also, I have to give one last mention to the awesome music. With gameplay, music, graphics, and humor, Sonic Colors lands at the number 5 spot with little trouble at all. And to any copyright snipers out there, Sonic has something to tell you.
No copyright law in the universe is going to stop me!
Remember when I said that Donkey Kong Country Returns wasn't Retro Studios' best work? Well, here's what I think is their best. To this day, Metroid Prime is still considered the best Metroid game of all time, and I am quite inclined to agree. I am simply astonished by the atmosphere that this game presents. For an early GameCube game, this is really polished. The level design complements the atmosphere of this game magnificently. There is a huge variety in terms of levels, from Phendrana Drifts to Magmore Caverns to Phazon Mines. But wait, what's good atmosphere and level design without good gameplay? I don't know. What do you call a house with no roof? This game is sci-fi exploration at its best. I usually hate backtracking in video games, but the Metroid series is one of those rare exceptions for me. As for going from 2D to 3D, Retro Studios did a fantastic job. All of Samus's classic abilities from Super Metroid are in this game, and the way they were implemented to 3D is sheer genius. Lastly, I have to give mention to the bosses in this game, especially the fight with Meta Ridley. Metroid Prime would either make or break the series, and it delivers in every way. What a masterpiece. Some of the earlier Pokemon games, oh, why am I even trying to fill up this entry? The punchline is Generation 3. Ruby and Sapphire fixed all of the problems that the first two generations had, as well as added a lot of new things that are still being used today. Most notably, the double battle. It's nice to finally see more than two Pokemon out on the field at once. And speaking of which, these two games added some of my favorite Pokemon of all time, and even took notice of the lack of good bug types. Thank you, Game Freak! Pokemon Emerald only added more to the package, like having Pokemon from both Ruby and Sapphire, letting you travel to 3 different regions, and not to mention the slightly increased difficulty. I could also talk about how Gen 3 remade the original Red and Blue as Fire Red and Leaf Green, but for the real exhibition, look no further than Pokemon Emerald. Ah, such a wonderful game. Time for The Legend of Zelda to make an appearance. I swear, my jokes get worse with every single video. I honestly don't get why a lot of people didn't like Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks. I mean, sure, the overworld travel is a little tedious, the Ocean King's temple is repetitive, and the Spirit Flute segments were hair-pulling. But aside from the obvious flaws, they're not that bad. And then there's the console side. It's late 2011, and there's no Zelda game for the Wii yet, and then BAM! Skyward Sword. I could go on for a while why I love this game so much, but I'll try to keep it short. So why do I think Skyward Sword is the highest quality Zelda game? First, there's the gameplay. Thanks to Wii Motion Plus, your every motion is registered perfectly, and with the way certain enemies behave, this mechanic was implemented beautifully. The items were also quite unique. While some were rehashes of weapons in previous games, others like the beetle were new and used very well. The level design is fantastic. The puzzles and bosses in this game are some of the most fun I've had in ages, and the dungeons themselves are pretty awesome. Yes, even the water temple. And unlike Phantom Hourglass, the overworld travel doesn't feel like a waste of my time, as there's quite a bit to do in this guy. Lastly, the music sounds heroic. The song you're listening to right now, I find myself playing on my computer for hours on end. Like I said, this game defines the Zelda series. It's not my favorite, that would be Twilight Princess, but it's an experience anyone should have. If you have a Wii, you owe it to yourself to play this game. You won't be disappointed. Alright, let's hit the old recap before we get to number 1. Number 10, Mario Party 9. Number 9, Castlevania 3, Dracula's Curse. Number 8, Kirby's Return to Dreamland. Number 7, Donkey Kong Country Returns. Number 6, Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance. Number 5, Sonic Colors. Number 4, Metroid Prime. Number 3, Pokemon Emerald. And number 2, The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. So what comeback could be so great that it takes the number 1 spot over all of these awesome games? Well, if you've followed my channel so far, then you'll notice that I've mentioned this game in nearly every video. My pick for the number 1 greatest comeback in gaming history, pause for effect, is Kid Icarus Uprising. And how could I put it at anything less? March 22nd of last year saw the reboot of the series on the 3DS, as well as the release of what is currently my favorite video game of all time. This game has it all. The story is amazing! There are lots of plot twists in the story, including the reveal of one of my favorite villains ever. If that wasn't any indication, Kid Icarus Uprising has my favorite cast of characters ever in a video game. There's not a single character in this game that I don't like. I also feel the need to mention the presentation. This game looks incredible in 3D, and the music has an awesome heroic feel to it. So much so that he even went and did a guitar solo to it. It's that good. And then there's the gameplay. I'm not really sure how to describe it in just a few words, so I will just say it is awesome! Top it off with an awesome online multiplayer experience. At risk of sounding like a broken record, I will say that this is pretty much a perfect game. Take all the ingredients of a good game, put them in a blender and hit frappe, and you not only have my favorite game of all time, but also the greatest comeback in video game history. I'm the Golden Wolf, and Nintendo. How about a new Star Fox game for the Wii U? Boss battles are a key element in video games. They're meant to stand as a wall for the player to overcome in order to advance to the next level. Usually a player wants it to be challenging, but not something that they bang their head over. On the other hand, there's the optional boss, where the player is encouraged to seek out a challenge. The optional boss has found its way into many games, and now I will be listing what I think are the 10 best. The main rule for this countdown is that I have to have faced the boss at least once for me to put it on the list. As for the bosses themselves, I'll be judging them based on visual design and creativity, attack style, level of difficulty, and fun factor. Also, I won't be looking at any bosses that are only skippable through the means of sequence breaking or glitching. But with that out of the way, let's begin. These are my top 10 optional boss battles. First, let me get something out of my system. My trusty tripod shall pierce thy flesh and engrave thy tombstone. Well, with that joke out of the way, let's talk about Gabriel Celeste from Star Ocean: The Last Hope. Or as I like to call him, Mr. Spamalot. If you aren't fully prepared for this fight, you might as well not even bother. This battle can get very hectic very fast, mainly due to the fact that Gabriel's attacks deal a large amount of damage and have a humongous hitbox. Also, his AI is absolutely brutal. He can chain attacks together like it's nobody's business, and he constantly goes after your healers first. Of course, being a super boss, it makes him one of the strongest foes in the game. Late in the fight, when he gets to about a quarter of his HP, he'll start spamming all of his special moves, and he'll gain a new attack which covers a third of the arena and does massive amounts of damage. You have to constantly switch between healing and attacking, and you can't let your guard down for even a second, or he'll mop the floor with you before you even know what happened. Lastly, I have to mention the music in this fight. You're listening to Incarnation of the Devil, which is my personal favorite boss theme in the game. The only thing that keeps him lower on the list is how cheap this guy can be at times. Seriously, just knock it off already! The way I see it, Metroid Other M gets a lot of undeserved hate. True, the game has its flaws, but it's not as bad as the critics make it out to be. The boss fights in this game use the new gameplay style pretty well, with special mentioning going to Ridley and the Vorash. However, the post-game optional boss that takes my list is none other than Phantoon. And oh man, you thought the last boss was hectic? You haven't seen anything yet. There is stuff happening literally everywhere in this room. Giant ghost hands are attacking, pools of dark matter appear at random, and there's an endless stream of flaming eyeballs homing in on you non-stop throughout the entire fight. His attacks can be pretty difficult to avoid unless you're good at this game, which I'm not. All the while you're constantly being stared at by Phantoon's giant red eyeball, which totally looks nothing like the Eye of Sauron. It's honestly a bit unsettling. Since you don't get much time to hit Phantoon, you need to use what little time you have to deal as much damage as possible. However, I put this fight up above the one with Gabriel for several reasons. One, I find this fight to be less frustrating and more fun. Two, well, I just like Phantoon's design better. The alien ghost concept is something you don't expect in a series like Metroid, but somehow it works. Bottom line, Phantoon is a great boss from a sadly underrated game. It just makes me wish even more for a new Metroid game to be made. Make it happen, Nintendo! I believe I've given my stance on nostalgic blindness before, but since then my opinion has changed slightly. In fact, I could have chosen half a dozen bosses to represent the Mario series, but the one that takes this spot was chosen purely for nostalgic reasons. Ladies and gents, Racktail. Let me start by saying that even getting to this boss is a challenge. This boss is fightable as early as Chapter 2, but first you have to go through the Pit of 100 Trials, a bonus dungeon with 100 rooms and no save points. When you finally reach Racktail, the fight plays out a lot like the one with Fractail earlier in the game. In fact, it's exactly like the battle with Fractail, except that this boss is much harder. When Racktail charges from the side, you'll have to flip into 3D mode, jump on his back, and then slowly make your way across the mechanical dragon until you reach the antennae on his head. Once he takes enough damage, he will try to shake you off, but if you time your jumps carefully, you can jump right back on him. Repeat the process twice and watch him blow up. Sorry, went a bit overboard there. Okay, technically there are better super bosses in the series, but this is the first super boss that I can remember facing in a video game. For me, this was a huge accomplishment when I was first playing Super Paper Mario, so I hope you'll excuse my hypocrisy this time. Meet Dario Bossi, one of the Dark Lord's candidates and the next guy on the chopping block. You fight this guy twice in the game, and you can beat him the second time to get the bad ending, which as we know is not good. Here's what you want to do instead. At this point, you should have the power to go through mirrors, and there happens to be a gigantic mirror in the middle of the room. You go through it and you find your real target, Agony. True, I'm stretching the definition of optional since you have to fight him to get a good ending, but he isn't technically required to beat the game, so I say it counts. This fire demon's attack consists mostly of spitting fire, slashing you with its claws, rushing you from either side, or dive bombing you to create a huge firewall. Overall, there really isn't much I can say about this fight. It's not too hard, but a boss doesn't need to be hard to be good. It's just a really fun fight. And this boss was so well liked, he was given a rematch in Portrait of Ruin, and well, he's ridiculously easy in that game, so let's just move on. Though I think this boss would have gone higher if it wasn't for those stupid magical seals! And I thought Metroid Other M was underrated. I actually consider the entire Trauma Center series to be underrated. I mean, how many of you have heard of this series before watching this video? That's what I thought. Much of the fun in this series comes from a fictional disease known as guilt. Guilt comes in several different strains, each with their own unique effects. In Under the Knife 2, several strains of guilt undergo mutation, and the strategies to beating each one change. When you beat the game once, you can reload your save file and unlock the X operations, a boss rush where you face every guilt in the game. The one that makes it on here is X3, Penty.
Let's begin the operation.
Penty in its original form is tied along with Treaty and Paraskevi for being my favorite guilt in the series. And its mutation in Under the Knife 2 is amazing. It starts out like normal. You inject a brown liquid into the core, but that's pretty much the only thing that hasn't changed. You see, in the original fight, you only had to deal with one core. This time, you have to deal with two of them. Multitasking here is essential if you want to survive this operation due to having two pillars to destroy and having twice the attacks to manage. Penty will fire off one of three different attacks. It will either create pink attack cores that make lacerations, white cores that spawn tumors, or a shield of cores that also make the patient's vitals drop faster. When one of the main cores is destroyed, the other core will go berserk and fire off attacks faster and more frequently. If you don't bring your A game to this battle, you'll be sorry because this boss is hard. And here's something to keep in mind, people. This piece of scum has caused so much pain and suffering more than any other guild in the series. And it is so satisfying to finally get to burn this thing alive. Now, if only more people would give this franchise a shot. If you've stuck with the Final Fantasy series long enough, you'll notice that the games often focus more on story than on gameplay. Thus, bosses are usually somewhat lacking in the gameplay department. On the other hand, there's Final Fantasy XII. If you were an idiot like me when I first played this game, you might have forgotten to save before this boss. As you approach the door, the wall behind you will begin to march towards you. This is a demon wall, and he is definitely deserving of that title. Not only is his design intimidating to look at, but if he pushes you against the door, it's an instant game over. And that's not your only threat. He has many powerful magical spells, and some of them are even one-hit kills. And no, that X-Zone spell can't be reflected back onto the boss. Sure, he's easy if you spam your limit breaks, but try doing it without. But wait! There's more! Remember that number text from a while back? You know, when I called this the first demon wall? As it turns out, you're actually not supposed to fight him this early. You're instead supposed to go through the door, which, you guessed it, leads to another demon wall. Yay! Though he does give you a little more time to kill. The demon wolves are possibly my favorite boss in Final Fantasy XII, and I'm pretty sure they won't be easily forgotten by gamers everywhere. Now, I'm pretty sure I'm forgetting something, but what could it be?
You copy? Shut down all the garbage bags above the detention level!
I'm sure it's nothing important. Let's just move on before I jinx myself. Ah! The world ends with you turning the calendar to January 2013. Whoops. That was the 2012 Doomsday Prophecy. We want the RPG. In the post-game, there's a secret boss that you can only access after beating all 13 floors in Port City. Up on the roof, you'll find Tsunai Hanakoma, the person who's been guiding Neku for the past 3 weeks. Only something's not quite right. Hanakoma will transform into the noise Panthera Cantus and attack Neku. The first thing you'll notice is that this boss is actually a combination of Leo Cantus and Tigress Cantus, both of which you fought earlier. The only advice I can give you for this battle is don't get hit. His attacks deal an inhuman amount of damage on ultimate, and unless you have the right pins, you're in for quite a rough battle. Granted, if you're playing at a high level, he's not too bad, but try doing this at level 1 on ultimate. It's not that easy. Look at this! The real reason this is so high on the list is mainly because of the atmosphere in this battle. You have no idea what's going on or why Hanakoma is attacking you. All you're left with is unanswered questions. The fact that you're fighting that guy who seems to know everything is stressful enough. That combined with the chaos in this battle is what gets it higher on the list. Out of all the bosses in the Mega Man series, there was only one that could have taken this spot. Would you like to guess what that boss is? Time's up! Bass! Throughout the entire Battle Network series, Bass is always the strongest enemy in the game, and if you aren't on the top of your game, then consider yourself deleted. These battles will test your reflexes and your ability to choose the right battle chips. Let's start with his fighting style. His attacks are either crazy fast, crazy powerful, or in some cases, both. And sometimes he'll even come with an energy shield that nullifies all damage unless you hit it hard enough. In fact, I had to develop a special strategy specifically for him. All of your skills are put to the test against a powerful opponent, and it's all just so satisfying when you beat him. And that's a big thing I look for in boss battles, satisfaction. When you finally take down Bass after hours of planning, after countless game over screens, you're on top of the world. Throughout the Zelda series, Link in all of his various incarnations has faced many enemies, including himself. The duel with Dark Link is one of my favorite parts of any game that has this trend. In fact, the Shadow Link duel in the Water Temple from Ocarina of Time is what I consider to be my favorite mini-boss in the series. What does this have to do with optional bosses? Well, imagine that fight multiplied by a factor of 4 and getting stronger as the fight goes on. And then you have the Dark Links from The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. This is a secret boss that you can only find in the Game Boy Advance version of A Link to the Past. You won't find it in the Super Nintendo version. Here, you fight not 1, not 2, not even 3, but 4 Dark Links. And let me tell you, you better have your item pack stocked to the brim, because this fight is extremely difficult. There's no easy strategy to beating them. It's just you and the Dark Links one-on-one, sword to sword. The Dark Links will not only block almost every attack you throw at them, but each one has its own signature move. The first Dark Link uses a dash attack, as if he had the Pegasus boots. The second Dark Link also uses that attack, but also throws in a dashing spin attack to keep things interesting. The third Dark Link can disappear at will and will attack as if he had Link's downward thrust move. And the fourth Dark Link has the most HP out of all of them, uses all of the aforementioned attacks, and can also shoot beams from his sword. It really feels like you're fighting 4 doppelgangers of yourself. This battle gets your adrenaline going, since there's no clear-cut way to beat them. Also, that music is intense and rather fitting for a fight like this. Overall, this battle is just incredible. It's challenging, it's symbolic, and it's definitely worthy of this spot on the list. In fact, I even used this boss in my intro. The only question is, what could beat it? Well, before we get there, let's recap. Number 10, Mr. Spamalot. Number 9, Phantoon. Number 8, Rat-Tail. Number 7, Agony. Number 6, Penti X. Number 5, The First Demon Wall. Number 4, Sanai Hanakoma. Number 3, Bass. And number 2, the Dark Links. Alright, it's time. Yep, my favorite optional boss of all time is Red from Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Some of you might have seen this coming. Some of you are probably scratching your heads. Well, let's take this one step at a time. This fight is the perfect way to end the game. You first walk up the stairs expecting some super powerful Pokemon trainer. But then it is revealed that super powerful trainer is actually Red, the protagonist from Pokemon Red and Blue. That alone is shocking enough. And then the fight begins. Let's start with his team. Red will use a full team consisting of Pikachu, Venusaur, Charizard, Blastoise, Snorlax, and Lapras. Sounds a lot like Ash's original team from the anime, right? But wait, the references don't stop there. Red doesn't talk at all during this fight, possibly an allusion to the common trend of JRPGs having a silent protagonist, and Pokemon Red being no exception. The fight itself is a true test of your mettle as a Pokemon trainer. If you've been relying on a single Pokemon or type, you will be defeated. This isn't a battle that's decided with brute force, as much as it will be whoever's strategy is superior. It's truly a battle of equals, much like the fights with Base and Mega Man Battle Network, which makes it all the more epic. This battle envelops everything which I feel this series is all about. It stands as the final test of everything you've learned, and it is by far the greatest optional boss I have ever faced. I am the Golden Wolf, and now if you'll excuse me, I need to get back to playing Pokemon X. Yes, 2013 was a great year for gaming. This year set the stage for the 8th generation of consoles, and we got a whole bunch of awesome new games. And I can't wait to see what 2014 holds for gaming. But before moving on, let's say we look back on these past 12 months. To do that, I'll be listing the top 10 games I played in 2013. For a game to qualify, it doesn't have to have come out in 2013, I just need to have played it. And if I don't mention a game you like, chances are I didn't have the time or money to play it when it first came out. So a whole bunch of games, especially the ones released late this year, won't be on here. I plan to rectify that later. So with all that said, let the countdown begin. These are the top 10 games I played in 2013. I covered Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance in a previous video, but for those of you who haven't seen it, I'll go over it again. Like I said previously, Dream Drop Distance adds 2 new gameplay mechanics that make it stand out. The Dream Eater system, which is pretty much the Kingdom Hearts equivalent to Pokemon training, and flow motion combat. Slow motion combat allows you to use the environment to your advantage and pull off some wicked attacks and look cool while doing it. As for the story, this game is currently at the end of the Kingdom Hearts timeline, and it's my second Kingdom Hearts game, so I really don't understand what's going on. But if that's the case, the game does its best to get you up to speed. Another thing that sets it apart from other games in the series is the drop system. See, in Dream Drop Distance, you get to play as either Sora or Riku, and you'll switch between the two characters through a means known as the drop system. I personally found this mechanic to be a little awkward, but it does have its uses. I also feel the need to mention the bosses in this game. Regardless of which difficulty you're playing on, each boss does exactly what it should do, be threatening but not something you bang your head over. Basically, Dream Drop Distance is just a fun game. The gameplay is fantastic, the bosses are tough, and the story, while confusing, it is nice that the game does help you a little. If you have a 3DS, it's a game that's worth checking out. Assuming you still have any money left over after buying the rest of the games on this list. We interrupt this countdown to bring you the top 5 jokes I can make about The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. Number 5. Alright, Moldorm, you're only off the hook because I don't have the hook shot yet. Number 4. That's supposed to be Ganondorf? More like Ganon Pork if you ask me. Number 3. So this thief won't die to even the Master Sword and the Silver Arrows? All hail the invincible thief! Number 2. Fear the might of my blade! And number 1, he's gonna give you a link to the past, didn't. I'm going to be honest, I really don't play that many MMOs. And it's not because I consider them bad, some of them are really good, mind you. It's just that they don't appeal to me as much as others. However, there are 2 MMOs that I absolutely love. StarCraft 2 is one of them. I loved Wings of Liberty when it was first released, and when the Heart of the Swarm expansion pack came out, I could not wait to play it. And I wasn't disappointed. StarCraft 2's gameplay is your standard RTS fare. You play as one of 3 different factions, you collect resources, you build an army, you head out to stomp out all opposition. Bam! However, I feel that StarCraft 2, while standard, rises above its competitors for a few reasons. For one thing, the campaign mode has a better story than many games in the genre. Even if you're just getting into the series, the game does its best to get you up to speed, and I feel it does a very good job at doing that, seeing as I hadn't played the original StarCraft beforehand. Heart of the Swarm added a great new Zerg campaign, which takes place right after the Terran campaign, and it also brought back several of my favorite units from StarCraft Brood Wars. Also, this game just might have one of the best servers of any MMO I've played. Sure, it does suffer the occasional hiccup, but it rarely happens for me. The multiplayer is incredibly fun, especially if you can find a good match, which isn't a problem for me since I have a few people on my friend list who are probably really angry with me for not playing the game in several months. But probably my favorite feature in StarCraft 2 is the arcade. In the arcade, you play a collection of user-created games that use StarCraft 2's game engine. These games fall into many different categories, be it roleplay, mystery games, fighting games, and even gambling. I'm convinced, if Las Vegas had a video game to represent the city, it would be StarCraft 2, hands down. Also, if you missed out on Wings of Liberty, don't worry. Heart of the Swarm also includes the original Wings of Liberty campaign with no extra charge. Now this is how an expansion is done. If you have a PC or Mac that can run a game like this, I would highly recommend this game. Hey Blizzard, can we get a release date for Legacy of the Void?
No!
Fine, be that way. Alright, here's a game that I think would have made a great launch title for the PS4. Okay, yes, I have not fully beaten this game yet, but I couldn't help myself. It just had to be on this list. Let me just get this out of the way. This game looks and sounds beautiful. Just look at this. Oh, and the soundtrack? Well, it's a Tales game, of course it's amazing. Moving on, the story seems pretty good, or at least what I've played of it so far. I don't think it's going to be as good as Tales of the Abyss, but like I said, I haven't beaten it yet, so I guess I'll have to see for myself. And then there's the gameplay, which is probably my favorite in the series, having a huge emphasis on the
Real superpower of team.
Yes, Sonic, we get it already! Sure, you have the co-op play that's standard for the Tales series, but that's not why Xilia's win. The Link system is why. This system allows you to pair up with another character and the AI will attack together with you in battle. The 6 playable characters have some rather interesting playstyles, but I think it's these characters that make the game what it is, both in and out of battle. The way all of their personalities clash with each other can lead to some pretty hilarious dialogue. Like I said, the main thing I look for in a game is fun, and that's exactly what this game delivers. Well done, Namco. Well done. Now here's hoping Xillia 2 is just as good, if not better. As soon as I beat the first game, that is. But for now, Tales of Xillia stands at the number 7 spot on my list. One last thing. My sacred spear shall pierce thy flesh and engrave thy tombstone! Okay, I could start this segment by making a Ghostbusters reference, but since I never watched said movie... Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon! Where do I even begin with this game? I guess I'll start with the gameplay. What mad genius programmed this? Of all weapons, you use a vacuum cleaner to suck up ghosts? I'm not even trying to be funny, that's exactly how it works. Now before you go into the comments and start bashing on this game just because it's a non-platformer in a series that excels in the genre, please let me state the rest of my case. As far as the execution goes, it's actually very solid, used both as a method of attack and to solve certain puzzles in the game. The bosses in this game are also pretty sweet. Need proof? They took a staircase, of all things, and made an interesting boss. Again, who programmed this? Also, the presentation is right up there with Dream Drop Distance, looking very nice in 3D. Luigi's personality is fleshed out quite well in this game, even though it's mostly shown through gestures and facial expressions. Also, this is one of the few games I played that actually got escort missions right. And considering the escort mission's reputation in modern gaming, that's an accomplishment right there. There are a few things that bug me in this game though. There are occasions where you're not allowed to explore the mansions freely, the multiplayer isn't all that engaging, and the humor is just groan-worthy at times. But if you can ignore those issues, this is a game worth adding to your collection if you have a 3DS. Believe it or not, this was originally going to be number 5 on here, but then the epicness that is the next entry took the spot instead. Next up on this list, we have a very underappreciated Wii exclusive title called... We interrupt this countdown to bring you a commercial from Treasure Games. From the people who brought you shroom-up masterpieces such as Ikaruga and Radiant Silvergun, enter Treasure Games' magnum opus, Sin and Punishment, Star Successor! We have tons of enemies to shoot down! We have a leaderboard for your high scores! And the best part? We have so many bullets and explosions, it gives Michael Bay a run for his money! Lastly, the music! That music is awesome! Oh, what's that? You say the Wii is a kid's toy? Think again, Call of Duty fanboy! We're hardcore! This game is ridiculously hard, yet so satisfying!
Play it today, but be warned. Playing on hard mode is a sin, and your punishment will be a head full of lead. Sin and punishment! Code now, little yours
Thanks, Amy. That guy was seriously starting to get on my nerves.
Next up on the list is Mega Man 5. The other one. There we go. Thanks, Amy. When it comes to Mega Man, the Game Boy games often get overlooked, probably due to their stats as being remakes of the original NES games. However, the fifth game was an exception. Aside from having better gameplay overall, this game also had a slightly more developed story than the first four games. The planet is being attacked by a mysterious robot invader army who called themselves the Star Droids, and are actually immune to conventional weaponry. Even Mega Man's most powerful shot doesn't put a dent in them. Because of this, we got a new weapon called the Mega Arm, a new sidekick named Tango, and a new set of robot masters which would be the Star Droids. The gameplay is your standard Mega Man series fare. Defeat 8 robot masters and obtain their weapons, go through a castle, fight a boss rush, beat the final boss, and you're done. But I feel that this game in particular rises above its more popular brethren for one reason: the Star Droids. I feel that overall they have the best stages, the best weapons, the best fights, and the best designs. I consider the Star Droids to be my favorite roster of robot masters in the entire series. Also, this game has my favorite soundtrack in the entire Game Boy library. Some of my personal favorites include Pluto's theme, Mercury's theme, and the boss theme. Add to that a plot twist that you'll definitely see coming if you're a fan of the series. It's Wily! And a plot twist that you probably won't see coming unless you've played it, and you've got yourself a solid game. When it comes down to it, there's just so much to like about Mega Man 5 that's unbelievable how this game isn't even on most people's radar. This game is rare, but now that it's on the 3DS Virtual Console, it's worth checking out if you have $5 burning a hole in your wallet. Remember my top 10 favorite franchises video from back in August? Yeah, Fire Emblem Awakening alone put the series at number 5 on my list. In my humblest of opinions, this is the definitive strategy RPG. Why, you may ask? Well, I'll tell you. I mean, that's kind of the whole point after all. First, there's the story. Contrary to what I said back in August, Fire Emblem has never been a series with amazing storylines. Awakening, on the other hand, actually tells a pretty good story. One major contributing factor is inserting you, the player, into the game. Sure, your character is an amnesiac at the start of the game, but at least this game does it well. In fact, this game had quite a few awesome characters. There's the wary bodyguard Frederick, the egotistical warrior Vake, and the sugar-obsessed thief Gaius, just to name a few of my favorites. This is one of 2 games where I genuinely liked every character, the other one being that game that I talk way too much about. This made it all the more painful when one of them died in battle, but we'll get to that in a minute. A big reason why I like these characters so much is because of the improved support system. In battle, if you move 2 of your units onto the same space, those 2 units will join forces in the next battle, scoring in some extra damage, and making the second character untargetable. Not only that, but it raises your unit's affinity for one another, and getting their support levels high enough rewards you with a nice little conversation between the 2, and raises their chances of attacking together in the next battle. And with literally hundreds of different support conversations, there's a lot of replay value. Another thing which I think was a very smart decision was the inclusion of different difficulty modes and the option to turn the permanent death system off. But wait! This is a 3DS game! That means killer presentation, right? Of every game in my 3DS library, no other game has even compared to the awesome presentation of Fire Emblem Awakening. I'm not even kidding when I say that I find this to be the best use of 3D of any game on the system. And the music? Oh man, that music! I'm not about to go and make top 10 favorite soundtracks, but I can almost guarantee that this game's soundtrack would place very high on the list. I could go on and on about how amazing this game is, but this segment's getting kind of long and there's still 2 more games left, so I'll wrap this up. Fire Emblem Awakening isn't a game I can recommend to everyone, especially if you're the impatient type. But overcoming the steep learning curve will reward players with a truly spectacular experience. What else to say other than...
Checkmate!
Oh, Pokemon X, how I love you so much. But is it on the list? Nope. Because I waited until Christmas to get the game, and that falls outside the time frame for this video. Oh well, that's okay because there's actually a Pokemon game that I think is better. Ladies and gentlemen, Pokemon Black and White 2. To me, these are the definitive Pokemon games. For the most part, it's the same basic formula that's been used for the past 2 decades, but it's the execution that makes it stand out. Let me get this out of the way, I am so glad that instead of releasing an updated version of the previous 2 games, they decided to instead make a sequel. Personally, I think this resulted in a much better game than Emerald and Platinum could ever dream of, and I hope they continue this format for Gen 6. Let's go over the story. The evil Team Plasma is back once again, this time with a more straightforward goal: steal people's Pokemon and use them to take over the world. Of course. During your journey to becoming a Pokemon Master, you'll regularly encounter Team Plasma and be roped into thwarting their evil plans. And that's pretty much it. It's Pokemon, what do you expect? So if there's one thing about this story that I'm very glad they did, it was giving the player a friendly rival instead of a bitter one. I'm looking squarely at you, Silver! As for stuff that they added that wasn't in the first game, there's the Pokemon World Tournament, which can get quite challenging in the upper tiers, and the option to travel to the other 4 regions. And now for something that everyone argues over, the Pokemon roster. Gen 5 has my favorite Pokemon roster of all time. Yeah, I did just say that. Of the 150 new Pokemon, I like 93% of them, the largest of any roster. Hydreigon, Scolipede, Galvantula, Crocodile, Sawsbuck, Zekrom, Electros, Excadrill, Serperior, Zoroark, just to name a few. When it comes down to it, Pokemon Black and White 2 are absolutely fantastic games, and I think the best games in the entire DS library. Are there any flaws? There probably are, but nothing that I really noticed. Even still, it just barely missed the top spot. But before we get there, a wild recap appeared! Number 10, Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance. Number 9, The Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. Number 8, StarCraft 2 Heart of the Swarm. Number 7, Tales of Xillia. Number 6, Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon. Number 5, Get It Today! Number 4, Mega Man 5 on Game Boy. Number 3, Fire Emblem Awakening. And number 2, Pokemon Black and White 2. It was actually an extremely close call between the top 3 games, but I ultimately gave the gold medal to League of Legends. And I am being dead serious when I say that a free-to-play PC game has sucked more time out of my life than every other game on this entire list. There are so many reasons why I love this game, and going over all of them would leave you watching for hours, but I'll try to keep it short. League of Legends is a MOBA, which stands for Multiplayer Online Battle Arena, where you take control of one of over 100 champions and lay siege to your enemies' minions, turrets, and eventually their nexus. And it's those champions that I think make the game what it is. All of the champions have their own abilities, personality, and backstory, and with over 100 champions to choose from, there's bound to be one that fits your playstyle. I myself enjoy using every champion to at least a certain extent, and never find myself getting bored. All of them are balanced and are constantly being improved, since Riot constantly listens to player feedback and releases patches for the game every Tuesday. And because the LoL community is so huge, there's always somebody online, meaning if you have trouble finding a match, there's probably just something wrong with your internet connection. Not only that, but people are actually discouraged from making life miserable for your team, courtesy of the tribunal system. The tribunal system constantly monitors players and suspends them for poor behavior, such as leaving games or being disrespectful to their fellow players. 3 words. Thank you, Riot! See, in many MMOs, players can practically get away with whatever they want. Here, that behavior is kept to a minimum, thus keeping the game fun for everyone in the room. Also, it's absolutely free! I'm serious, I've been playing this game for almost a year now without spending 1 cent. League of Legends. It's expensive, it's addicting, it's entertaining, and it takes the #1 spot as the greatest game I played in 2013. I'm the Golden Wolf, and by the way, if anybody wants to play me in League of Legends, I'll have 3 words for you. Bring it on!
Okay, so you're probably staring at the title of this video and thinking, special boss themes? What is he talking about? Well, for the purpose of this list, a special boss is either a major character in the story, fulfills an important role in the plot, or is a recurring enemy in the game but is not the final boss. While they only play for 1 or 2 battles in the game, special boss themes often leave a strong impression on the player. And today, I'll be listing off what I think are the best of these. Please note that I am lifting the play before put rule for this list to include certain boss themes, but I am keeping the one per franchise rule. Also, if the song in question comes from a game where every boss has its own theme, then only battles of significant importance count. That being said, the list will contain a couple of spoilers, so be wary of that. And with that, let the countdown begin.
Alright, let's hit the old recap before we get to number 1. Number 10, Sorrow's Distortion. Number 9, Subito 1. Number 8, Under Heaven Destruction. Number 7, Team Plasma. Number 6, Battle with Magus. Number 5, Meaning of Birth. Number 4, And Thus Fate Becomes Cruel. Number 3, Rundus's Theme. And number 2, That Person's Name Is.
apparently there was supposed to be a Wii U version of Kid Icarus Uprising, 2 years after the 3DS version's release, and I'm still waiting on it.
Hello everyone, the Golden Wolf here, and today we're going to talk yet again about my favorite game of all time, Kid Icarus Uprising. This game has pretty much everything that I like to see in video games, and it's a beloved 3DS gem in the gaming community, but with its incredible gameplay, cleverly written characters, and of course, some absolutely stellar boss battles. And it's these stellar bosses that I will be ranking today in my first ever least favorite to favorite type countdown. I'll be ranking them based on design, personality, atmosphere, gameplay, and difficulty. Just keep in mind that this is my opinion, and if yours is different, don't whine about it. Also, there are massive spoilers on this list, so be warned. And with all that said, let's sit back and watch the fireworks. Let the countdown begin! Even before I started making this list, I knew instantly what would be at the bottom of the list. Yes, like majority of players, I think Hades' heart is the worst boss in the game. The main problem with this battle is that it takes place in a cramped maze-like arena that I swear makes it near impossible to dodge any of the heart's attacks, especially when it starts running. As soon as it takes damage, it will temporarily turn invincible and start running around the arena at a speed that would impress even Supersonic. Combine that with the landmines it constantly drops, meleeing it or shooting it from the front like Pit tells you to is pretty much a death trap. This really makes only one weapon any bit useful, the club, because its charge shots can go straight through walls.
Keep in mind that I really don't like using clubs.
And even then, you still have to fight the horrible camera angle in this fight. Give it an AI that's too smart for its own good and the ability to clone itself, and you have a boss that must have been designed for a cancelled Bomberman game. And considering that there's a good fight with Hades himself later on, that just makes this boss look even worse. Well, at the very least, it can only get better from here. In Chapter 18, Palutena goes off the deep end and starts attacking the humans instead of helping them. Not only that, but she pretty much turns Pit into her unquestioning slave. So in this chapter, we play as Magnus and have to get Pit's mind back into his body. Yeah, it kinda makes more sense if you've played the game. So after a pretty fun yet very challenging stage, we catch up with Pit's body and oh man, did the developers drop the ball here. I hate the battle against Pit's body with a passion. You want an example of a cheap boss fight? Look no further. Yes, the concept behind this boss fight is pretty awesome, but it was handled badly. Mainly because playing as Magnus is incredibly awkward since he moves like a tank and doesn't have a ranged game to speak of. Yes, clubs are melee weapons, but at least every other club has a charge shot. On the other hand, Not Pit has a huge mobility advantage, no thanks to his weapon. Oh yeah, let's talk about that bow for a minute. As anyone who's played the game can tell you, bows generally have a slow firing rate, but their homing is the strongest of any weapon class. So while you're shuffling towards him at the speed of a snail, he'll be pelting you with arrows that hit you almost every time and do a lot of damage. See what I mean by cheap? And this is why you'll never see me use Magnus's club in online play. Being handicapped against a computer is one thing, but against an actual human?
I pass.
Space pirates have stolen the 3 sacred treasures along with the constellations, so Palutena sends Pit to retrieve them before the underworld can get them. After a well-designed level, we finally reach the pirate captain on the ship, and psych! We don't get to fight him. After the amazing level before it, I was expecting a boss fight with the space pirate captain, but no. Instead,
we get a boss that was only shown off once in a trailer for the game. Space Kraken doesn't even have a reason for being here. Jeez, notice I haven't even gotten to the boss fight yet. Disappointment aside, this boss falls into the meh category. This boss has two phases and they're both equally bland. Let me get this out of the way. Unless you happen to like long and tedious boss fights, don't bring in arm, claws, or club to this fight. Just don't. The first phase is shooting the 4 tentacles on the side of the ship. Fairly simple. The second phase, though, is what puts it this low. The monster shows its ugly head and begins firing lasers and smashing its head against the ship. If by any chance you did happen to bring any of the melee weapons, this can be an annoying fight since your only chance to do some decent damage is to hit him when he smashes his head against the ship. On the flip side, if you brought a ranged weapon like a bow, orbitars, or staff or cannon, this fight will be over in less than a minute. Basically, it will either be insultingly easy or incredibly annoying. Despite all of this, however, this boss is extremely unmemorable. It's a bland boss battle that comes out of nowhere, does absolutely nothing for the plot, and after it's defeated, no one ever mentions it again.
Big lived alligator moment!
Bosses that are giant versions of regular enemies have a tendency of being easy, unmemorable, and overall just not very good bosses. Such is the case with the Great Reaper. Sure, this boss does get points for an admittedly menacing appearance, but that's about all he gets. The idea behind this fight is that the Great Reaper has different attacks for whether you're standing on the platform or on the ground. The problem is that even though his attacks absolutely ravage your health bar if you get hit, these attacks take so long to get going that they can be avoided simply by jumping to the other floor. Add that to obvious weak spots and zero personality, and you have a complete fail of a boss, especially by this game's standards. I literally can't think of anything else to say regarding this boss.
No, really. I've got nothing.
Sarcastic, twisted, loves to play mind games? Yeah, that's Pandora for you. The first boss on this list with any personality to speak of. Being the goddess of calamity, Pandora is an unpredictable and somewhat insane character, often seeing and doing random things.
I wanted to get my driver's license, so I worked up to the parking lot to practice it.
You see what I mean? She also delights in deception, littering her labyrinth with fake doors, invisible paths, and warps that send you between the floor and the ceiling, just to name a few. But her penchant for trickery is best reflected in, of all things, her boss fight. During the fight, she mainly throws bombs and fireballs at you, but she can also turn invisible and even sink into the ground to attack from below. But the real mind blow is when she surrenders, letting Pit destroy the Mirror of Truth. This false surrender results in the creation of Dark Pit, who turns on her almost instantly. The second phase is pretty much the same, with the exception of Dark Pit joining the fight. The only thing keeping her from being in the top 20 is the difficulty. Or lack thereof, I should say. Still, mess with this evil blob and she'll mess with your head. But, Pandora, question. How did you build a parking lot without hands? Fair enough. When Pit isn't fighting the underworld army or the forces of nature, he has some really strange enemies. I mean, he's had to deal with a dark copy of himself who isn't totally evil, a soul-eating moth that can control its victims, space pirates that literally steal the stars, and a race of technologically advanced aliens with no emotion. Wait, what? Yeah, the ARM are definitely not the kinds of enemies you would expect to see in a game like this, but somehow it works. To take down their floating island base, Pit must destroy the ARM core. Admittedly, this boss can be annoying if you don't have a good strategy for it, but once you figure it out, it becomes quite an enjoyable fight. The core's main method of attack is the gun surrounding the core and on the side of the room, which you will want to destroy. As the fight continues, the boss will add more attacks that include electrocuting the floor, spawning explosive balls that roll around the arena, and generating a gravity field that pulls you towards the core. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, all of these attacks come at you at the same time. Yet despite all of this isn't a terribly frustrating boss fight for me. In fact, I think this is a really fun boss fight. I really like it when a boss is hectic yet not unbearable. Though this boss fight does lose a lot of points because it's pretty easy for the outer guns to get a cheap shot on you when your attention is fixed on the core. Otherwise, this would have been much higher. After Medusa is defeated and Hades reveals himself as the true main villain, he sends his underworld baddies after the Wish Seed. In doing so, he hopes to make the humans believe that the Wish Seed is real, so they will drive themselves to extinction battling for it. Pit and Palutena themselves seek the Wish Seed, but first they have to get past the Phoenix. Even after discovering the Wish Seed is a fake, Pit still needs to defeat the Phoenix in order to prevent a war from breaking out. But of course, he isn't going to go down without a fight. The Phoenix stays in the air for most of the fight, circling the platform you're standing on. He'll attack by launching orbs of fire and throwing exploding rocks at Pit.
Why do I feel like I'm supposed to make a Pokemon reference here?
He can also set himself on fire and charge at you, and even fire tornadoes. Occasionally he will land to produce shockwaves, but this also allows you a chance to melee him if you pay attention. Once he takes enough damage, the Phoenix will crash and burn, giving you the chance to just go to town on him. Also, one little detail that I really like is that the Wish Seed is actually just a bomb, and you can destroy it to do massive damage to the Phoenix if he's within range. If we're talking what weapon to use, bows, stabs, and blades are your best options. But destroying the Phoenix comes at a great cost.
That beacon shows the world that the Phoenix has been defeated, which will only make the humans believe that someone has taken the Wish Seed.
Hades' plan actually works, essentially kicking off World War III in the Viridian arc, which by extension causes the Arm and Chaos King arcs. Basically, your actions today have had long-reaching negative effects on the world. Do you feel guilty yet? If not, maybe you should cool off for a while. Out of all the minor characters in the game, one of my favorites is definitely Pyron. He's a self-proclaimed sun god who appears as a powerful ally against the Arm invasion. Not only is his mastery of pyrokinesis unparalleled, but his information was extremely helpful. And while he was a bit of a moron at points, he always had a strong sense of justice and seemed trustworthy enough.
Which means I probably should have seen this coming a light year away.
Nicely done!
Pyron?
Thanks to you, Pyron has leveled up! I am now a level infinity epic super god plus! Ultimate power is now Pyron's.
Yep, Pyron's real plan was to use Pit and the other gods and goddesses to take control of the Arm. And now that Pit served his purpose, Pyron wants him dead. So now after going through a really cool stage, yes, I actually like that level, it's time to send him and the Arm back to space. Admittedly, this fight can be a little annoying. The awful camera in this fight makes it really difficult to dodge any of his attacks when you're trying to destroy those shield generators. And even though your firepower is focused on him, the dodge timing for some of his attacks is a little finicky, most notably his Pyro Snake and Fire Ring. Still, if you can overcome the steep learning curve, it's a rather enjoyable fight, for one reason, and one reason only. The incredibly satisfying feeling of giving that backstabbing snake what he deserves. If we're talking about what weapon to use for this fight, I'd recommend Orbiters or a staff. Orbiters because of their huge attack power, and staffs because of their ludicrous range. Not really a club though, since it greatly hinders your movement, which is essential to winning this fight. Sorry Pyron, you may be one of my favorite supporting characters in the game, but you just can't get any higher with such a massive difficulty spike.
Now we're getting to the good stuff. Kicking off part 2, we have the first boss of the game, Twin Bellows. A good first boss should help get players used to the basic mechanics of the game while still providing a good challenge to newcomers.
This boss does the first of those two things well, and the second, not so much. Let me explain. Twin Velos mainly attacks by charging at Pit and shooting flamethrowers, but that's pretty much it. Needless to say, it's a really easy fight, but it's excusable being a first boss and all. It does what it should do. Get the player used to the basic mechanics of the game. Nothing more, nothing less. And that's enough to award it the number 17 spot on my list. Back in part 1, we looked at the boss fight against Pandora. While her boss fight in chapter 5 was admittedly really easy, we didn't exactly finish her like we thought we did. After Dark Pit gets too close to the rewind spring, Pandora takes the opportunity to take physical form once again, and she is out for blood. The fight starts off like the one back in her Labyrinth of Deceit, but it's still a pretty easy fight. And then...
Time to exterminate you! What?
Who's that?
It's the new improved me.
After a dip in the rewind spring, Pandora transforms into a beautiful and extremely vain young woman, and the fight goes from being insultingly easy to a royal pain in the neck. Here you'll need to be careful, as this feisty femme fatale has more than one trick up her sleeve. During the fight, she'll plague the field with various traps such as fake treasure boxes, stun traps, and time bombs. Not only that, but she even fakes her own defeat, getting in a cheap hit if the player lets his guard down. Of course, that's assuming you can hit her in the first place, because her heart-shaped crystal barrier will deflect any incoming fire. The number of attacks Pandora has at her disposal makes this a difficult fight, but you should be fine as long as you pay attention. Claws are easily the best weapon to use for this fight, as they allow for high maneuverability and high melee attack damage, which is really important for this fight. The only problem is the fact that it's so long. When you consider that she can counter your attacks and she has 2 health bars, yeah, it's a good boss. But if length is a big deal for you, then you probably won't enjoy it as much as I did. You would think that a nature goddess would be kind and caring to those around her and would only resort to violence as a last resort. So what's Viridi's solution to Greek War 3? Spreading flower petals and feelings of joy to every corner of the universe? Nope! How about instead dropping an organic atomic bomb on their heads? Yeah, while Viridi's points about humanity's wicked and destructive tendencies are perfectly valid, her methods for dealing with them are rather extreme. So Pit goes to destroy her reset bomb depot, and since Viridi's busy with the underworld army, she only has 4 guards watching the depot's power supply. Big mistake! The reset bomb pod is invulnerable for most of the battle, and the guards do all of the fighting. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that these guards are actually quite competent. They have quite a bit of HP on the higher difficulties, and they can surround Pit to attack him from all sides. To take down the factory, you have to knock the guards into the hole in the middle of the room, which for some reason causes the pod's shell to fall off. Here you'll need to unleash all your firepower on the reset bomb pod before the shell reforms, or you'll have to repeat the process. It's a good fight, and it's very satisfying to just annihilate those guards. This is also one of the few parts of the game where I actually found arms to be extremely useful. And since I can't think of a good joke for this segment, here's something completely unrelated.
Prepare for defeat, Dark Lord Gao!
Palatane's little messenger boy. And Magnus, it's always a pleasure.
Sorry I'm late. I had other business to attend to.
Wait, you two know each other?
Dark Lord Gao is supplying forces to the underworld army, so Pit teams up with everyone's favorite Herculean mercenary Magnus to take her down. But before we get there, I do need to bring up that even though I'm not a fan of Magnus's slow speed and lack of range power while playing as him, While I was editing, I was informed that the Magnus Club actually does have a charge shot, it just has really short range. Anyway, back to the list.
Whoever programmed his AI did a really good job. When they entered Gal's throne room, it is immediately implied that Magnus and Gal knew each other before all this happened. To make a short story even shorter, Magnus and Gal used to be partners until Gal was captured by the Underworld Army. Now onto the battle. During the fight, Gal will use a combination of magical attacks such as firing energy shots, laser beams, a black hole, and physical attacks such as a charge, a dark slash attack, and a powerful shockwave that will do some significant damage. The best strategy is to let Magnus do the melee damage while you sit back and do damage from afar. But while there is a good fight, that's not all there is to it. In a later boss rush, one of the bosses you face is Gal, but with Magnus on the other team after somebody volunteers them to help test Pit. Magnus and Gal's teamwork really shows in this rematch, as Magnus's attacks do a surprisingly good job of interfering with your dodging Gal's projectiles. So let's call this one a tie between Dark Lord Gowl and Magnus and Gowl. The only thing really holding her back is we don't get to see much of her personality. Still, Gal has certainly earned her place in Medusa's army, and she's a character I would definitely like to see more if we ever get a sequel. One last thing. Am I the only one who's noticed the low number of Magnus x Gal fanfics? Seriously, I've seen more people ship members of the Chaos Theater with each other. Wait, put down those pens. I didn't say you could. One of my favorite mechanics in the game is rail grinding. I love the level where it's introduced. The Rail Temple is my favorite multiplayer map, and I really enjoy the battle against the Arm Generator, which takes place entirely on grind rails. Okay, out of every Arm boss fight, the Arm Generator is arguably the best out of all of them. Not only is the concept awesome, it's also really well executed. Like the Arm Core, the Arm Generator attacks with guns that surround the generator. However, because you can't dodge while riding grind rails, you have to shoot them down with your own shots. Fortunately, any back shots are your fault for not paying attention. And then...
Yep, this time I came prepared.
Pyron comes in and ruins everything with his pyro weaponry, which somehow causes reflective shields to form around the generator. How does that even work?
Apparently, adding heat to heat only makes things hotter.
That is to say, oops, my bad.
Here you'll need to be careful because the shield surrounding the generator will deflect your fire back at you, and they have surprisingly good accuracy too. Not only that, but the fact that you can switch between grind rails adds a layer of strategy, as certain weapons do more damage at certain ranges. There really isn't any bad weapon to bring into this fight, and that just makes it better. To sum up, this is a boss that takes a fun mechanic and expands upon it to create something very original and enjoyable, though it does kind of make me wish for a Kid Icarus x Sonic crossover.
I can dream, can't I?
What do you get when you put the personalities of 3 constantly bickering brothers and put them on a 3-headed dragon? You get 2 things, entertainment and the number 12 entry on our list, the Hue Draw. Brace yourselves, people, because it's time for...
It was my turn to let's not argue in front of the face. Me, what I do? You knock it out. Whatever you understand it, did I mention I'm starving? It was my turn to let's not argue in front of the
Chaos Blast!
Well, at the very least, it saves me from having to go over their hilarious personalities, and we can move right on to the boss fight. While the 3 phases of this boss are spread out over the course of Chapter 3, and the first 2 phases aren't even a part of the game's boss rush mode, I personally count them as one boss. It's a bit unorthodox, but bear with me. The first phase takes place in the sky where you fight all 3 heads at the same time.
Their lasers and fireballs can be quite tough to dodge if you don't interrupt them, especially when two of the heads attack at the same time. But if you take too long, Palutena will deploy her Sacred Goddess Clobber Laser and annihilate the Hydra. Except two of the heads escape and attack a nearby town. Halfway through the land battle segment, Palutena uses a monster pheromone on Pit, which draws one of the heads right to him. And he brought friends. Okay, seriously, Palutena, are you trying to get us killed? Anyway, while the Hydra head's only attack is charging at you, it does quite a significant chunk of damage. And the enemies can be quite a nuisance. After that fiasco is done with, Pit heads to the lake to finish off the last Hydra head, which has already regenerated its body. In this phase, he'll dive underwater, rendering him invulnerable. Here you'll have to shoot the orange balls of light when they're floating directly above him to cause him to flip out of the water, giving you the chance to lay the smackdown on him. Sounds easy, right? Well, try saying that when he starts firing missiles and homing shots that can be quite damaging. He is harder than Twin Bellows and Gal by quite a noticeable amount, and in a good way. Another thing I like is that the Hydra heads will say different things depending on which order you kill them in during the first phase. With all this going for it, why is it only at number 12? Well, I just like the remaining 11 better. It's that simple, really. The three sacred treasures have been destroyed by Hades, so Pit and Palutena go to Dintos, god of the Forge, in hopes that he'll create a new weapon for them. Dintos agrees to do so, but before giving it to them, he puts Pit through a gauntlet of challenges, the last of these being a battle against their new weapon, the Great Sacred Treasure. Now, I'm a sucker for giant mechs, and the Great Sacred Treasure is pure awesome. Being the penultimate boss of the game, this is a very challenging fight, possibly the most challenging in the whole game. Well, aside from the final boss. While the GST is an enormous target, this thing is built like a tank and hits like one too. The GST will attack by rushing at you and fire on you with both straight fire and homing shots in quick succession, and with great accuracy to boot. It also takes a page out of Mega Man by being able to use the Tornado Blow. And when it gets to half health, it will fire the giant heavenly laser beam of death and destruction balls. That's a one-hit kill and destroys half of the arena, but only once. After that, it will use even more attacks such as giant balls of electricity and black hole bombs. Gee, Dintos, you think that's enough firepower? This fight can get hectic fast, especially on the higher difficulties, and if you've been paying attention, you know I like that in a boss. This is just an awesome boss battle. It's a great skill check, and it does a great job at building up the final boss. And it certainly does a better job of building up the final battle than Speedy McSplosions over here. It all started on an orbital space fortress. An angel by the name of Pit infiltrated and destroyed the weapon and defeated its commander Arlong. But little did he know that this weapon was actually a prison. A prison for an evil being known for devouring the souls of its victims and manipulating them. An evil being that went for 3 years unchecked and stole the soul of the goddess of light. They called it the Chaoskin. After an amazing fight with a possessed Palutena, the Chaoskin starts getting annoyed and steals her soul and retreats into the Chaos Vortex with Pit in hot pursuit. Dark Pit also joins halfway through the level, but at least we're given a reason for him helping. You go through about 13 waves of enemies with Dark Pit before it's finally time to swat this evil moth once and for all. This battle has a lot of atmosphere and emotion behind it, which is why it's this high. But it's when the battle starts where things start to go downhill. It's not a bad fight, mind you. In fact, it would probably still even be in the top 15 disregarding the build-up and atmosphere. Nonetheless, it is disappointing. The fight had lots of potential considering the Chaoskin's abilities, but the Chaoskin doesn't use any of them. Cloning enemies and or itself? Nope. Twisting the dimension? Nope. taking control of Dark Pit? Not even that. Instead, all it does is skitter around on the platform and occasionally launch projectiles at you. That being said, there are a few things I really like about this fight. For one thing, the fact that Dark Pit is lending his assistance makes this fight even more epic, and once again, Sakurai's programming team proves that it is in fact possible to have good friendly AI. I know, I don't believe it either. The Chaoskin's speed also makes him a tough little booger to hit, and the only way to catch up with it is to lure it into one of Viridi's electro traps. If that's too tough for you, then I strongly recommend using Claws. Compared to the level before it, the Chaoskin's battle was a bit of a disappointment, but it is good for what it is. To wrap up this segment, let's all recite it together. The pre-boss battle rallying cry!
Folk of the land, hear our words, and see our actions. I am Pit, servant of the goddess of light, and I am Dark Pit, servant to no other but myself. Together we will rain death upon you. So anyone who wants to die, step right up. And anyone who doesn't want to die, too bad. Oh yeah.
On this episode of Lightning Fast Segments, we have Phosphora, the 9th place boss in Icarus Uprising. The time limit is 1 minute. Ready, go! Phosphora is one of Viridi's most powerful commanders. Her ability to control electricity is both cool and deadly. If her taking on Thanatos by herself and winning isn't any indication of the latter.
Actually, I go by...
Shut up, no one cares, at least not yet. Phosphora is also one of the funniest characters in the game, best shown when she tries to flirt with Pit during the chapter, and in her hilariously rude remarks towards Palutena. Seriously, that's one of the best conversations in the whole game. And then there's her boss fight. Phosphora will use her electrokinetic powers to their fullest, pulling off some crazy attacks, some of which can even paralyze you if you aren't careful, such as ricocheting electric shots, thunderbolts, an electro dragon, and an electric barrier that does massive damage if you're too close to her. This combined with her fast movement speed makes her a tricky opponent to go up against. I guess you could say Phosphora is a real force of nature, am I right?
You know that's a bad joke when I'm coming in saying it's a bad joke. Get together, man. I mean, seriously.
Time for the second one of Viridi's commanders, Arlong the Serene. Arlong is actually quite an interesting case. Whereas the majority of the game's commanders have an attack first and ask questions later mentality, Arlong would prefer to sell things with diplomacy rather than violence. However, when Pit and Palutena ask him to unite with them against the Underworld army, he refuses, saying that those decisions fall to the will of Viridi. If that isn't loyalty, I don't know what is. So he is well prepared for a heated battle when Pit confronts him on his lunar sanctum in the middle of... No! Arlong's main method of attacking is hiding in the darkness and launching various magic projectiles, and might I take the time to mention how creative some of his attacks are? Crystallized stalagmites? Rings of lunar energy? There's two ways you can go about this fight. You need to watch for where his attacks are coming from and either shoot in that direction or harass him with melee attacks. For the former, bows and palms work especially well because of their high homing. For the latter, either claws or an arm would probably be best. This can be a long battle if you don't know what you're doing, and it's a much harder fight than the one with Phosphora. With a cool fight and great personality, Arlong easily deserves the number 8 spot on the list. Kaiskov made a good point about bosses that get harder over time. While stronger attacks and tougher defense can work, it's usually better to add new abilities to keep the battle from getting stale. And the boss that I feel best represents this ideal is the number 7 entry, Kragalanch. And I know what you're thinking, he's just a big hunk of rock. How can there be anything special about him? Well, yeah, he has no personality, but let's look at the boss fight itself before you start chucking rocks at me. While Kragalanch's battle style is somewhat predictable at first, he will become much faster as he takes damage. His attacks mostly consist of either pounding the ground to generate shockwaves, hurling boulders at you, rolling at a high speed, or slugging you with powerful punches. Though being a rock, he's kind of slow, allowing you to easily dash behind him and kick his butt. Quite literally. That is until he gets to half health, at which point he'll proceed to use Shell Smash, beginning phase 2. In addition to being much faster than before, his moveset gets quite a significant upgrade. His Rock Shock produces a much larger rock this time, and his Shockwave Pound will send out 2 sets of homing shockwaves, though he does have some new moves. His Straight Punch gets replaced with an arm sweep that can be interrupted by hitting the weak point on his hand. He can also burrow into the ground and resurface under Pit, doing massive damage in the process. But even that pales in comparison to his most powerful attack, which sends out an enormous earthquake that can take more than a third of your health away if you get hit by it. Jeez! This guy's power could give even fighting-type Pokemon a run for their money. Dragolanche is a great example of a boss battle that gets harder over time, and a boss that will most definitely rock your world.
Did I seriously put that joke in my script?
So we finally meet again. Pit.
Medusa has been out for revenge since the beginning of the game, and she is not messing around. You just went through a Mechon Gatekeeper, fought off half the Underworld army, and rematched 3 earlier bosses, and to top it off, you now have to fight the Queen of the Underworld herself. And this brings me to Medusa herself. Medusa is quite obviously based on the Greek mythological monster with the same name. She was originally a priestess of the goddess Athena, whom Palutena is based off before being changed into a monster. It is said that if you were to ever look her in the eyes, you would be turned to stone. Though she never actually does this in the game, it is implied that she can. And while she isn't a deity, she plays the role of the goddess of darkness quite well. But enough mytho-nerdery for now. It's time for the final battle! This entire battle takes place in the air using the 3 sacred treasures. As soon as it begins, Medusa will toss you far away from her and try to keep you away by launching debris, shooting beams from her eyes, and abusing her teleporting. At least until Palutena chains Medusa's legs in place and you have to keep shooting her in the face. In the 3rd and final phase, Medusa will separate her head from her body and chase you around the arena, spitting dark fireballs and blasting you with a huge eye beam.
And no, I'm not going to make the obvious joke here.
And it all builds up to one final assault where you unleash your full firepower on her enormous eye to finish her off. This boss is extremely memorable for the atmosphere of the fight, as well as the great gameplay. It's not exactly hard, but at no point is it boring. So yeah, Medusa has the characteristics of a good boss battle. However, she has one trump card that puts her this high on the list. After beating this chapter with the 3 sacred treasures, you can play through this chapter again with any weapon you want. If you would rather do that, then pretty much anything is good. Blades, bows, palms, orbiters, cannons, staves, even clubs are a good option. To wrap things up, Medusa is an extremely epic boss that remains interesting throughout the whole fight. The atmosphere is amazing, the gameplay is great, and it's a thrilling conclusion to the best game ever made. Or is it?
Spoiler alert!
Palutena's temple is protected by a near indestructible barrier, so Pit and Viridi have to borrow the lightning chariot. Okay, seriously, what is this game's obsession with lightning? But first, they need to defeat the Chariot Master. The Chariot Master himself is actually a really cool character. I mean, look at him! He's a flaming ghost knight, and he rides in a lightning-fast chariot pulled by 2 electric unicorns!
Nope, that's it. You win. Done. Cue outro. Alright, fine. Let's talk about the battle itself.
What makes this a memorable boss is how unique the fight is. The Chariot Master gets more options for attacking when he's in the lead, so the battle is kind of like a race and a boss fight at the same time. Kind of like the battle against Metal Sonic in Sonic CD. Wait a minute. Fun-loving personalities, rail grinding, races for boss battles. Are we sure that Pit isn't secretly a hedgehog reincarnated as an angel? Well, that there was a bit of a tangent now, wasn't it? While this sudden-changing gameplay can be a bit limiting, it's far from being broken or cheap, as his attacks give you enough time to dodge out of the way. And then there's what happens after the battle. You learn that the Chariot Master is just a tired old warrior seeking for someone to take care of Voss and Lux. He gives Pit the Lightning Chariot so that he can save Palutena, trusting that he'll take care of his faithful steeds. For his honorable personality and unique boss fight, the Chariot Master rides into the number 5 spot on my list. But seriously, man, you need to fire your home security contractor immediately.
Yes, I'm right away.
Admit it, guys. You knew he was going to have a really high spot on this list, and why not? The fight with Dark Pit is a true battle of equals because he's exactly like Pit aside from his personality. First of all, Dark Pit is actually a very interesting character. I know Green Scorpion said this before, but Dark Pit just might be a better dark anti-hero than Shadow the Hedgehog. Despite being a clone, his personality is completely different than that of his light-based counterpart. Whereas Pit is positive, fun-loving, and faithful to Palutena, Dark Pit is negative, cynical, and completely independent.
Why are you all doom and gloom all the time, Patu? I think a better question is, why are you so annoyingly cheerful?
After stealing Pandora's powers and escaping from the Labyrinth of Deceit, Dark Pit becomes your target for the entirety of Chapter 6. During the chapter, he'll fight you 3 times using Pit's own weapons. For the first 2 fights, he'll either use a staff, a club, a palm, or a cannon. Because the weapons he uses change each time you play the chapter, there's really no clear-cut way of beating him. Which brings up a good question. Why is this not his moveset in Super Smash Bros. 4? And then there's the final encounter with him at the end of the chapter. This is an especially awesome fight if you equipped a bow because that puts you on even ground with him. I mean, aside from the fact that Dark Pit can actually fly by himself and use his own rain of arrows, this is a battle that truly tests your skills, and mastering it will make you better at multiplayer. And there are few things more satisfying than taking him down on 9.0. Patu is a great dark anti-hero and a great skill check, which is why he lands at the number 4 spot on this list.
Seriously, that is the last time I want to hear Patu.
Oh, get over it. Huh. I think this is the first time I might need a flame shield. Whatever, just roll the clip.
Oh, I must have dozed off there. Oh, waiting around is such exhausting work.
Yeah, I imagine I'm going to get some weird looks for my placement of Thanatos, so I'd better get explaining. While I like Dark Pit more as a character, I just think Thanatos is a better boss. First, his personality. Unlike what you would normally expect from a death god, Thanatos is lazy, silly, and thoroughly insane. He kind of reminds me of myself in a weird way.
Actually, I go by Thanatos now. The extra H is for amazing!
Need I back up my argument further? Now on to the boss fight. Despite his goofy demeanor, Thanatos is not to be underestimated. That is, unless you have a death wish. He will abuse his shape-shifting powers and transform into several bizarre forms throughout the battle, with each form having a different weakness and set of attacks. In his normal form, which, might I say, looks absolutely grotesque, Thanatos will hover around the arena and use various projectile-based moves. As a bat, he'll shoot fireballs and attack with a swarm of many smaller bats. When he turns into a sword, he will surround himself with spears and either try to skewer you like an angel shish kebab or chop you up like a cucumber. The urn will shoot skulls which you'll need to throw back at him to deal damage, and the foot will literally try to squish you like a bug. Because all of Thanatos' forms have different strengths and weaknesses, there really isn't any particular weapon that's guaranteed to make this fight easy, which ultimately makes it better. Unlike previous bosses who are ranked based on gameplay and personality by themselves, Thanatos gets this high because of how well his battle reflects his insane personality while providing a very unique and even somewhat challenging fight. But what else would you expect from a character based on the Greek god of death?
I'll have you know that I much prefer honey to vinegar, and I prefer witty repartee to any condiment. Licety flies, dicety dice, stab.
Shut it already!
Me? But you've been talking this whole game!
I take that back.
So, you're here to fight me, Pit?
No. No! I'm here to save you!
The Chaoskin has fully taken control of Palutena. Everything has been thrown out of order, and now it's up to Pit to make things right. After facing himself, the Chariot Master, and the same army that he's supposedly the captain of, Pit finally reaches the Goddess of Light herself. This whole battle has a lot of emotion behind it. It's clear that Pit really doesn't want this to happen, and I'm sure Palutena doesn't want it either. Unfortunately, no matter how much they may or may not have wanted it, this battle was inevitable. Let us begin. The fight ensues, and it is one of the greatest boss battles in video game history in my opinion. What makes this boss unique is that you can't attack Palutena head on. Instead, you have to wait for the Chaoskin to appear so you can destroy it. When it finally does reveal itself, you need to be extremely careful where you shoot, because if Palutena takes too much damage, you will get an instant game over. It gets even harder when the Chaoskin starts hiding behind Palutena and using her as a shield. Meanwhile, Palutena will be mercilessly assaulting you with light pillars and rapid-fire triple shots that can take you by surprise. And the boss theme, which I've talked about before, does a great job at conveying the intensity of the situation at hand. Unlike the Chaoskin battle, which has great atmosphere but okay gameplay, Palutena is great in both of these qualities. This is a battle where you can't fire indiscriminately, but rather you have to stop and use your brain, and that makes the battle that much more exciting. And you know what else is exciting? Her being confirmed as a playable character in Super Smash Bros. 4! Alright everyone, it's been a long ride, but we're almost at the end. But before we get there, let us recap this monstrosity. Number 25, Hades' Heart. Number 24, Pit's Body. Number 23, the Space Kraken. Number 22, the Great Reaper. Number 21, Pandora. Number 20, the Aurum Core. Number 19, the Phoenix. Number 18, Aurum Pyron. Number 17, Twin Bellows. Number 16, Amazon Pandora. Number 15, the Reset Bomb Pod. Number 14, Dark Lord Gowl. Number 13, the Aurum Generator. Number 12, the Hydra. Number 11, the Great Sacred Treasure. Number 10, the Chaoskin. Number 9, Phosphora. Number 8, Arlong the Serene. Number 7, Kragalange. Number 6, Medusa. Number 5, the Chariot Master. Number 4, Dark Pit. Number 3, Thanatos. And number 2, Palutena. Forget it, there's no way to build this up, and you already know who it is. Number 1 is Hades. Yeah, I'm sorry for being predictable, but can you honestly say that Hades doesn't deserve every ounce of credit he gets? Hades is bar none my favorite villain in all of gaming, and quite possibly in all media as a whole. And why shouldn't he be? He has what is currently my favorite final boss battle, and he is an amazingly well-written character. Let's start with the latter. I'm honestly at a loss for words here, because his personality is pure gold. No wait, scratch that! It's pure platinum. His snarky demeanor, witty remarks, and hilarious quips show just how entertaining a villain can really be. Hades takes such pleasure in making his enemies suffer, and he's such a lunatic that I can't help but love it. You will both love this guy for his special brand of malevolent sarcasm, and love to hate him for everything he's done. And then there's the 6-phase final battle against him. Yes, you heard me correctly. 6 phases!
What? How many stages?
Nick, don't interrupt.
Okay.
In the first phase, Hades unleashes an onslaught of various attacks such as giant lasers, a twister, and an array of homing lasers. When you cause him to trip, Hades goes to decimate a few countries to power up on souls. In the second and third phases, you have to chase down Hades and disarm his rainbow apocalypse by destroying all the weapons on his body.
I prefer to think of it as my devastation ensemble. I only wear it for very special occasions. You know, weddings, Armageddons.
Fine, whatever. Fourth phase, after being cut in half with a lightsaber and regenerating a new pair of legs, Hades will fire color-coded shots that you either need to shoot down or not shoot at all. This being another instance where you can't just fire haphazardly. Then after Hades blows the great sacred treasure to pieces, you have to focus a mysterious force onto Hades by holding your reticle on him. This summons Medusa, who punches Hades' head clean off his shoulders. And then it's still not over. Hades, being the god-modding troll that he is, regenerates his head, kills Medusa, and then starts firing on you with lasers that you need to dodge while Palutena charges the final strike. After this, Pit unleashes the giant heavenly insta-kill laser beam of death and destruction laws and finishes off Hades for good this time. This boss is nothing short of incredible. The only nitpick I have with it is the lack of a land battle segment. But aside from that, I can barely find anything wrong with it. Everything else works here. The setting, the gameplay, the writing, the music, everything. All of this makes for one of the greatest climaxes to a game I've seen in a long time, and it is by far not only my favorite boss in Kid Icarus Uprising, but my favorite final boss battle of all time. I am the Golden Wolf, hoping we don't have to wait another 25 years for a new installment. Please like this video and subscribe to support this awesome channel. It really helps Wolf over. Hades, what are you doing here? Get out of my credit sequence! But credits are my favorite place to hang out. But I don't need you advertising my channel. Oh, come now. Anybody who would put me at number 1 is automatically amazing. Besides, I'm sure someone as underrated as you would greatly appreciate. Go home, Hades! Please subscribe.
custom designs are kinda lazy.
Halloween, that time of scares, spooks, and a blatantly obvious excuse for insane commercialism and a sugar rush. In all seriousness, even though I think Halloween itself is kind of overrated, one thing that I always look forward to is the special list that countdown makers like myself come up with for this quote-unquote frightful occasion. I missed out on my chance to get in on the fun last year, but this time I hope to make up for it. This year, we'll be looking at one of the staples of any sort of horror fiction, the undead. The undead are as strange a case as the word itself, meaning someone or something that has technically died but is still animate or brought back to life. Popular examples include stereotypical ghosts, skeletons, vampires, and especially zombies, for some reason. And like many things, video games have consistently taken this standard horror concept and expanded upon it to create some very memorable characters. So today, I'll be listing off which ones I think are the best. Same rules as usual, only one character per franchise, and I have to have played at least one game with the character in it. And with all that said, get some friends over, grab a handful of popcorn, and get comfy, because these are my top 10 undead video game characters. Let the games begin! Here's an interesting way to start the list. Admittedly, it took me a while to figure out whether or not Dark Samus is undead, but considering the fact that she is resurrected in Prime 3 after being destroyed by Samus, and she's just a reincarnation of Metroid Prime in the first place, I think we can call this a valid entry. I'm not exactly sure what she hopes to accomplish, but it seems to involve either spreading this deadly substance known as Phazon across the galaxy, absorbing it to use as a power enhancer, or using it to corrupt even the strongest of warriors to do her bidding. Why, I have no idea. Throughout the course of Prime 2, Dark Samus will confront Samus multiple times and do battle with her. She'll use Phazon charged attacks based on Samus's weapons, including her super missiles, charge beam, and boost ball, and she has the ability to project a Phazon shield around herself and turn invisible to all but the Dark or Echo Visor. Her first battle in particular can be considered one of the more challenging boss fights in the game, and if you're anything like me at this game, she will mop the floor with you if you aren't prepared. In Prime 3, she comes back and blasts Rundiscore, Gandrada, and Samus with Phazon, corrupting the first three and giving Samus yet another thing to monitor as he struggles throughout the whole game to avoid being corrupted herself. At the end of the game, Dark Samus will fight you one final time to conclude the trilogy, using the ability she absorbed from the other hunters and gaining the ability to clone herself. And seeing as you're on a time limit, you really can't afford to mess up here, especially on Hyper Mode. Dark Samus may seem rather generic at first, and you wouldn't be wrong in thinking so, but it's how she goes about doing things and her awesome boss fights that make her stand out from the crowd. I have some speculations about the new Metroid game in development, but if it happens to be a fourth Metroid Prime, you can bet they'll be bringing back this walking canister of Phazon for another round. This is a somewhat generic choice, but let's look at the ghost game from Pac-Man. These four color-coded ghosts chase Pac-Man around a maze while he munches on dots because they have nothing better to do, and if they touch you, you die. Everyone knows this, and everyone hates them for it. But let's look at them a little closer and you might see just why I like them. Blinky, their leader, starts moving at the same speed as all the other ghosts, but it'll get faster the more dots Pac-Man eats and tends to have a smarter AI than the rest of his team, sometimes chasing you even while in scatter mode. Pinky is rather rebellious, preferring to circle around blocks in a counterclockwise direction, unlike her comrades, and is almost always the first one reverse direction when she enters scatter mode. Inky, the blue one, is a tricky opponent, sometimes going a different direction even when Pac-Man is right in front of him as if he's trying to psych you out. Clyde is the most unpredictable of the group, seeming to have no set pattern and just wandering aimlessly as if he's constantly in scatter mode. Or maybe he's just an idiot, I don't know. You might notice that I brought up modes a few times just now. After some research, I found that the ghosts are programmed so that they switch between two different modes, chase and scatter. They start in scatter mode when they come out of the ghost house and go to patrol assigned corners of the maze. When a certain amount of time has passed, they'll switch to chase mode, and if you seriously can't deduce what happens next, you're a bigger idiot than Clyde. This cycle continues for the whole game, though the duration of scatter mode is slowly reduced the longer you stay in a certain level. Also, as the game progresses, they start to gain a resistance to the power pellet, and if you get far enough, they can become completely immune to it. So why did I just go and tell you all of this? Because they are brilliant! The ghosts make a great team, with Blinky constantly on Pac-Man's tail, Pinky going around in opposite directions to trap him, Pinky tricking him by taking a different path, and Clyde just being stupid. Even if you know their patterns, you need superhuman intelligence and processing speed to outmaneuver this team. Unfortunately, I can't say anything about their personalities in the Pac-Man World games or the Ghostly Adventures cartoon because I haven't played or watched either. But hey, at least now we've solved the mystery of how they've stolen so many quarters from desperate arcade gamers. And while on the subject of mysteries, you know, sometimes I have to wonder if Capcom has been secretly working with Stephen King. Ghost Trick Fan Detective is an interesting little puzzle game for the DS that received very positive reviews from critics and is considered a cult classic by the few people who've even heard of it. It's a good game, and if you happen to come across it, I definitely suggest picking it up. And with that, we come to our next contender, the main character, Sissel. Sissel is killed right before the events of the game, and because of
spoiler alert,
he gains the ability to possess inanimate objects and use ghost tricks. Oh, very funny, Capcom. You think you're so clever now, don't you? Causing them to perform various actions, such as opening an umbrella, pulling a lever, unfolding a cot, the list goes on. As a spirit, he can also go back in time to 4 minutes before a person's death and attempt to save them using his ghost trick powers. He's a pretty creative thinker in these situations, being able to use a crossing gate of all things to distract a killer. In fact, that's actually the first thing he does at the start of the game. Cool powers aside, Sissel is also a really likable character. He's well-meaning, though his tone is kind of all over the place. There are situations where he adds a hint of sarcasm to his words, others where he's blunt and straight to the point, and sometimes he's even a bit poetic. And even though he knows he's going to disappear soon, he takes time out of his day to save whoever he comes across, even people he's never even met, which ultimately leads to the fulfillment of his mission to recover his lost memory. Which, by the way, is hilarious if you make it to the end of this game, and I'm not about to spoil it because more people need to play this game. Let me reiterate. Capcom, have you been working with Stephen King? Mia Fey is, well, a rather bizarre case. I'm not even sure where to begin. Plot importance, always a good place to start. In Trials and Tribulations, we actually get to play as Mia in the first and fourth cases of the game, both of which took place several years of the events prior to the Phoenix Wright trilogy. After a traumatic experience with her first case, she took an 8-month hiatus and only returned to the courtroom after taking the case of Phoenix Wright, who was at the time an art student and not studying to be a lawyer. The outcome of that trial ended up being one of the main reasons why Phoenix decided to become a defense attorney, so you could say that Miss Fey here is the sole reason why the events of the entire series even happened. Fast forward 3 years later to Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney.
Mia becomes Phoenix's mentor, and in only the second case of the game, she gets killed by Red White. Through a series of events, her sister Maya gets blamed, Phoenix takes her case, and just when things seem hopeless, Mia comes out of nowhere and helps him resolve the case. This is a phenomenon known as spirit channeling. See, Mia and her sister Maya come from a long line of women called spirit mediums, sort of like shapeshifters, except that instead of just looking like someone, they can channel a dead person's spirit and fully turn into them, gaining their body, personality, and memories in the process. Essentially, if someone channeled her spirit, Mia could come back to life for a few minutes. This comes quite in handy throughout the series, as she can quickly analyze the situation and spot a fatal contradiction, though she never flat out gives Phoenix the answer, in keeping with the whole mentor-apprentice thing. Ace Attorney has a lot of great characters, but we probably wouldn't know any of them if not for this amazing former attorney. One question though, why hasn't she gotten her own game yet?
Killer Instinct. I haven't played much of this game, though I am slowly gaining interest in this series thanks to Maximilian Dude doing his videos on the Xbox One reboot. And since I brought up Killer Instinct, you can guess where I'm going with this. Get in here, Spinal! Spinal is an ancient warrior resurrected by Ultratech with only vague memories of his past. He was gloriously introduced as one of Ultratech's greatest creations, though he was soon overshadowed by their other creations like Riptor and Fulgur. Out of resentment, he sought to prove his worth by doing the only thing he knows how to do: fight. Now, while I'm more of a Fulgur fan myself, I can't deny that Spinal is one of the coolest characters in the roster. In battle, he wields a cutlass and a buckler, but he can also use what I'm going to call undead magic, because I don't know what it's actually called. With said undead magic, he can fire skull shots, summon a giant skeletal arm to punch or grab opponents, and let's not forget about his infamous Skeleport that can be used to get him out of tight spots or to start off a combo. That's not to say that he's not great with a sword and shield, because he certainly is. In fact, several of his moves such as Soul Sword and Shield Crush combine his magic abilities with his impressive sword fighting techniques. So he's a skeletal pirate spell fencer. That's pretty creative. His balance of defensive and offensive tactics make him a varied and formidable foe. Spinal is my sub in the first game behind Fulgur, and now you see why. I'm not really sure what else I can say other than...
Oh, come on! I just got that flame shield repaired!
Yeah, I happen to be in the camp that likes Skylanders. I can see why the whole collect them all thing might not appeal to some people. In fact, even I shrugged it off at one point. But being the kind of gamer that I am,
also known as the kind of gamer with several younger siblings that are also into gaming,
I now have the whole Skylanders Giants collection -1. Now then, why Undead of all things is an element is beyond me, but for our purposes, let's look at the Skylanders that fall under this category. Specifically the Undead Giant, Eyebrawl. Eyebrawl is one of my personal favorite giants, and arguably the most powerful. What's interesting to note is that he is actually 2 characters in one. According to the wiki, Eyebrawl came to be through a war between a headless giant and a flying eyeball. After about 100 or so years of fighting, these 2 enemies agreed on a draw and then realized that combining their powers would make them nearly unstoppable. And how right they were. As Eyebrawl, they are a force to be reckoned with, but they can be separated at any time. Without getting into upgrading, they can throw punches that could probably smash a boulder, or they can fire devastating eye beams. This alone makes them a pretty powerful team, but if you want to see what they can really do, you'd best invest in some upgrades.
Their basic upgrades allow them to summon more eyeballs from the ground, give the laser a faster firing rate, improve their punching power, and let both entities attack when separated. But their true power really starts to shine when you get into advanced upgrades. You can only have one branch open at a time, but both have their upsides. The Eye Brawler upgrades give the two of them increased armor and melee power, and they get some pretty sweet combos that utilize both their deadly halves. Though if you're a ranged player like me, then the Eye for an Eye upgrades are a good option as well. This branch lets the eyeball fly faster and for a longer duration, and the eyes will form around the point of impact when it fires its laser. And while flying, hitting the tertiary attack button will cause it to bounce along the ground. And if you want to go even further than that, you can go to the Oracle and get their Soul Gem ability. You'll shoot your eye out. Holding the button will charge the eyeball, and releasing it will send it forward, smashing everything in its path. There's a lot to like about these two, and to me, they really do show how a little teamwork can go a long way. Just Commander Shepard. Okay, let me clear something up right off the bat. Even though I have the whole Mass Effect trilogy, I have only played the first game, so apologies if I get some of the facts wrong. I do know what happens at the beginning of Mass Effect 2, so let's talk about that. After a nasty incident resulting in the destruction of the Normandy and the death of Commander Shepard, his body is recovered by the human survivalist paramilitary group known as Cerberus, led by the Elusive Man. Seeing his amazing leadership skills, the Elusive Man commissioned the Lazarus Project to revive Shepard. With Shepard back better than ever, he agrees to help stop the disappearance of human colonies and paint Cerberus in a more positive light. If you carry over your Mass Effect 1 save file, his personality remains pretty much unchanged from before his death. He's still a charismatic and respectable leader, unless you went the Renegade route, and he's still a force on the battlefield, especially when he's got a good team. Depending on what routes you decide to take with his abilities, he can be a combat expert, an ace technician, or even a master of the Force. Yeah, he's pretty cool and all, but let's face it, I wouldn't place him this high just because he's cool, because that would be stupid. To explain, I'm gonna go on a bit of a tangent here. BioWare's Western RPGs in general have a clever method of storytelling, and Mass Effect is no exception. They let you choose your responses in conversation. Even if some of your choices don't matter while others do, it provides the illusion that you are in control of everything. And here's why I consider Shepard the ultimate Avatar character. Almost every aspect about him is customizable, from his face to his personality, what abilities he can use on the field. Combine that with a solid morality system, and you have one of the most immersive games I have ever played. You don't just play as this character, you are Commander Shepard, the first human Spectre and one of the greatest undead characters in video game history. I initially didn't care for the boos in the Mario series. They always looked rather generic to me, and they were just annoying enemies in general. However, I know a good character when I see one, and King Boo really does justice to his race. When he takes the role as the main villain of both Luigi's Mansion games, he plays his part brilliantly. Seeking revenge on the Mario brothers, he sends Luigi a letter telling him that he won a mansion, and both Mario and Luigi fall right into his trap. To this day, King Boo is one of the only villains to successfully capture Mario, and if it weren't for Professor Egad's souped up vacuum cleaner, he would have had Luigi captured in about, let's see, 50 Boos times 2 Mario Brothers, carry the 4. 2 seconds. When Luigi captures King Boo and puts him in a portrait, that should have been the end of it. Until 2013 when Dark Moon came out. After the professor sells the portrait at a garage sale, King Boo escapes and shatters the Dark Moon and takes control of all the ghosts in Evershade Valley and captures Mario again. After Luigi collects all of the Dark Moon pieces and returns to the bunker, King Boo captures Luigi and transports them both to the paranormal dimension, hoping to finish him there and use his ghost army to generic joke is generic. And I haven't even mentioned how he fights. Sissel may be able to manipulate objects, but King Boo can materialize objects out of thin air. He uses a Bowser illusion as both a method of attacking and for defense, but he can also summon portals to the previously mentioned paranormal dimension, electrify the terrain, and teach Boos how to create spirit balls and turn things invisible. And one thing to note is that he gets more powerful the more Boos are in the area, and considering how many there are, that's not something to scoff at. There's a reason why King Boo has appeared in so many spin-offs, and to think we still have 2 more characters to go. Been a while since I talked about this game. I have a few options here, such as Fiddlesticks, Amumu, Yorick, Hecarim, and I even considered Mordekaiser in the recently released Azir. After much consideration, I eventually settled on my choice. Number 2 goes to Thresh. Little is known about this terrifying Reaper's past, and many of the details only exist in fairy tales and campfire stories. Legends state that centuries ago, Thresh was a sadistic jailer who used a variety of methods to torture his prisoners, with chains being his weapon of choice. His dark reign supposedly went unchallenged until a massive riot in which his prisoners overwhelmed and hanged him from his own chains. Ever since, he has haunted the land, individually picking his targets and stealing their souls and trapping them in his sickly Green Lantern. Not that Green Lantern! Now, you may think that because of his status as a support champion, that instantly lowers his awesomeness level. Wrong! Underestimating Thresh is a worse mistake than pursuing an angry Lu Bu. For one thing, there's his passive ability, Damnation. Any enemy that dies near Thresh, he can harvest their soul, permanently increasing his armor and ability power. If the opponent lets him harvest too many souls, he can quickly become one of the most dangerous champions in the roster. His other abilities show exactly why people call him the Chain Warden. Death Sentence and Flay can be used to pull enemies in for a nasty torture section. And because he becomes surprisingly tanky if you harvest enough souls, your opponent is basically rendered helpless as you continue to drag them under your turret and they can never kill you. But should he ever find himself outmatched, he can use Dark Passage to drop his lantern, teleporting any ally that clicks on it directly to him. Sure, he might not always get the kill when he does this, but his brutal combination of abilities makes it so he can rack up those kills and assists faster than a solid sniper in Team Fortress 2, getting a massive amount of gold in the process. And when all else fails, he can use his ultimate, the Box. This summons a pentagonal barricade that massively slows down any enemy champion who runs into a wall, making him great for trapping opponents so that the AD carry can go to town on them. I have died so many times to this guy that I now have 2 definite, absolute, indisputable rules when it comes to playing against him. 1. If you're alone and you encounter Thresh, drop what you are doing, no matter what it is, and run, or he will pwn your face! And 2, if you're in a team fight, take out Thresh first, or be annihilated 6 ways from Sunday! Throughout this whole list, we've looked at various different skeletons, ghosts, spirits, reapers, and what have you. But number 1 was a no-brainer. From the Castlevania series, we have a true master of the undead. In fact, you could even say that he is death itself. Yeah, like I said, this was a no-brainer. Death has appeared in almost every game in the series, even more than Dracula himself. Sometimes he plays a lesser role, mainly when someone else is behind Dracula's resurrection, and other times he's actually the main antagonist. But whatever role he appears in, when he shows up with that wicked scythe of his, you better be at the top of your game because he is almost always the hardest boss in the game. I said almost for a reason, people. His boss fights are like what you'd get if you turned Toho into a platformer. Not what I meant! I meant that on top of his scythe and dark magic, he summons the souls of the dead and dozens of flying sickles to attack you. His other favorite attack is throwing his scythe at you, and sometimes he'll infuse it with magic to make it more powerful. So yeah, like Toho. It is also said that no attack can harm Death except that of a divine weapon like the Vampire Killer, and unlike Dracula, Death doesn't need an anti-Christian cult to bring him back. He's coming back whether anyone wants him to or not. And his hyper attack in Castlevania Judgment is just sick in every sense of the word. And yet, despite how powerful he is, he never seeks to usurp Dracula's throne and is perfectly content with being his right-hand man. He also possesses a degree of respect for his enemies, often complimenting them for their courage and skill, which is surprising for someone of his caliber. I feel like the developers put a lot more thought into Death's character than most other characters in the series, and if you look a little deeper, you can see a lot of neat things that you wouldn't notice right off the bat. His max HP sometimes contains only 4s, referencing the identical pronunciation of 4 in Death in Japanese. Him disguising himself as a priest in Curse of Darkness is inspired by a scene in the 1957 film The Seventh Seal, and the fact that he's often fought in or near a clock tower is symbolic of the fact that it's only a matter of time before Death comes for us. Overall, Death is a perfect representation of the undead. He's well designed, he's extremely powerful, he's an amazingly competent villain, and he is, in my opinion, the greatest undead character in video game history. I am the Golden Wolf, and if you thought this countdown was dark, well, you ain't seen nothing yet. ...2014 has come and gone, and man, this year was an absolutely incredible year for gaming. Nintendo really stepped up their game this year, Sony and Microsoft are starting to pick up speed, and throughout the whole year, great games just kept pouring out of the floodgates. And I played a lot of games this year, both new releases and games that I missed out on previously. And out of every game I played all year, I can't consider a single one of them to be even remotely bad. Which is why I decided to extend this list from a top 10 to a top 15, and even then I had to leave out some games I still liked. Same rules apply, the game doesn't have to have come out this year, I just need to have played it for the first time. With that out of the way, let the games begin! Okay, I've played some pretty unique games before, ones I don't even know how to begin describing, but number 15 just might be one of the most unique I have played. The premise of Bastion is this: a random kid known simply as the Kid wakes up in the aftermath of an apocalypse known as the Calamity and must collect these magical core MacGuffins, accompanied by his lifelong friend the Hammer and a narrator that narrates just about anything remotely narratable, to restore the safe haven this game is named after. Isn't anything superb, but the narration and the watercolor visuals really draw you in, making it feel like a sort of book written in the first person. And the soundtrack, while not really my style, fits really well with the tone of the game, and is unique for being almost entirely composed of acoustic tracks. And all of these put together project a really good atmosphere that makes the story's simplicity seem irrelevant. And then of course there's the gameplay. You have 12 weapons at your disposal that can be upgraded as you collect the necessary materials, but you can only equip 2 to take into a mission. My favorites were always the Fang Repeater and the War Machete due to their high attack speed, and I never minded the game's slow pace as a result. At their core, most of the levels are rather basic, but there are standouts like Jawson's Bog, Langston River, and the Tazzle Terminals. So which level is my favorite? Easy. Who knows where? An alternate dimension where the player battles 20 waves of enemies while the narrator reveals bits and pieces of a character's backstory. Also, those of you who say this game is too easy clearly haven't invoked any of the idols. Seriously, try beating any level with all 10 of them active and then tell me it was easy. Sure, the game is kind of short, but it's one of those where after I had beaten it, I immediately wanted to play it again. Thank you, New Game Plus! And it only gets better from here. Will I offend anyone by saying I'm not a very big fan of Final Fantasy? Yeah, that's pretty much the reaction I was expecting. The punchline is Bravely Default. As the spiritual successor to the Final Fantasy series, particularly for Heroes of Light, which I almost never hear talked about, Bravely Default recreates the turn-based gameplay and slightly more understandable story of classic Final Fantasy. After the crystals representing the 4 major elements are corrupted by darkness and the land is ravaged and the seas rotted, our heroes must restore the crystals and save the world.
Now where have I heard that one before?
However, very much unlike the paper-thin story of the original Final Fantasy, the story follows a band of 4 heroes with personalities of their own and who actually develop throughout the game, as opposed to the faceless characters of the original. I won't spoil anything, but it gets really good. But wait, what good are great characters and a decent plot without great gameplay? Well, I guess you'd have Heavy Rain, but that's beside the point. First of all, fighting enemies is much less of a hassle in this game than in most other RPGs, as you can actually change the difficulty at any point, and you can even set the encounter rate. This is particularly useful if you either need to grind for experience or run back to town and don't want to run into a million enemies on the way. And on that note, I'd say it's about time I brought up the battle system. What makes Bravely Default's battle system unique is the Brave and Default system. Oh, very funny, Square Enix. You think you're so clever now, don't you? Which lets you or your enemies either store up turns to use later, or take turns in advance, at the cost of not being able to move afterwards. It's an interesting mechanic that makes the decades-old system feel fresh and new. Bravely Default also puts its own unique spin on the job class system. A character can have one class set as its primary job class and learn abilities from that class, whilst being able to use the abilities they've learned from a secondary job class, so the strategic possibilities are near endless. My main problems with Bravely Default are the lackluster boss roster and the fact that I got so burned out that I actually stopped playing about halfway through the game. Though to be fair, that's further than I've gotten in any other Final Fantasy game. I do intend to go back and finish it sometime this year, but for now, this is as high as it's getting. Did I mention the soundtrack is awesome? As I said before, my friends and I really want to start our own Let's Play group, but we haven't gotten around to it due to us either having insufficient equipment or very poor scheduling. Why do I bring this up? Because there's a certain game I played this year that I think would be a great game for us to LP. That game is Super Mario 3D World. Seriously, this would be the perfect game to do our first collaborative Let's Play. Like New Super Mario Bros. Wii and U, 3D World's main hook is up to 4-player co-op that can get kind of insane at points. However, very much unlike New Super Mario Bros., there are some noticeable differences in the 4 playable characters, and they, in fact, control like they did in Super Mario Bros. 2. And like New Super Mario Bros. U, the levels are designed with 4 players and their playstyles and the new power-ups in mind. Oh yeah, I should mention that. 3D World, aside from bringing back the Fire Flower and the Boomerang Flower, brings in a couple of new power-ups. The Double Cherry creates an identical clone of the player who grabs it and lets them activate certain switches or platforms even in single player. And then there's the Super Bell, which aside from turning you into the internet's biggest sensation, grants you the ability to climb walls and slash at enemies with your claws. Add to that some well-placed secrets, along with Rosalina from Super Mario Galaxy as an unlockable character, and you have a game that will last you a long time. With all of this going for it, I'm kind of surprised this wasn't a launch title for the Wii U, and it really should have been. It may not be very high on this list, but I'm definitely looking forward to Let's Playing this game someday. Maybe this summer. One series that I took quite an interest in late 2013 is the Monster Hunter series. So in early 2014, I went and bought the most recent game in the series, Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate. I had known going in that there was going to be some tedium involved, especially starting out, but wow. I didn't know it was going to be this tedious. The learning curve is incredibly unforgiving and actually made me question whether or not I cared enough to keep playing. I have had this game since February and didn't get into it until November. However, thanks to a recent countdown by a certain Quarter Guy, I finally decided to give the game another chance. And having a proper understanding of what I was getting myself into this time around, I had a much smoother experience, and can now safely say that this game is epic! The combat may not be borderline perfection and takes getting used to, but those who get past the steep learning curve are rewarded with some of the most daredevil boss fights this side of Shadow of the Colossus. I love hunting giant monsters and then using their remains to craft the weapons, armor, and tools necessary to battle far more dangerous and even bigger monsters. As far as the monsters themselves go, they are the absolute pinnacle of epicity. They have some really awesome designs, they're a lot of fun to fight, and project that sense of thrill that I love. With the glaring exception of, will you shut up and die, you oversized, chicken-footed, fire-breathing, mucus-spewing, monster-calling bird! There aren't any monsters up to the point I'm at that I didn't enjoy battling. Sure, grinding the same monster until you get the materials you need for better equipment can be tedious and repetitive, but at the same time it helps you learn the monster's patterns and how to better deal with them in the future, and it's so satisfying. After 9 months of sitting on my shelf gathering dust, it's funny how this is quickly becoming one of my favorite games on the Wii U. I haven't tried out the multiplayer on the Wii U yet, as I'm still learning all the ins and outs of this game, but I've heard it's fantastic. Oh well, at least I have time to practice before Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate comes to America. Man, just watching people play this game makes me want to hunt something. Give me a minute, will ya? Monster Hunter isn't the only new series I tried out this year. Case in point, the Disgaea series. Let me make something clear. I am not a very big fan of strategy RPGs like Fire Emblem. I don't hate them, they just really aren't my thing. Disgaea, however, draws me in with its creative gameplay mechanics, clever writing, and offbeat cast of characters. So which game gets this spot? Hour of Darkness? Cursed Memories? A Promise Revisited? How about the only one I've actually played? Questionable choice for my first Disgaea game, I know, but I found myself enjoying A Brighter Darkness all the same. Even if you haven't played a game in this series, there's a good chance you already heard about the things I just listed, but just in case you haven't, let me fill you in. A Brighter Darkness, despite being the 5th game release, it's actually the 2nd game in the series' timeline. It takes place after the first game, Hour of Darkness, with Laharl, the self-proclaimed overlord, seeking to earn the respect of all the demons of the Netherworld, with very little success. However, while doing so, he and his few followers get roped into an impending war with Heaven on account of celestial flowers affecting the Netherworld's residents. I guess demons must have really bad allergies. One thing I find admirable about the story is just how well balanced it is. What do I mean by this? I mean, for all of its quirkiness and outlandish shenanigans, the story knows when to take itself seriously, and the main cast goes through some major character development. Fun fact, I was considering putting someone from this game on my top 10 Undead characters, only I wasn't sure if demons or angels really qualified. And these characters not only play vital roles in the story, but also in gameplay. Units come in several different classes, but in general there are 2 types, humanoid and monster units. Replacing magic change from Disgaea 3 and 4 is a new feature where monster units can be mounted by humanoid units and perform different combo attacks depending on their class. Also, depending on how much your units like each other, they can perform attacks together or negate damage from a lethal attack if they're standing on adjacent spaces. The 10 character limit makes it so you have to think carefully about which troops to summon and when to summon them, and one false move can cost you the entire battle. It reminds me a lot of Fire Emblem Awakening, and considering how much I love that game, that is a very good thing. My one problem, which unfortunately plagues the whole series, is that the isometric camera can sometimes make it hard to see what's going on, especially in the deceptively designed item worlds. Still, this is a solid strategy game that's sure to provide hours of entertainment, and for me, that's an accomplishment. I've held a massive interest in the 3D Sonic games for quite a while, but I've never really known where to start, especially given the franchise's rather unhelpful fanbase. But after some suggestions from my friends who are big Sonic fans and playing a few of the games at their house, I finally decided to check out Sonic Generations. So what did Sega and Sonic Team do for the franchise's 20th anniversary? Take the best levels, bosses, musics, and characters of both classic and modern Sonic games and slap them together. Given the existence of 2 Sonics, we essentially have 2 different games here. Classic Sonic levels are entirely 2D and play more like the Genesis games, with the same tricks in said games like the Spin Dash. As a contrast, modern Sonic's levels are mostly 3D with some 2D segments here and there, and are generally more complex, requiring him to reuse all the abilities he's obtained over the years, such as homing attacking, boosting, drifting, stomping, wall jumping, and light speed dashing. As I said before, Generations takes the greatest elements of both classic and modern Sonic games and blends them together seamlessly. All of the levels are based on those from past Sonic games, taking the best elements of their original counterparts and reusing them to create familiar but at the same time new levels out of them, which depending on your viewpoint is either a lazy or a brilliant idea. Like the levels, every boss except for the final boss is a remastered version of a previous boss fight, with some actually turning out better than the originals in my not so humble opinion. Case in point, they took Silver the Hedgehog from Sonic 06, a boss that is legendary for being one of the worst in the series, and made him awesome. Notice that I have yet to talk about the soundtrack. Really, what needs to be said? Just take a listen. I command thee to download this soundtrack at once. Hey, another new series on this list. Assassin's Creed is a series my best friend and I got into this year, and if you can't tell, I really liked it. Of the two games I played in this series, those being Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood, I find more value in Assassin's Creed 2. While Brotherhood brought a lot of gameplay improvements to the table, such as more weapons, more strategy, and more things to do, the larger emphasis on stealth made some missions a real pain for me. Yes, I know it's supposed to be a stealth game, but that doesn't change how infuriating I found some of those missions. Assassin's Creed 2, on the other hand, while it doesn't have as many high points or low points as its sequel, I find myself getting more enjoyment out of it overall. For one thing, I honestly prefer having multiple towns to explore like in this game, rather than just one big city. Each of these locations feels different from one another, both in terms of scenery and in layout, and each serves an important role in the story. Also, while the gameplay is more limited than its sequel, in the end I had more fun with all the different ways I could kill people and maneuver on buildings. Perhaps a little too much fun. I'll steal from you, I'll murder you, and then I'll jump off a 10-story building, crash, and then heal back all the fall damage I took. I seriously never get tired of that. I guess in a way this is kind of a guilty pleasure game for me because, well, you can't deny how satisfying it is to walk up to a pair of guards and then stick double knife blades in both their throats at the same time. Also, whoever wrote this story for this game deserves at least twice as much as Ubisoft's paying them. It's filled with fantastic moments and well-developed characters, especially the protagonist Ezio, and keeps you thoroughly engaged, waiting for the next cutscene to see what happens next. And in a lot of ways, its representation of things is fairly accurate to the history it's based on, such as how all the landmarks and a lot of the characters are based on locations and people that actually existed during the Renaissance period. Really, I don't think there's much more I can say to do this game any more justice. I expect Assassin's Creed to be more like this, and less like what they've been rushing out the door this past year. Unity! No, I've not played Assassin's Creed Unity yet, and I'm only going off what I said. Top 10 favorite franchises was a garbage video anyway, but how on earth did I forget about Mega Man? This series must be in my top 5 favorites at the very least. And I don't just mean the classic series, I also mean the X series among other spin-offs, which brings us to a somewhat controversial entry in this series that I played this year, Mega Man X4. Since X4's core gameplay is essentially the same as every previous Mega Man X game, I'll just go over the things that make this game stand out. The first of these being the animated cutscenes. Yes, the animation is very mediocre. Yes, the dubbing is cheesier than your average calzone. Does it hinder my enjoyment in the slightest? No, in fact I think it's hilarious how bad it is. And I like funny things. Also, for the first time in the main Series X game, we actually get a second playable character in the form of Zero, who wields a lightsaber, a Z-Saber, and boasts his own set of techniques completely different from X. He brings a massive change in gameplay styles, turning your average jump and shoot Mega Man game into a hack and slash platforming frenzy. And I don't know if I'm in the majority or the minority here, but I actually prefer playing as Zero over X. After just one playthrough with him, I liked him more in this game than in his own series. Also, I feel that this game's roster of Mavericks is the best in the series. Their designs, weapons, stages, and boss fights are just amazing. With the minor exception of Jet Stingray, there isn't a single Maverick in this game that I don't like. So many great standouts such as Storm Owl, Slash Beast, Cyber Peacock, and quite possibly my favorite Maverick in the entire Mega Man X franchise, Magma Dragoon. X4 is a shining example of a great sequel to an already great game. It refines the gameplay of its predecessor while adding just enough new stuff to keep things fresh. something which modern Capcom should probably take notes from. I mean, Ultra Street Fighter 4? Are you kidding me? Next up, we have the closest thing we've ever gotten to a 3D Kirby game. You know, aside from that one screenshot of a cancelled game from who knows when. Anyway, Triple Deluxe might not have been what I was hoping for, but wow, does this game look gorgeous. The vibrant colors and upbeat soundtrack are present in every Kirby game, but here it's almost blinding how bright it is, and it looks fantastic in 3D, and the levels really take advantage of it. In fact, if there's one thing about this game that really deserves mention, it's how well the game is designed around the capabilities of the 3DS. The levels take place on multiple planes and frequently make you switch between the background and the foreground, and some enemies can even attack from the background while you're in the foreground, and vice versa. Some of the levels even take advantage of the 3DS's sorely underused gyroscope for some genius level design, and the bosses are pretty sweet. From the surprisingly good fight with Flowery Woods, to the awesome showdown with Masked Deity, each boss offers up a fair challenge and is fun to fight, with the slightly glaring exception of Pyramid. Come on, let me kill you already! But wait! What's a Kirby game without awesome copy abilities? Well, I guess you'd have Kirby's Dream Land, but that's beside the point. Triple Deluxe contains most of the copy abilities from Return to Dreamland, but with the addition of 5 new copy abilities. Heracross, Beetle, an awesome ability that attacks using a giant horn and relies on grapples and aerial assaults. Archer, which lets you attack from a distance with powerful charge shots and renders you invulnerable while crouching. Bell Kirby attacks with a pair of handbells that generate powerful sound waves, and it's the closest thing we'll probably ever get to a good sound ability. And Circus, an awkward ability where you attack with flaming hoops, bowling pins, and balloons. I don't get it either. And then of course there's the sheer awesomeness known as the Hypernova ability. It lasts all the way through to the end of the level, increases Kirby's suction powers 1,000-fold, and lets him move gigantic heavy objects, swallow all the enemies on screen at once, and even throw enormous projectiles at mini-bosses. Say it with me, guys. We interrupt this countdown to bring you the top 5 jokes I can make about The Legend of Zelda: A Link Between Worlds.
No, I've made that joke before. I'm not doing it again.
Legend of Zelda, as you may or may not know, is one of my favorite franchises, and I talked about A Link to the Past last year as part of a joke segment that I strongly regret. But do you know what's even more regrettable? That I only got to play its sequel, Link Between Worlds, 4 months after it came out. And it blew A Link to the Past out of the water. Now holding the title of my favorite 2D Zelda game, A Link Between Worlds brings several new things to the table which I find interesting. First, Ravio's weapons shop. I'll admit I was a little taken aback by the idea of having all of your weapons available within the first hour of gameplay, and even more so by the fact that you lose all the weapons you rented every time you die. But the weather vanes you can warp to, the overabundance of rupees, and the fact that you can permanently add weapons to your arsenal for a higher price completely nukes this concern I had. Link's new ability to merge with the wall was also really cool, though I did sometimes forget it existed. Also, this game has, in my opinion, the most ruthless hero mode in the entire series. I mean, I could barely get through the first dungeon in this mode. And one thing that I absolutely love about this game is how much freedom it offers with how you progress through the game. So much stuff opens up after the first dungeon. There are a lot of side quests and opportunities to rack up some serious wealth, and you can even tackle the dungeons in any order you wish. Speaking of the dungeons, they are really well designed and take full advantage of Link's new power and the item used to even get inside. My favorites would have to be the Tower of Hera, the Ice Ruins, and the Desert Palace. I also found myself really engaged in this story. Sure, it's the same basic collect all the magical MacGuffins and save the world plot we've seen more times than I've talked about Kid Icarus Uprising, but I really liked most of the characters, and the ending is one of my favorite moments in the entire Legend of Zelda series. A Link Between Worlds is a welcome addition to the Zelda lineup, and if Zelda Wii U is going to be anything like this, I'm looking forward to it. Granted, I'll be looking forward to it either way, but you get the point. Oh yeah, and there's also this Street Pass battle thing I almost never used because nobody I know had the game. It's pretty awesome, but again, I never used it, so let's just move on. You know what series I need to talk about more? Donkey Kong Country. I think the only time I ever talked about it was as part of the absolute worst countdown I ever made. Thanks to Tropical Freeze though, I now have the chance to hopefully redeem myself. I think one thing that's notable about this game at a glance is those gorgeous visuals. The graphics have a lot of detail put into them and take full advantage of the Wii U's HD capabilities. The game plays very similarly to Donkey Kong Country Returns, but with a couple new additions. Whereas previously your partner character was always Diddy Kong, who would let you hover in the air for a brief amount of time and give you extra health, this time around there are two new partners to join you. Dixie Kong, the most useful one, can spin her hair like a propeller and help you traverse large gaps or get to higher places. And then there's Cranky Kong, who can bounce around on his pogo stick of a king and is easily the most fun to use, if not the most practical. And as much as I hate these kinds of levels, especially in platformers, the new underwater levels are surprisingly very good. Speaking of levels, I hereby pass a law that this game shall henceforth be a part of any game design class. Tropical Freeze is a prime example of how to make good levels in a platformer. Each level is incredibly fun to play through and boasts its own unique mechanics and gimmicks that make it stand out. I know DKC Returns also had this kind of set, but I personally noticed it a lot more here. It really says something when I can show you a random screenshot of any level and you can tell what level it is if you've played the game. And going along with this incredible level design is some incredible difficulty. Yeah, be ready to die a lot in this game. While it isn't quite as hard as other games in this series, there are still a handful of levels where you'll find yourself struggling just to get to the first checkpoint, particularly in the returning minecart and rocket barrel levels. Yet despite the high difficulty, it never feels cheap. This is the good kind of challenge, the kind where if you die, it's your fault and not the game's. And how could I go without mentioning the soundtrack? I can't deny it. David Wise is a musical genius. From atmospheric pieces like Aquatic Ambience to action-oriented tracks like Sawmill Thrill and the Rocket Barrel theme, each piece of music is beautifully composed and fits well with the situation. And considering I don't usually care for jungle music, that's quite an accomplishment in my book. There really aren't any major problems I have with the game aside from, well, nothing really. If you like platformers, you're going to love this game. One last thing. If those snowmads want to freeze Texas this winter, I am in full support.
I mean, seriously, look at this. I don't know about you, but 70 degrees isn't what I'd call winter weather.
And here we get into the platinum grade titles, the ones that are so good, I actually had to change the order multiple times before I was satisfied. Here we have the best game I missed out on last year, The Wonderful 101. What is The Wonderful 101, you ask? Only an inventive, creative, colorful, intense, and all-around wonderful game.
I promise this segment won't just be me making bad puns.
First we have the story. Earth is being invaded by the alien organization known as Gethjerk, and you, along with an army of 100 superheroes, must stop them from destroying the planet. Insert your generic superpower of teamwork clip here. In spite of the somewhat standard premise and the cartoony presentation, the story actually gets pretty dark the further you get into it, but what really makes the story so engaging is its clever writing and awesome characters, especially the main 7 wonderful ones. Whatever stereotype they represent, they go all the way with it, and it's absolutely hilarious. The fact that I have my favorites lined up in case I decide to do a list like that someday should tell you something. And then we get into the gameplay. Think of what you'd get if you put Pikmin and the Power Rangers in a blender. This game's defining feature is the Unite morph, where all your team members unite to essentially become a giant living weapon. These Unite morphs are used both in exploring the levels and in combat, making for some diverse level and enemy designs. The kinds of enemies you go up against are extremely varied and force you to change up your strategy, rather than just mastering one particular weapon and blasting through everything. Though let's face it, Unite Sword is the best Unite morph by far. And the bosses are pure awesome. They're cleverly and creatively designed, put all of your skills to the test, and they make for some of the most epic parts of the game. And there is so much replay value, such as scoring pure platinum on every mission or finding all of those bottle caps. I just have one small complaint. Why haven't more people played this game? Okay guys, you knew it was coming. It's Smash Brothers. Can you really blame me though? Super Smash Bros. 4 did so many things that I've wanted Smash Bros. To do for years. Being made playable on both a handheld and an HD console, online multiplayer that isn't atrocious, and an enormous character roster consisting of over 50 famous Nintendo and non-Nintendo mascots. Showtime for the win! Oh, and I guess there's also Palutena and Robin and Dark Pit and Mega Man. Wait, Mega Man! It's so beautiful. Also, the balancing is so much better than Brawl's. Tierless? Ha! I scoff at your Sheiks and your Little Macs and your Meta Knights. The roster aside, how about those awesome stages? Both versions have their own set of stages that take full advantage of their respective systems' hardware and are a joy to play on. I'll leave you to guess which stages are my favorites. Though I will say that the Wii U stages pretty much dominate my list of favorite Smash Bros. Stages. The same goes for the music. These are some of the best remixes I've ever heard. Case in point, I didn't think it was possible to make the Valedictory Elegy sound better than it already did, the remix of which has been playing for most of this entry. Without a doubt, my favorite soundtracks in this series. I suppose I should also talk about the exclusive modes in each version. Smash Run in the 3DS version is a 5-minute race to grab as many stat boosts as you can, and then competing in a random scenario, from regular Smash to just getting to the goal for anyone else. Think of the Subspace Emissary from Brawl, mixed with City Trial mode from Kirby Air Ride. Smash Tour in the Wii U version, which really should have just been called Wii Party Smash Bros. Edition, is a board game where you go around grabbing fighters, stat boosts, and items to make other players' lives miserable. Not anywhere near as awesome as Smash Run, but can still be fun at times. And then there's special orders, event matches, target blast, home run contest, multi-man smash, co-op classic, and 8-player smash. There is so much content in this game that it is easily the biggest Smash Bros. Game to date, and yet despite all of these things, there's still even more content on the way, making the game even bigger. This is just the perfect setup for Smash Bros. It's the game that the Wii U sorely needed. And come on guys, it's Smash Brothers! Okay, I need to put something out there. I didn't grow up with Pokemon. I had always known of it, but I didn't actually get into the series until 2010 with Platinum. Really late start there, past self. Because of this, I just can't get into the older games. I don't think they're bad games by any stretch, but they just feel really outdated by today's standards. So when the Hoenn remakes were announced, I was hyped because I could finally experience the third generation with all the improvements of the more recent games. I know this is a bit of a cop-out, but I really don't care, because this is how a remake is done. Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire improved so many things from the original releases and added so much new content, there are hardly any words to describe it, but I'll do my best anyway. The story is for the most part an expanded retelling of the 12-year-old story, mostly factoring in the Gen 6 mechanics of Mega Evolution, but it's handled extremely well, and the game even throws a curveball at you with the new Delta episode after you beat the champion. Speaking of which, the post-game is miles better than X and Y. With so much more stuff to do and many more legendaries to obtain, I've had Alpha Sapphire since its release and I still haven't gotten everything. With the added mechanics of the 4th, 5th, and 6th generation, such as the physical special split, reusable TMs, Mega Evolution, etc., on top of a new mechanic that lets you grind for the perfect Pokemon if you care about that sort of thing, these two games might just be the best Pokemon games ever to be released. I really don't know what else to say. It's Pokemon, the same thing we've been playing for years, but with just enough new stuff to keep things fresh. Honestly, I think the only possible thing they could have done to improve it even further was to get rid of all those Tentacruel and actually give us more than 2 water types to fight at sea. Oh well, maybe when Sinnoh gets remade.
You know it's gonna happen at some point, guys.
Remember how much I love Legend of Zelda? Sweet particle effect maelstroms? Yes! Hyrule Warriors.
Before anyone calls me out on this, yes, I know I already put a link between worlds on this. However, Hyrule Warriors is a crossover between Legend of Zelda and Dynasty Warriors, but since it plays more like Dynasty Warriors than Legend of Zelda, I am counting this as a Dynasty Warriors entry, which means this is not breaking the 1 per franchise rule. And anyways, let's just get back to the list.
This is easily my favorite game of the year. Granted, I'm still waiting on our actual Wii U Zelda game, but in the meantime, this game is awesome. Like A Link Between Worlds, I was at first taken aback by the sudden change in styles, essentially being Dynasty Warriors with a Zelda skin, but when I actually played it, I absolutely loved it. Mowing through legions of enemies with the Master Sword is an incredibly satisfying feeling, but it wouldn't be much fun if that was all you had to work with. Nah. They had to go all the way with it and include Zelda, Impa, Ganondorf, basically any recurring character you can think of off the top of your head, along with some you may not even know even existed unless you played their respective games, and some new characters made specifically for Hyrule Warriors. The character roster may be rather small by Dynasty Warriors standards, but it's quality over quantity here. Of the 16 iconic characters in the roster, there are only 2 that I don't like playing as. 2! Every other character is incredibly fun to play as, especially when you get their best weapons. The different characters and their weapons offer a lot of variety, what would quickly become a very stale and monotonous game. And that's not even counting the massive amounts of DLC, which I haven't purchased any of at the time of writing this, and as such there's really no reason to mention it. And the special attacks are pure eye candy. I mean, look at this! Look with your very eyes! Just incredible! Great characters, fun gameplay, flashy effects, the things I always love in a game, and it's all accompanied by an awesome soundtrack composed of original scores and metallic remixes of iconic Zelda themes. And yes, I know it's a bit of a button masher, but does that really matter as long as the game is fun? You know, the reason we play video games in the first place? No, it does not. It's actually kind of interesting when you think about it. Hyrule Warriors plays nothing like a traditional Zelda game, but even still it reminds me of why I hold this series in such high regard, and it is by far my favorite game of 2014.
I am the Golden Wolf, and come on Zelda Wii U!
There. I finally finished my first countdown of 2015. I think I'll celebrate this occasion in the only way I know how. Something must be done. Cue intro! My sanity has officially left the building. Boss battles, those stronger than average foes that appear at the end of a stage to test the player's skill. Throughout gaming history, there have been countless battles such as these, and a good majority of them are pretty awesome, usually the high point of a game for me. Unfortunately, this isn't always the case because despite all the amazing boss fights in gaming, developers are still prone to making bosses that epically fail. I'm talking about those bosses that are so poorly made, they make you want to remove the game from the console and take a hammer to it, which is what we're here to look at today in my first fully negative countdown. Same rules as usual, only from games I've played, only one per franchise, and keep in mind that these are my least favorite bosses, not necessarily the worst. We'd be here all day discussing what the actual worst boss ever was. Anyway, let the rage begin! You know Snorlax, the lethargic Pokemon who sleeps and eats all day? The one that literally just sits there and soaks up damage like a sponge? Yeah, Beef Cloud from Mario & Luigi Dream Team is basically that, but if he had Urai Fen levels of self-healing. That's not even a joke! Look at this! Throughout the quote-unquote fight, Beef Cloud will continually heal himself in real time every 5 seconds. That's it. He never moves, he never attacks, all he does there is sit there healing back all the damage you're doing to him. You literally cannot lose this battle except for when the referee asks you if you want to quit. Oh yeah, did I forget to mention? There's a referee who will pester you every 3 turns and ask if you want to give up. No, I do not want to quit and I am this close to beating him. Hey Luigi, want to go and grab some pizza? Oh, pizza, me have. It's such a pain in the neck, and he doesn't even have the courtesy of making it fun. I mean, the Mario & Luigi RPGs are based almost entirely on raw skill, unlike other turn-based RPGs which have luck-based elements that can affect a battle and even potentially ruin you at the last minute. So having a boss like this where you win simply by attacking as fast as humanly possible is underwhelming, tedious, and not fun. And it's funny how this is only at number 10. Lots of people seem to slam Star Fox 64's Landmaster levels for being really frustrating and poorly designed. Those people clearly have never used the Blue Marine. First of all, it has been shown that the R-Wing can in fact function in water, so why does this thing exist? Secondly, the Blue Marine is painful to control because it moves as slow as molasses, you can't charge its laser, and the torpedoes it fires are really difficult to aim and have a really slow firing rate. And thirdly, the one level where you use it is really tedious and frustrating due to the previously mentioned control problems and the fact that the water is polluted, making it hard to see. These problems and more are also why I dislike the fight with Bakun. Its design is okay, I guess. Sorry, but between sharks, stingrays, urchins, pufferfish, and eels, why would you make a bioweapon capable of flooding entire planets in the image of an oyster? I don't know what they were thinking, but hey, I can forgive it if the fight is at least decent. Sadly, that's not the case. Bakun will open its shell to reveal 2 giant guns that shoot a barrage of explosive pearls. You're supposed to fire at the 2 columns holding the shell open and then blow them up with torpedoes when they harden. After both columns are down, you just have to fire torpedoes at the eye when it opens. One major problem with this fight is the constant barrage of pearls combined with the Blue Marine's sluggish movement make it hard to dodge its attacks. What's even worse is that those pearls can actually stop your torpedoes before they reach the boss, causing you to miss your chance and making the utterly painful experience last even longer. I'm sorry, I wasn't aware that tedium was on the menu today. Seriously, send it back to the kitchen. While on the subject of sending things to the kitchen,
anyone up for frog legs?
And here we have the destroyer of speedruns, the waster of time, the master of stalling, from Kirby Triple Deluxe, Pyribbit. Ironically, the primary issue here is the main gimmick of this game, where the enemies hop between the background and the foreground. I know nearly every other boss does this occasionally, but at least they only did it, well, occasionally. Pyribbit, on the other hand, stays in the background where you can't even hit him for around 75% of the battle. Okay, fine, he'll sometimes attack you with a flamethrower that covers a wide portion of the screen, but nearly every other attack he has involves him going into the background and lashing his tongue out at you, raining down meteors, waves of lava, and bouncing all over the place. Yes, he has a large variety of attacks, but that means next to nothing when nearly all of them are embarrassingly easy to dodge even with the DX version of this fight. And the fact that he spends so much time in the background only makes it more aggravating, especially since he can also set the ground on fire, making it harder to get a hit in on him without getting torched. Hey, after you finish hopping around like a moron, how about you hop on over here and let me kill you? I said let me kill you. Let me kill. Why do you do this to me, game?
Will you please die? Nope, forget it. I'm not doing that again.
Seriously though, to put things in perspective, my average time beating Pyribbit is around 3 to 4 minutes. Not really an hour like that idiot from 15 seconds ago said, but still, I could go make a sandwich, catch a couple legendaries, or I could even beat 4 or 5 other bosses in the true arena in the time it takes me to beat just Pyribit. I mean, really, this boss is a pushover, but because he takes so long to kill, I always dread having to fight him in the arenas and killing my speedrun. While I was writing this list, I decided at the last minute to substitute one of my entries after playing a certain game. I originally was going to have Morpha from Ocarina of Time here for being a disappointing conclusion to one of the worst dungeons in Zelda history, but then Majora's Mask 3D came along and I now have a new least favorite Zelda boss. At number 7, we have Georg from the Great Bay Temple, or as I like to call him, the larger than average fish with an impronounceable name. Note that I'm only putting the 3DS version of this fight on the list, seeing as I have yet to face him in the N64 version, which I hear is a very different fight. To start, I really hate the Great Bay Temple. It's easily one of the worst dungeons in the entire Legend of Zelda series, and the boss certainly doesn't earn it any points from me.
And keep in mind, that's after I already had to play through this temple twice due to me running out of time.
His fight is also annoying. The first phase is very simple, just shooting it with arrows as it circles the platform and then attacking its weak point, which couldn't be more obvious if it was flashing, had arrows pointing to it, and a giant neon banner that said "Hit me." So what exactly is wrong here? The camera. Because of the way the camera is positioned 95% of the time, there's a high chance you won't see Georg leaping over you or ramming you off the platform. It gets worse when Georg sinks the platform and flees like a big chicken when you get close, all the while you're being bombarded by a school of baby piranhas that half the time seem to spawn out of nowhere.
I feel like I'm forgetting something, but I can't remember what it was.
That's right, Georg will also try to eat you, which takes 2 hearts off your health. Naturally, the first thing you would think to do is to ram into it with Zora Link's barrier, which I spent a good 5 minutes trying to do and depleting all my magic power, before I learned by complete accident that you're supposed to detach a nearby mine from the floor when he uses his suction breath so that it blows up in his face. Yeah, I probably should have figured that out sooner, but it still irks me for some reason. Combine that with the awful camera, especially underwater, and the lingering frustration of having gone through such an aggravating dungeon to even get here. Well, this is basically how it went for me. Alright, I better get at least a decent boss here or I'm going to hurt someone. A fish? Really? That's the best you could come up with? Hey, this isn't too bad, I guess. Wait, what are you doing? Georg, stop. Okay, can I ram into it? What? No! Stop eating me! Stop eating me! I'm getting really sick of these stupid fish, and these stupid mines, and these stupid... In a certain past countdown of mine, I've expressed a certain dislike for a certain boss from a certain favorite game of mine. I hate the battle against Pit's body with a passion. Yeah, if you saw my top 25, you were probably expecting me to talk about Hades' Heart again. Well, sorry to disappoint you, but since making that list, I've actually come to hate Pit's body even more than before. For a boss battle where you take control of Magnus, I was expecting an awesome battle. What do we get instead? We get a cheap, unfair, and downright infuriating boss. This is primarily because I find Magnus's club to be even more unwieldy than the other clubs in the game. Mainly because unlike most clubs, Magnus's club has no range whatsoever, and the only moves in his arsenal is a monotonous 1-2 combo and an awkward kick. The latter of which leaves you wide open if you miss. Oh, and about that lack of range, I actually found out while editing part 2 of my top 25 that his club does in fact have a ranged attack, but only when Pit uses it. Do you see a problem with that? I see a problem with that. I bet even that guy in the corner with an IQ of less than 0 sees a problem with that. And the boss only serves to hammer home the point even further. Pit's body uses a bow, which are known for high homing and medium range damage, and are moderate in just about every other category. So multiplying the square root of Magnus by the darkness bow to the power of Palutena equals pain. His arrows are just strong enough to make you flinch, and given their high homing, that's going to happen a lot in this fight. And with Pit's body's high mobility compared to Magnus's snail-paced meandering, getting a chance to actually attack is like trying to KO a ninja with double team. It's annoying and only happens when the game decides to give you a break. Note, I still like playing as Magnus, at least in the level beforehand, but this boss drowns any praise I might have had for Magnus's gameplay and especially his weapon in Rakitio Slime. Oh, and speaking of Monster Hunter, okay, you know what makes me mad? Putting difficulty spikes very early in a game. You know what makes me even madder? Putting difficulty spikes very early in a game that already has a monstrous learning curve. You know which boss fits that description? This chicken wyvern thing from Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate. Yeah, I really don't know what the Kurupeko is supposed to be, but oh man, that is the least of our worries. The first and most obvious issue is that at this point in the game you most likely don't have a lot of great equipment and you won't be able to forge stuff like ice weapons or fire resistant armor, which leads me quite nicely into my next problem. You see those flints on its wings? Not only do they block anything below green level sharpness, but the Kurupeko will clap those together to generate explosions that inflict fire blight, which is basically the equivalent of a burn. And not only do you have no fire resistant armor, but you'll also probably get hit by that mucus it constantly spews, which lowers your fire resistance. What this means is you'll be fighting this thing with poor equipment, you'll get hit by the mucus, and then Mr. Chicken Face will fire off 2 or 3 consecutive explosions, possibly hitting you with fire blight and making you waste time by having to dodge roll several times to get rid of it. And that face? That massive beak isn't just for show. The Kurupeko will sing and dance, which raises stats both for it and nearby monsters. Now this may not sound so bad until you hear about its other function. I think we can agree that fighting 2 bosses at the same time is just asking for trouble. The Kurupeko really wants you to fight 2 bosses at the same time. It will mimic the cries of other monsters, usually other boss monsters, summoning them to the battle. At first it only summons a Great Jaggy or Royal Ludroth, but when you get to higher rank quests, it can summon a Rathian, Rathalos, Baroth, Nibelsnarf, Zenogre, Diablos, and even Deviljho. Come on guys, I can only handle 1 boss monster at a time. And I guess the equipment you forge from its remains is pretty good, but the armor just looks stupid. I seriously just can't help but laugh at it. I'll stick with my Zenogre equipment, thank you very much. Okami is one of my favorite games on the Wii. I really love the art direction, the gameplay was very unique, and the bosses, for the most part, were absolutely awesome. But what do you get if you take one of the best bosses in the game and make it the arcade mode boss of a fighting game? You get Yami from Tatsunoko vs. Capcom, and it's horrible! It's already bad enough that the amazing, symbolic, and climactic boss battle from Okami is reduced to the staple multi-phase boss of any Capcom vs. game, but the actual battle makes fighting Orochi 3 times seem like a fantastic idea. First of all, since Yami can't be grabbed, your level 3 hyper combos have no effect on him since they're cinematic sequences and all that. This basically means you're stuck using your level 1 hypers. But wait, that's not all. Since Yami himself has no hyper gauge, that basically means he can break out his own hyper combos whenever he wants. And he will continue to spam them over and over and over and over and over and over again. His 3 phases also each have their own individual problems that thoroughly devastate any chance of me liking this incarnation of Yami. The first phase isn't too bad, but it can be really frustrating. Seeing as Yami's attacks, particularly his hammer and spinning buzzsaws, cover a huge area, you'll either be jumping a lot or blocking a lot, which adds up to a lot of chip damage in the case of the latter. And then there's the very slightly irksome issue of that one attack that drains your hyper gauge. Who looked at and approved of that? But things really take a turn for the cheap in the second phase, where Yami's attacks become much more unpredictable and harder to avoid. And I hate that electric tentacle grab. Are you seeing the pattern here? In the third phase, Yami will call down meteors, conjure up massive tornadoes, and blast you with enough fire to make my flame shield overheat. Now, all of this would be fine in a game like Smash Bros. Where there's more emphasis on platforming, but in a traditional 2D fighter, it just doesn't work. Your actions are extremely limited, and yet Yami will spam everything you can't do. The grabs, the level 3 hyper combos, and getting up close is pretty much a death wish. Even if you spam the projectile game, you're still going to be here for a long time.
And to think we went from 5 awesome phases symbolizing the dark side of humanity's nature to an atrocious fighting game boss slapped together so Capcom could have a multi-phase boss. Can I go back to Okami now?
Are you familiar with the phrase giant enemy crab? If not, then go look it up, because that's the Brachyura from Castlevania Order of Ecclesia, both literally and figuratively. Like the Kurupeko, this is another boss that appears early in the game and is a huge difficulty spike for only the 3rd boss. But unlike the Kurupeko, which I admit had creative ideas that were implemented poorly, the Brachyura has nothing. The only thing to note here is that the fight takes place in a lighthouse that strangely has these magnets you can latch onto with the Magnus glyph. That's it. As for the battle itself, it's about as boring as watching water boil. The Brachyura will chase you up the lighthouse and attempt to smash you with its giant claw and blow acidic bubbles that he probably stole from Toxic Seahorse. Just stand in the left corner, spam the living daylights out of Masirin Volfolger, and dodge when necessary. When you damage him enough, he'll punch out the ceiling, allowing you to ascend higher up the lighthouse. Rinse and repeat. It's a really boring and repetitive fight, and the fact that he has so much HP makes it even more so. Oh, and about that difficulty spike. I was stuck on this boss for hours. Not because of his high HP, nor the fact that his attacks do a massive amount of damage, but because of that 3rd section with the magnets where the right side of the room doesn't have any platforms. And yet it's really forgettable. Even though I remember my experience with this boss very well, I hardly remember anything about it other than the location. Even the music, which usually rocks in Castlevania, is one of the most boring boss themes I've ever heard. I wasn't kidding about the giant enemy crab bit at the beginning. There's very little that's interesting about it, the fight is needlessly tedious and frustrating, it has no reason to exist, and for crying out loud, how much seafood are we packing into this list? Although I will admit that crushing him under the elevator is insanely satisfying, which sadly can't be said for these next 2. You know, I've played quite a few games in my lifetime, and in that time, I've noticed that the majority of games I like are ones that have amazing bosses, whereas games that I don't like as much have hit or miss or overall bad bosses. Which makes sense since bosses are a big part of what will sell a game for me. Going off the top of my head, I would say that out of every game I've ever played, at least as far as RPGs go, The Last Story has overall the most hit or miss selection of bosses. Don't get me wrong, I enjoyed the game thoroughly, but it feels like for every great boss battle like the duel with General Astar, there's an awful one like those stupid shades. But overall, I'd say it about breaks even. At least I would like to say that, Except you also fight Jirol in this game, so it actually comes out to be in the red. Let me start off by saying I absolutely hate this guy. He's a conceited scoundrel who only seeks to expand his influence in Lazarus by any means possible, including, but not limited to, marrying the Count's daughter who doesn't even like him, hiring assassins to murder the main character, framing said main character twice, and arresting anyone who caught him fighting during the Garak attack, all the while spreading false stories about how he's supposedly a great hero. He's obnoxiously self-absorbed, disgustingly deceitful, extremely manipulative, and he's one of my most hated characters of all time. And to top it all off, he has one of the most frustrating boss fights I have ever seen in my life. It's disappointing to see one of the game's few one-on-one duels handled so badly. The small size of the arena gives you very little room to maneuver, and because Jirol's jump attack covers such a wide radius, there's a very high chance that you'll get hit by it and suffer a ton of damage. And when he isn't jumping like Spreen Mario on drugs, he's most likely stabbing you with a sword that traps you and drains your health. And I simply cannot get over the fact that you tilt the control stick side to side to get out of it. Another questionable design choice of the last stories is that you auto-attack when you get close enough to an enemy, meaning there's a high chance Jirol will swing behind you and... Backslash! Not now! And it's even worse because you most likely won't do very much damage to Jirol because he's constantly guarding. I found out the only way to deal sufficient damage, aside from hoping you get lucky and he doesn't guard, is to counter his attack. The reason I find this so aggravating is because while I was playing through the last story, the guard counter almost never worked when I wanted it to. And as if that wasn't bad enough, Jirol will screw, drill, and hammer it in your brain how much he wants you dead by laughing and screaming throughout the entire battle. And he never shuts up. He never shuts up!
I'm going to rip your entrails out. Then I'm going to cut you up, rend you limb from limb until no one can recognize you. Far too slow, Zale. Show me your power, O mighty and gallant knight. Know the price of disrespecting me.
It gets on your nerves fast, people. Guys, I tried. I honestly tried to find some redeeming factors to keep me going. But aside from the music, I can't find anything redeemable. This boss made me so angry and frustrated that after like my 30th attempt, I actually rage quit and haven't gone back to it in over a year and a half. And guys, I really wanted to finish this game. Bottom line, I can't stand Jirol. The character's unlikable, his voice drives me up the wall, his battle is annoying and at times cheap, the mechanics are broken, and you know what the worst part is? He isn't even number 1 on my list. Well, Trauma Center. How do I describe it? It is pretty much the pinnacle of underappreciated genius. It's unique, fun, and completely ridiculous. Nearly everything it tries, it succeeds in, from the gameplay to the story and characters. For those who don't know, which I'm guessing is most of you, the plot deals with an outbreak of a man-made disease known as guilt, or in New Blood's case stigma, which comes in several different strains. And for the most part, each strain of guilt or stigma is creatively designed and provides an interesting operation. Which means there is absolutely no excuse for Deathterra giving me one of the worst boss battles in gaming history. This boss. This awful boss. There are no words in the English dictionary that can fully describe how much I hate Deathterra. I am shocked and outraged that this thing even made it past the drawing board. Well, I've come this far, might as well talk about it. Let's get the one positive note out of the way. The Wii incarnation of this boss actually does look fairly decent. Their swimming motions make them look very graceful for a pair of parasitic fish, even though the DS version kind of stinks. Okay, there. That's your one good thing about this boss, because the rest is a horrible abomination of mankind. When you open up the patient, Death-Terrage will appear and begin laying tumors that you have to burn away with the laser, or else they'll multiply, which adds up to a lot of continuous damage over time. The method to beating this boss relies almost entirely on luck. Waiting for these fish to collide so you can use the drain to damage them is incredibly annoying and patience trying. Half the time, I feel like the game is actively trying to make sure these two go in the exact opposite direction of each other. I've actually managed to wait out the timer on a few occasions because they refuse to cooperate. Like Josh said in his Kingdom Hearts bosses list, a good boss should be a test of the player's skill rather than a test of patience. And before anyone asks, I know about using the antibiotic gel to guide them together, and it does work. Sometimes. For me at least, I've had instances where the Death-Terror would go straight through any gel I put down, making me wonder if there was something wrong with my copy of the game. Oh, and if the broken hitboxes actually do recognize that there is antibiotic gel in their way, it damages the patient! And when you finally get them to collide for the third time, they'll start spazzing out and deal massive damage over time until you excise them with the scalpel. The first phase is atrocious and aggravating as is, but the second part makes Blaze Heatnix's stage from Mega Man X6 look like a joyride in comparison, with the fact there's 2 pairs to deal with now. Not only that, but if 2 of the same colored Death-Terror collide, it will deal massive damage and create more tumors. Your best chance is to focus on 1 pair of Death-Terror at a time, but in doing so, you'll miss your chance when the pair with more health collide, which means more waiting, more tumors, even more waiting, and more hair pulling!
Who looked at this and thought at any point in development that it was passable?
Oh, and like Geralt, the music is actually really good, but even that can't count as a redeeming quality since it plays for nearly every other guild boss in the game. Oh, and one more thing. In both Under the Knife and Second Opinion, you fight this boss not once, not twice, but 3 times! Worst of all, one of those fights is part of a mission in Second Opinion where you must treat 4 consecutive guilt patients with Treaty, Death-Terror, Kiriaki, and Paraskevi, which starts on the heart. And if you fail on any one of these, even at Paraskevi, you have to repeat the entire mission all over again, meaning you have to fight Death-Terrage again! This is an absolute migraine. Death-Terror has everything I hate in a boss, combining bland design, luck-based gameplay, 2 tedious and annoying phases, the audacity to appear with other guild, and the fact that you fight it 3 times! It may be based on an outbreak of food poisoning in North America, but wow, am I glad that this thing does not actually exist in real life. And it better stay that way!
I'm the Golden Wolf, and Atlas, when you're done making Persona 5, please, if it isn't too much trouble, please make a new Trauma Center game for 3DS and Wii U. I'll even buy both versions if you do it. You guys ready for a smashing good time?
Sakurai, you magnificent mastermind! Super Smash Bros. 4 is already an awesome game as is, and I would have been satisfied for the most part if this was it. But then you go and say there won't be DLC, and then reveal that Mewtwo's coming back just days before the game comes out, and then reveal that there will be more DLC days before Mewtwo comes out. It just blows my mind, and I'm sorry. With the confirmation of DLC, the debate over which characters will get in is back in full force, and with the fighter ballot being a thing now, this is the perfect opportunity to vote for characters we want in. So why not? Let's make a list of the characters I want as DLC. In addition to the standard rules, I have certain criteria for a character to be considered for this list. 1. I will not be including any characters that have been playable in a previous Smash Bros. Game or any of the Forbidden 7 on this list, so Squirtle, Ivysaur, Wolf, and Snake are all out. 2. For a third-party character to qualify, they need to have had at least one game on a Nintendo system. I will not include any characters like Ratchet, Master Chief, or anyone from League of Legends on this list who are Sony, Microsoft, or PC exclusive. 3. I'm specifically excluding characters from M-rated games. Characters like Bayonetta or Travis Touchdown would make interesting fighters, but their inclusion would more likely than not jack up the age rating. 4. No characters that don't originate from video games. Sorry Goku fans. And finally, 5. I'm excluding anyone who is already an Assist Trophy, Pokeball Pokemon, or Stage Boss, so as much as it pains me to say, no Midna, no Zoroark, and no Ridley. I know that's a lot of rules, and even then a bunch of these characters probably won't get in, but hey, this is just a wish list. These are the characters that I personally want to see as DLC, not the ones that I think will be DLC. So get your smashing implements and your overused memes ready, and let the games begin! Seeing as Smash Bros. Is such a huge system seller, the inclusion of certain characters is a great way to promote interest in obscure games. The inclusions of Marth and Roy in Melee got Western audiences interested in Fire Emblem, which was at the time a Japan exclusive franchise. If Saki from Sin and Punishment wasn't already an Assist Trophy, he'd be on this list in no time flat. However, I'll have to settle for Issa from Star Successor if this series is to be represented. Not that that's a bad thing, mind you. As far as playstyles go, Issa would be both a close range and long range threat with his gun sword. His melee combos would be fast and powerful, but have a lot of ending lag that can be punished easily. For specials, make auto lock rapid fire or an aimable charge shot his neutral be, have the other be a side special, and if you want, make his down be a reflector. And his jetpack is an obvious recovery move that would probably work the same way as Pit's old recovery. As for our final smash, I've honestly got nothing. Still, considering what they've done for other characters, they can probably think of something. And all of this would be balanced out by Issa's awful defenses and overall being tricky to play as. Hey, Sin and Punishment's a hard game, I think we can get away with this. My decision to leave Ridley off this list was nothing short of utterly painful, but there is honestly no chance of him being DLC at this point. Ridley is a boss, and not even the great minds of Sakurai and Miyamoto put together can find a way around that. I'm still holding out he'll be in the next game, but we desperately need another Metroid character after 4 games of Samus being the only Metroid rep. I originally considered Dark Samus for this list, but after being reminded that she's already an Assist Trophy, I settled on a character who's somewhat unlikely, but I would like to see them in. I'm talking about Rundus, of course! I'm not entirely surprised to not see Rundus as a fighter, but what I am surprised by is the fact that neither he or his boss theme is in the game in any form. I know he only appeared in one Metroid game, but considering his popularity with the fans, not to mention Rosalina only served a major role in one Mario game, I would be totally cool with Rundus joining the roster. We could use regular Samus as a base for his standard attack, but the rest of his moveset would center around his theme of using ice. His Ice Shard would obviously be a neutral special, his Ice Glide would be a great side special and an excellent horizontal recovery, and the Ice Pillar would be his up special. He could also activate Hyper Mode, which powers up all of his moves and gives his ice attacks the chance of freezing the opponent at the cost of continually dealing damage to himself. And that Ice Flail could easily be his final smash. Also, as Quarter Guy pointed out, we need a new ice character to replace the Ice Climbers, and Rundus would be perfect in that regard. His inclusion could also be used to promote the new Metroid game if he comes back, which also would be really cool. Oh, and I have the perfect pun for his trailer. Rundus breaks the ice.
Yep, now you want him in, don't ya?
Note, because battle footage of this character is extremely limited, you're just going to have to sell for random Manakee footage from Fire Emblem Awakening for much of this segment. It should tell you something when this game isn't even out yet, and already I want this character in Smash. I know we've only seen 2 trailers for Fire Emblem If, so there isn't a whole lot to go off of, but from what we've seen, I think the Avatar character would fit right in. Since Kamui will be the first Fire Emblem protagonist to be a Manakee, surely they would do something other than make him another sloppy Marth clone. Make him the first actual playable dragon in Smash Bros. And base his moveset on his draconic abilities. Claws, teeth, breath, tail, etc.
Any comments about his size will be nuked.
And though we have yet to see it for ourselves, Kamui has a unique ability called Dragon's Vein, which lets him alter the terrain around him, so make that his final smash. Sorry if this segment seems really uninformative, but the game isn't out yet, I don't have a lot of material to work with, so let's move on. Ever since the rumor that Ryu from Street Fighter would appear in Smash Bros. Popped up, speculation has skyrocketed, especially since it would have meant that Capcom would have 2 characters in the roster, which would mean just about anything goes. Ryu even comes from a fighting game, so his moveset is already there, and Ryu's popularity with the fans makes him the best and only possible character from Ninja Gaiden.
Come on guys, you gotta admit I had you going there.
But in all seriousness, I can see Ryu Hayabusa working really well for Smash Bros. And I see no reason why he can't be in. He's another sword user, yeah, but being a ninja, he has access to a number of sub-weapons, ninja techniques, and ninpo arts that can be used for special moves. Shurikens, spear guns, fire wheels, ice storms, wind blades, vacuum waves, substitutions, and much more. He also is shown to be a master of martial arts, so that could be used for grabs and throws. And if they give him his ability to climb walls, that could result in some interesting matchups, especially on stages like Palutena's Temple and a number of the Omega Form stages. Also give him his power blow from Dead or Alive 5 and make that his final smash. And if he makes the cut, Dragon Clan Village or Sky City Tokyo from the reboot would make good stage choices, complete with a remix of Ryu's theme. Maybe even include that awesome remix from Warriors Orochi 3 while you're at it. Just something for you to consider, if you know what's good for you. Remember how I said putting certain characters in Smash Bros. Would be a great way to promote interest in certain games? Yeah, that goes double for a game that's been out for over a year and a half and still hasn't gotten the recognition it deserves.
You know, not that I'm bitter or anything.
But in all seriousness, Wonder Red is honestly the most deserving character on this whole list, and from what I can tell, there really isn't any reason why he can't be in. Granted, I'd rather have Blue instead, but the fact remains that if a Wonderful 101 character becomes DLC, it's pretty much a guarantee they'll go with Red. For one thing, his moveset is practically already there. Sure, Little Mac punches, but he doesn't have a fist larger than the rest of his body. In addition to his standard combos, his special techniques and other Unite morphs would work really well for specials, have Wonderful Stinger as a side B, Wonderful Rising as a recovery, and Wonderful Cyclone as a down B. And if he gets custom moves, give him the other Unite morphs like Unite Spring as a charge attack and Unite Guts as a counter. And his final smash would easily be Wonderful Forever. As for a stage, have both forms of Blossom City with Death Jerk enemies as stage hazards and bring in the Daiku Orochi as a boss. Maybe even have a section where you ride on its back. Come on guys, make it happen. Make the world aware that this amazing intellectual property exists. A trophy and music are nowhere near enough. I know we have a lot of Mario characters already, and adding one more will be incredibly unfair and unbalanced. However, this is my list, and I was a little disappointed with some of the characters they chose for Smash 4. Bowser Jr. is okay, Rosalina I can't play for the life of me, and did we really need to bring back Dr. Mario? A character who hasn't been relevant since the SNES, when we can have a character with some originality? Fawful from the Mario & Luigi RPG series is about as original as you can get and deserves to be in Smash Bros. Even though the haters of a certain counter maker that I like seem to think. Moveset potential? He's an inventor, so there's a lot to work with here. He can shoot various projectiles with his ray gun, his floating platform would be an effective recovery move, and his vacuum helmet will work well for grabs or spitting poisonous gas. And we could have him creating portals for teleporting himself, enemies, and projectiles all over the stage and base him on the idea of area control. I don't have a full moveset outline, but if you can make up a moveset for Wii Fit Trainer, Nintendo can probably invent some stuff to fill in the blanks. And his final smash could either summon Midbus or the Dark Star as an AI-controlled partner, preferably with the AI of a level 50 amiibo. Since the Mario RPGs are some of the most important Mario spin-offs, with Mario & Luigi being the apex, the lack of representation for this sub-series is surprising. With Fawful being the character most people think of when they think of this series, aside from obviously the title characters, having this crazy inventive genius in Smash would be utterly brilliant. But whatever they do with Fawful, if he ends up being DLC, I have theory needs to be a taunt or I'll have to unleash the mustard of your doom.
Number 4 is Hades.
Yes, I know! We don't need another Kid Icarus character. But if you think I care about that, let me put it as bluntly as humanly possible. I don't. I really, really don't. Hades is my favorite villain in all of gaming, and he has always been a character I'd like to see in Smash Bros. Even over other Kid Icarus characters like Magnus and Dark Pit. Being the Lord of the Underworld, Hades has moveset potential as boundless as his bloodlust. His boss fight alone gives me more than enough material to work with, and that's just scratching the surface of this bullet hell on legs. We already have projectile-based characters like Mega Man, Samus, Duck Hunt, and the Meme Generator, I mean the Mii Gunner, but Hades' playstyle would be a little closer to Toho levels of hectic. His Ikaruga-inspired Devastation ensemble would be used for doing chip damage from far away, barraging the opponent with numerous magical projectiles to weaken them, then follow it up with a destructive tornado. He'd be another heavyweight character, but his projectile game would make him really unique among the likes of Bowser and Ganondorf. But if you think that's all he's got, you obviously haven't played the game, in which case, why are you still watching? Oh, I suppose that's a good reason. His martial arts prowess would work great both for grabs and brutal smash attacks, and he would sort of work like a mix of Brawl, Ganondorf, and a reverse Marth. As in, his punches and kicks are incredibly slow, but have massive range and savage knockback and damage if they hit, and be most effective if you hit that juicy sweet spot called the hand, or foot, whichever. And for one final nail in the coffin, have him grow to giant size and use that attack he was going to use to finish off Pit. Or maybe cue the credits and then rip them to shreds. Or summon the Underworld Army to attack. The possibilities are endless. And one final thing that's really just wishful thinking, give him his own codec conversations for every character where he makes snarky comments about the other fighters. Don't tell me you wouldn't kill to see that! Though some of you will probably say that anyway just to troll me, in which case I have Amy on standby. Now Sakurai, I've been praying nearly every day for a sequel to Kid Icarus Uprising, and I know you're not working on it at the moment, but please, I'm begging you, for the love of Palutena, please don't make me wait another 22 years! So, who all remembers my top 15 games I played in 2014? In that list, I talked about Hyrule Warriors, the dream crossover between Legend of Zelda and Dynasty Warriors, and labeled it as my favorite game of 2014. And I'll be talking about it again very soon.
Hint, hint.
With how successful Hyrule Warriors has been, if Ryu isn't going to be Smash 4 DLC, the other logical Tecmo character would have to come from this game, especially since it's also owned by Nintendo. And I know exactly who they would choose. Some of you are probably very surprised to not see Lana at number 1, especially since I said I voted for her back in an earlier Wolf vlog and even outlined a moveset for her. Funny how quickly opinions can change. She may not be my number 1 anymore, but she's still very high up there, and now I have the chance to go into a lot more detail on her moveset. In Hyrule Warriors, Lana has 3 different weapons, a Book of Magic, a wooden spear, and a summoning gate. So here's how I think it would play out. Lana would have a mix of combo-based standard moves, hard-hitting special moves, and punishing smash attacks. Have her book as her standard combos, being able to bombard opponents with pages from her book and lightning magic, and if the opponent is hit by lightning, they will take added damage for as long as they're in the air. Her spear and water magic can be used for smash attacks and make up most for air game. And finally, her special moves would be dominated by her summoning gate. Goma's laser as a neutral special, King Dodongo's fireball as a side special, Manhandla's poison cloud or seed bomb as her down special, and Argarok for her recovery. But there's a twist. You know how moves in Smash Bros. Generally become weaker if you spam them? It's the exact opposite here. If Lana summons the same monster twice in a row, their attack will be stronger and have added effects. The trade-off would be that these attacks have a long startup time, which makes using them risky, and if Lana takes damage or takes too long between summons, she has to start over. Combine that with her probably low defense, and you have a very risk-reward based fighter. And if you know me, you know I like to play dangerously. Oh, and for the final smash, that magic wall could act the same way as Isaac's assist trophy in Brawl, only bigger, more powerful, and maybe have a gravitational effect like her lightning wall in game. Or they could just give her focus spirit. That works too, I guess. With Nintendo showing a lot of love to indie developers as of late, putting an indie character in Smash Bros. Really isn't that much of a long shot. If anything, an indie character would be a groundbreaking addition to the roster, and I mean that literally in the case of Shovel Knight. Unless you've been living under a rock for the past year, you've probably heard of this guy and his massively successful Kickstarter campaign, the result of which got onto nearly every Games of 2014 list I have seen. But his fame is far from the only reason to include this Azure spade-wielding champion of Kickstarter. In terms of combat, he'd be the first dedicated shovel user on the roster, so he would already have a unique moveset. His special techniques like Power Slash and the Dirt Digger would work well for smash attacks, and all of his other standard moves are pretty much laid out for him. That down air though. And then we get to his sub-weapons. The Chaos Orb would be a projectile whose trajectory could be altered before launching. The Throwing Anchor would be used as a punishing tool for aerial foes. His side B could go to either the Dust Knuckles or the Propeller Dagger, and why not, throw in the fishing rod as a grappling hook. And I have the perfect juicy idea for a final smash. Take the Campfire Dream sequence and slow down time for all opponents, giving him the chance to attack freely. And near the end, Shield Knight will slowly fall from the sky, and if he jumps up and catches Shield Knight, it will unleash a powerful burst of energy that sends everyone flying. And don't even get me started on all of the options for a stage or the soundtrack, or I could take up more than half the video with this entry alone. I see no reason whatsoever why Shovel Knight should not be in Smash Bros, and the more I think about it, I can only come up with more reasons for why he should be DLC. And don't deny it, a 3D Shovel Knight would be awesome. I'll be brutally honest with you. This character has virtually no chance of ever appearing in Smash Bros. In fact, up until a few days before I started writing this, I didn't even consider this character for DLC. But then, inspiration hit. As I sat down and really thought about it, I came up with several ideas and a full moveset for this character. An idea and moveset which I loved so much, I decided to change my vote, and it prompted me to make this list in the first place. Wishful thinking incarnate, thy name is Amaterasu. If you take one look at my channel, you would deduce that I love Okami. I love Amaterasu, and I would love to see her in Smash Brothers. I know she's a long shot. I know she probably won't get in. I know that there are other characters who deserve it more. But let me put it to you as bluntly as humanly possible. I do not care, because Amaterasu is my most wanted character for Smash 4 DLC. For starters, have I told you how much I love wolves? It's in my username, for crying out loud. What more can I even say? But then we get to her playstyle and, oh boy, where do I even start? Amy would be an aggressive character with high speed and damage output, but to compensate, she'd have somewhat weak defenses and be a really light character that's easy to KO. As for her moveset, her potential borders on Fawful and Hades. Her standard attacks are easy, have her use her divine instruments. Her reflector would make up her ground game, her rosary beads could be used for air attacks, and the Sumigari can be her meteor smash. Her smash attacks would utilize her other tools like the Lucky Mallet or the Oki Bow, and her specials would utilize her Celestial Brush to its fullest. Have Cherry Bomb as a side special, Gale Storm as a recovery, Veil of Mist as a disabling down special that actually works, Mewtwo! We could even have Water Spout, Inferno, Thunderstorm, and Blizzard as rotating neutral specials with different effects. Fine would be used as a grab and tether, and while shielding, she could use Rejuvenation to heal herself at the cost of her shield being weaker than most other characters. But there's a twist. You know how in Okami, Amy can only use the Celestial Brush so many times before she runs out of ink? The trade-off to having her specials being so powerful is that they can't be spammed, or she'll have to recharge, which also decreases all of her stats. And like Shovel Knight, I have the perfect idea for a final smash. It starts with Amy uppercutting the enemy into another dimension, where she then calls in the other brush gods to assault the enemy with every celestial brush technique, and it ends with her hurling the opponent into the sun, which then explodes. And what usually comes with awesome characters? Awesome stages, of course. So many beautiful, and practical, locations to choose from. Shinshu Field, Hana Valley, the Moon Cave, Ryoshima Coast, the Ark of Yamato. Take your pick. And the best part? The promotion could even be enough to get Cashcom to make a third Okami game for the 3DS and Wii U. Assuming they don't reveal one at E3. There are a lot of characters I want for Smash 4 DLC, and if I could vote more than once, I would have voted for everyone on this list and several honorable mentions. And really, many of the characters I've shown here probably won't make it in, including my number 1. But I would be completely satisfied if the other 9 characters don't make it in if Amaterasu becomes DLC. She has so much material to work with. Her inclusion would promote an awesome series, and she is my most wanted DLC character in Super Smash Bros. 4. I am the Golden Wolf, and now if you'll excuse me, I need to get back to work on Okami Month.
What? Who just hacked my video?
Remember me, Arrow Dragon?
Wolf, that gag has been done to death. It's not funny anymore.
Aww. Well, since I'm here anyway, I'll be joining you for this countdown.
Wait, what?
Sweet! So, what topic did you have in mind?
Top 15 most hated video game characters.
Dope.
Characters are an integral part of video games, and there are quite a few standouts. Whether it's for their satisfying gameplay, likable personality, strong development, great boss fights, or all of the above, there are a lot of ways to make a character stand out.
But sometimes, the character in question stands out for all the wrong reasons. You know the ones. Those characters that are annoying, cruel, self-centered, traitorous, monstrous, or whatever else. Even some of the greatest games of all time aren't immune to having characters that we just want to rip their face off and drown in the pool of ether.
There are a metric truckload of characters like this in video games, unintentional or no. So Arrow Dragon and I are teaming up to bring you the 15 video game characters we despise the most. Now remember that we're only listing off one character per franchise, and only characters from games that at least one of us has played, which means Jasper Bat Jr. from No More Heroes 2 can consider himself lucky.
Also, keep in mind when talking about some of these characters, we will likely spoil important plot points for various games, so you have been warned. And with all that being said, I'm Arrow Dragon.
And I'm the Golden Wolf.
And these are our top 15 most hated video game characters.
Let the rage begin! One word comes to mind when we think of Tingle: annoying.
Really? I mean, compared to other Zelda characters, he's not that bad. Navi, Fi, Kebora Gabora, Nakamura from Link's Awakening.
Tingle is an obnoxious 35-year-old man who has this weird obsession with forest fairies, even going so far as to dress up in a really stupid-looking outfit that he believes will attract fairies to him. He first appeared in Majora's Mask selling really overpriced maps to Link, but it's his Wind Waker incarnation that's most infamous.
Anyone who's played Wind Waker knows exactly what we're talking about. One of the most tedious quests in Legend of Zelda history involves you going around and collecting all the Triforce charts, which are mandatory to be in the game. However, you can't use them until they're deciphered. You know who can decipher them? Tingle. And he charges you nearly 400 rupees for every Triforce chart he deciphers. Never mind that you already had to pay him over 200 rupees to get the C chart that tells you the locations of the Triforce charts, you end up paying him over 3,000 rupees by the time you're done.
Also, why is he everywhere? It seems like for a character that a lot of people hate, Nintendo seems to love reminding us that he exists. He's had multiple spin-off games devoted to him, he's one of the most annoying assist trophies and tour items in Smash Bros., and it feels like a huge slap to the face that he was one of the DLC characters for Hyrule Warriors. Of all the characters they could have put in, Skull Kid, Tetra, Yuga, Ravio, who do we get? This guy.
To be fair, he's a pretty popular character in Japan.
What?
Yeah, you didn't know?
No, I didn't.
Hey, wait, where are you going?
To the next entry!
Super Paper Mario is probably the most divisive game in the series for a multitude of reasons. Chief among these is that change of styles, what with it being a platformer and not an RPG, the general lack of side quests, and your partners being replaced by featureless characters called pixels.
Actually, Arrow scratched that last one. One pixel in particular, Tippy, is a great character. She's used consistently throughout the game, her advice is actually helpful, and she goes through a lot of character development. So we get to the third world in search of the fourth pure heart, and oops, Tippy just got snatched by a technology-obsessed chameleon with a camera. Why do I think I don't like where this is going?
Francis here only appears for a short portion of the game, but even in that small amount of screen time, he manages to be a total pain in the neck. The factor without Tippy for literally the entire chapter is bad enough, but it's even worse when you consider that her captor is a poorly done interpretation of the stereotypical techies and nerds.
Take one look at his eyesore of a design or his fortress and you'll see what we're talking about. He wears flashy and nerdy shirts, he has an army of cat robots roaming his fortress, said cats also reveal Francis's stereotypically nerdy opinions, his walls are lined with posters and merchandise, and he has 3 private rooms that only he and totally hot babes are allowed to enter.
His personality is even worse than his design. After stealing Tippy, he proceeds to rush home and watch more anime. He takes pictures of Tippy to post them to a forum, even going so far as to rename her. He has an annoying habit of saying hi technical and sweet. His obvious lack of social skills is made clear when he has to boot up a dating sim just to converse with Peach. He's a complete idiot, and he even admits to having no offline friends. Gee, I can't imagine why.
Despite this, he is a little lower on the countdown because his boss fight is actually really fun. You never know when he's going to reappear, so the battle is like a test of your reflexes as you frantically look for an opportunity to strike, all the while dodging his attacks and his endless army of meow bombs. I'm glad we got to find him again in Castle Black. But seriously, Intelligent Systems, is this really how you view us nerds? Tingle and Francis may be annoying characters that thrive on being creepy extortionists, but that's really all they are. And as annoying as they were, Tingle was kind of necessary to beat Wind Waker, and Francis had a pretty fun boss fight. At least, I thought so.
The other 13 characters step out of annoying territory and into hated territory. And on that note, we come to the Pokemon series. There are a lot of characters in the series that would fit the bill, like Cyrus, Fantina, Purple Eyes, a number of rivals, and
Charizard?
Yeah, I don't get it either.
Anyway, number 13 goes to the true villain of Pokemon Black and White, Ghetsis.
Okay, note that we don't hate Ghetsis because of his villain stats. In fact, he actually does his job as a villain very well, what with him manipulating the hearts of trainers so that they'll release their Pokemon. The problems, however, start appearing at N's castle, and they build up fast.
After you beat N in an awesome showdown using the legendary dragons of Unova, Ghetsis barges in just to beat up on N, his own son, for losing to an ordinary trainer, calling him, and I quote, a warped, defective boy who knows nothing but Pokemon. He then proceeds to reveal his true plan, which is to use N and all the Pokemon Team Plasma stole in order to...
Oh, I know! To be the best like no one ever was?
Take over the world.
Ah, of course. Wait, I didn't...
Of course!
Shut up, Bison!
Congratulations, Game Freak! You ruined a great story and villain by giving him the most generic evil motivations in history. Also, the battle you have with him can be quite frustrating. Now, just because a boss is hard, that doesn't necessarily mean it's bad, but Ghetsis cheats by having a level 54 Hydreigon, 10 whole levels before it's supposed to evolve. Oh, and it has Surf too.
The rest of his team can also be annoying to deal with, especially his Electros, which had huge type coverage and no weaknesses. And in the sequel, after trying to freeze the player solid, he forces Kieran to fuse with one of the legendary dragons, the hybrid of which you aren't even allowed to capture because of a device in his cane that blocks your Pokeballs!
And after that, Ghetsis fights you again, and while it isn't quite as bad as the original battle, he still keeps his Electros and broken Hydreigon around. So, all in all, Ghetsis is a horrible father who's only out for himself, steals the spotlight from an amazing antagonist, and is a frustrating boss to fight. Traits which we will see plenty more of as we continue down the list. Well, Trauma Center.
Trauma what now?
Trauma Center.
That game that had number 1 on my top 10 least favorite boss battles?
How do I describe it? It is pretty much the pinnacle of underappreciated genius. It's unique, fun, and completely ridiculous. Nearly everything it tries, it succeeds in, from the gameplay to the story and characters. For those who don't know, which I'm guessing is most of you, the plot deals with an outbreak of a man-made disease known as guilt, or New Blood's case stigma, which comes in several different strains. And for the most part, each strain of guilt or stigma is creatively designed and provides an interesting operation.
Look, just watch my list, or better yet, play the game, and you'll see what I mean.
Anyway, number 12 goes to the main antagonist of Trauma Center Under the Knife 2, Patrick Mercer. Mercer is the CEO of the Hands of Asclepius, an organization claiming to change modern medicine by creating doctors with an artificial healing touch, a rare technique which allows surgeons to perform superhuman feats and cure incurable diseases. Mercer himself seems like a nice guy at first, if a little judgmental and very ambitious. Behind that facade, however, lies some rather unsavory intentions, by which I mean turn the deadly disease known as guilt into a form of steroids called neo-guilt. Yeah, guess how well that goes.
Those artificial healing touches? That's caused by neo-guilt. Needless to say, the plan goes haywire, and all the HOA doctors collapse at pretty much the same time. To paraphrase, Mercer did all this in hopes that the super surgeons and his new invention would be enough to bring his wife out of a coma. That being said, the fact that he caused so much suffering both to unsuspecting consumers and even his own staff and associates by illegally working on something that should never have been touched is inexcusable.
The reason he isn't any higher is that even though his actions are unforgivable, he at least tried to change things for the better, even if he didn't really succeed. But that can't change the fact that this man is guilty.
Please tell me this isn't going to be like my collab with Anne, is it?
Well, I have at least 30 more puns in this half the script, so...
Ugh, why did I agree to this?
Arrow, you have that look of disgust on your face. Who is it this time?
Arietta.
Oh boy. Think of Arietta from Tales of the Abyss like Annis, only worse. Both of them are Phone Master Guardians, and both share similar moves, and they are bitter rivals throughout the game. However, upon closer inspection, it is clear which of the two is superior.
Arietta is one of the 6 god generals working for the main antagonist, Van Grant, and her character is this weird, unsavory mix of fragile flower trope and bratty teenage girl stereotype. She has a naive and timid demeanor, but gets emotional whenever Annis or Ion is involved. Her emotions always get in the way of her priorities, and she always acts on sentimentality rather than reason.
2 examples in particular spring to mind. One is after you defeat the Liger Queen that raised Arietta as a child, she gets emotionally unstable and is easily persuaded by Ash to get revenge on the party, going so far as to attack a nearby port and take the chief engineer hostage before fighting you in Coral Castle.
The other example is at Mount Vallejo, after Phone Master Ion's death, where Arietta personally blames Annis for letting Ion read the 7th Phone Stone, and challenges her and the party to a duel to the death. Speaking of which, Arietta has one of the most annoying boss fights in Tales of the Abyss. She's accompanied by a Liger and a Reisbilger. Reisbilger. How do you even say that?
Dear game developers, don't use words people don't know how to pronounce.
Anyway, Arietta spans powerful dark elemental arts like Negative Gate and Bloody Roar, and casts support arts like Barrier and Sharpness to buff her monsters, on top of having access to 2 mystic arts!
And whatever you do, don't let her use any water or fire phonon fields. She'll either use Aqua Protection or Blaze Emitter to permanently increase her stats, or use Crimson Riot or Maelstrom to do high amounts of damage to a single or multiple party members. If you don't know what you're doing, you're in for a wild ride.
Come on, really?
Wait a minute, Arrow, we just got done with number 11. Why'd we skip to number 9?
What are you talking about? We forgot about the number 10 segment.
Seriously? Is he really that forgettable?
Yes. Yes, he is.
It's one thing to ruin a villain at the end by giving them bland motivations. It's another when said villain is bland from the get-go and never gets better. And that's exactly the problem with the main villain of Shadow the Hedgehog, Black Doom.
While his design does look awesome, that one point is basically all he has going for him. This guy is a living plot hole. He's the leader of the Black Arms and invades the planet because he hates humans, even though he assisted a human scientist in creating the ultimate life form.
His personality is about as interesting as, you see this dirt on the ground? This dirt is more interesting than he is. He's the stereotypically power-hungry tyrant we've seen more times than I've rage quit against F-Terrage, seeing the humans as nothing more than food for his army. His army which he is more than happy to sacrifice because they won't open a door for Shadow, even though he's their ally half the time. You call me a traitor? If you would just order your troops to open the door, I would have had to kill them.
And for all his boasting of being a perfect life form, his boss fight is insultingly easy. He teleports around the room, shoots massively avoidable projectiles, and leaves himself open to attack. But really, that's it. Even without a weapon, he's one of the easiest and lousiest final bosses in the series.
Really, what else are we supposed to say about this character? The only good thing about him is his voice. Otherwise, he's basically what Arrow said, a living plot hole. Just like the rest of this game. Well, at least it wasn't as awful as Secret Rings in 06.
Wolf, I actually like Secret Rings.
Well, how am I supposed to end this segment then? There's no material for me to work with.
Like this.
It seems like whenever Fire Emblem is brought up these days, especially in the Countdown community, the conversation almost always shifts towards either the upcoming new 3DS exclusive or Fire Emblem Awakening. And for good reason. Awakening proved on almost everything a lot of us hated about the earlier games, from the frustrating gameplay to the less than stellar characters.
However, this is a hated characters list, which means we have to find someone to pick on, and it's not from Awakening. Our candidate for this list actually comes from the very first Fire Emblem game to be released in North America, sometimes referred to as FE7 or Fire Emblem Blazing Sword.
The first part of the game revolves around a girl named Lyn, an orphan who is soon revealed to be the rightful heir to the throne of Caelin. After hearing that her grandfather, the current Marcus, has taken ill, she travels to Caelin to meet with him. As it turns out, however, there is someone at work trying to keep her off the throne.
This is Lundgren, the younger brother of Lord Halsin and the final boss of Lyn's story. When he hears that his grandniece is on the way, he does everything in his power to kill off Lyn and Halsin so he can take the throne. The poisoned Halsin, clinging on to life in hopes of seeing his granddaughter before he passes, is informed by Lundgren that Lyn is likely dead and has no chance of reaching Caelin. And as if that wasn't bad enough, in that same conversation, he tells the old man that his life has lost all meaning and that he should hurry up and die. Jerk.
He also appears as the boss of Chapter 10, and he is by far the bulkiest unit that you've encountered up to this point, except maybe Wallace. However, it's because of his defense that he's relatively easy to boss abuse, a term for letting doing as little damage to the boss as possible to maximize the amount of experience gained. And it is so satisfying to beat the stuffing out of him before finally killing him. He tried to murder his family, I am allowed this.
Yeah, in case it wasn't obvious by now, Lundgren's a major scumbag in general.
Corner now!
But fine.
Wolf, you're the one with the look of disgust now. Who is it now?
Mainsk.
In a series like StarCraft that has a lot of awesome characters, there of course has to be that one character that everybody hates. But Arcticus Mainsk managed to be more than just that one irksome fly swimming around in your suit. Oh no, he winds up being the entire reason everyone's lives are so messed up.
In the first game's Terran campaign, Mainsk is the leader of the Sons of Korhal, a resistance movement to overthrow the corrupt Terran Confederacy. As the war continues, Mainsk's tactics become increasingly extreme, such as using psi-emitters to track the Zerg swarm to key Confederate bases. Eventually, they make it to the Confederate homeworld of Tarsonis, which is already under attack by the Protoss. To prevent the Protoss' interference in the matter, Mainsk sends down one of his best soldiers, Kerrigan, to take them out. After the Protoss are neutralized and the Zerg overrun the planet, Mengsk immediately pulls back. I want to emphasize that he makes no effort to evacuate the survivors.
One apocalypse later, Kerrigan is then taken captive and infested by a Zerg, transforming her into the Queen of Blades and the leader of the Zerg swarm. Raynor also turns on Mengsk and begins his own rebellion, this time against Mengsk's new Terran Dominion. Fast forward 4 years later to StarCraft II, Mengsk now rules the Koprulu sector with an iron fist and uses the media to glorify himself and antagonize both Raynor and Kerrigan for betraying him. If you somehow don't see the hypocrisy in that, I think you need to get your eyes checked.
And it gets worse. He locks Raynor's friend Tychus Finlay in a CMC suit, set to shut down his internal organs if he disobeys Mengsk's orders, which are to kill Kerrigan. After that plan fails, he orders his own son Valerian, the one running the invasion on Char, to hand over Kerrigan or be destroyed. And for one final nail in the coffin, he renders himself virtually untouchable by Kerrigan thanks to the Xel'Naga artifact, which has a lethal effect on Zerg. In the ending to Heart of the Swarm, he activates the device, disabling Kerrigan, then proceeding to mock her for being a failure, only to be double-teamed by Raynor and Kerrigan in an admittedly really awesome cutscene.
If it hasn't made clear by this point, Arcadus Mengsk is a selfish hypocrite who's only out for himself, going so far as to commit genocide against billions and has very few redeeming qualities. You know you've been doing something wrong when your death is the only thing good about you.
And he's only at number 8?
Hey, if you think that's bad, just wait until we get to part 2.
This is not gonna be fun. Arrow, are you alright?
Childhood rage coming back!
Why? Who's next on the list?
Larxene! Larxene is a character I have hated ever since I was a kid playing Chain of Memories for the first time. She's ranked 12 in the Organization 13 and is easily the worst of the organization. And when you consider Demix is in that same organization, that's saying a lot.
The best way to describe Larxene is to call her a jerk. She's bratty and annoying and a complete sadist because she absolutely loves inflicting pain on others. She first appeared in Chain of Memories as one of the organization members stationed in Castle Oblivion meant to test and then capture Sora.
She shows up to impede your progress twice during the game, and she has an infuriating boss fight. She's annoyingly quick and has attacks that can come out of absolutely nowhere. And if you fire at the age of, I don't know, 8, you're gonna die! A lot! And that's not even considering her second fight where she gains a slate that's borderline impossible to avoid and her enemy card increases her speed further.
She also appears in 358 over 2 days as an ally and a playable character. You only work with her twice, but that's twice more than you would want. She's pushy, she's bossy, she's impatient, she criticizes your abilities, and she doesn't care if you get yourself killed. Her death isn't even satisfying because she just vanishes and you barely see her suffer.
Larxene is an annoying jerk that the Kingdom Hearts series can seriously do without, and you can definitely say she gets a jolt out of inflicting pain.
Hey wait, that was supposed to be my thing!
Do I need to remind you who wrote this half of the script?
Oh man, The Wonderful 101 is such an amazing game. Its unique and fun gameplay kept it from ever being boring, and the story and characters made it so engaging that I couldn't stop playing at times. When I heard how amazing this is, I was like, shut up and take my money!
I certainly agree with you there, Arrow, but while the story and characters were wonderful, there is one character I think we can both agree is absolutely hateable. Vejun. Vejun is a high-ranking officer in the Geth Jerk organization and the main antagonist for the 4th area of the game. She's extremely cocky and considers herself far superior to the wonderful 100, but that isn't the big reason we hate her.
The reason we hate her is pretty deep. You see, Wonder Blue only ever grew up with his brother, who was like a hero to him, but one day, his brother went out on a mission to fight the Geth Jerk, but was killed during the mission by a mole. And that mole is Blue and answers to Vejun. In other words, she absolutely destroyed Blue's life.
She knows she ruined Blue's life, and she is really proud of it, seeing it as a great achievement, going so far as to tease and torment Blue because of it. She toys with his emotions so much throughout this portion of the game, which makes him so furious that he fights her himself at one point, and it is horrible fighting alone.
Not only that, but later she makes him so mad that he pretty much deserts his team, and he has no issue fighting Red, his leader! It only leads up to the end where she sticks her giant mechanical kraken on you, and I'll admit, it's a wonderful boss fight. But absolutely nothing beats the satisfaction you get when you deliver the coup de grace to end her.
Yeah, Vijun is a horrible character who loves toying with others, and she is easily the absolute worst antagonist from this hidden gem. Which reminds me, more people need to play this game!
You know, I think every Fire Emblem fan in North America owes a huge thanks to Advance Wars. If it weren't for the success of these games, Fire Emblem would still be Japan exclusive. So I think every fan of Awakening should thank Advance Wars right now.
Thank you, Advance Wars. Speaking of Advance Wars, the games are solid on their own, packing strategic gameplay, but behind that is some great stories and characters, even the less likable ones. This means that Admiral Greyfield has no excuse for being such a terrible villain. He's a power-hungry commanding officer and the main driving force behind most of the conflict in Days of Ruin.
He was originally an admiral before the meteors rained down, giving him the chance to promote himself. He made himself commanding officer of the Rubinel military with the intent of killing off all survivors of the rival country of Lazuria. He doesn't care who he has to kill or leave alive as long as he gets what he wants. Hey look, we found the new definition of spoiled!
Also, he's a complete coward, often using others to do his dirty work. He managed to talk Brenner into doing most of his work under the guise of bringing peace. And even worse, he takes all the credit when Forsyth is defeated and takes no time ordering someone to execute him.
Thankfully, Brenner has a change of heart and launches a rescue mission to save all the Lazurian soldiers before he takes them all out. And take a wild guess why I wanted Forsyth dead and Lazuria taken out.
Don't tell me. Please say it isn't so.
Yep, he just wanted to rule the world.
That's right, on top of being a terrible villain and a complete coward, he has the most generic and predictable motivations ever. This all leads up to him hunting down the rest of Brenner's forces to try to get back at him.
However, between a virus ravaging his soldiers and his many losses, he turns to Calder for help and convinces him to activate a silo system that could obliterate the world twice over. Thankfully, Brenner's wolves stop him and Greyfield is cornered and shot by Lyn, but I wanted to see him suffer. To sum up, Greyfield is a horrible villain with bland motivations, he stops at nothing to get what he wants, and he's a complete coward. And consider this, he only barely made the top 5. Oh man, this won't be pretty. The Professor Layton series is one of the most underappreciated series of games ever, and it baffles me as to why. The games feature fantastic puzzles as well as deep stories and compelling characters. And since this is a hated characters list and I just mentioned Professor Layton, it's pretty much natural progression that we're about to talk about Bill Hawks.
Hawks was originally a politician working with Dimitri, one of the antagonists of the game, in order to make a time machine. However, Dimitri notices a flaw in the machine and orders the project to be put on hold until it's resolved. However, Hawks, being as greedy as he is offered a large sum of money to perform the experiment anyway. Needless to say, something bad happened.
Hawks does the experiment behind Dimitri's back with Claire, Lane's lover, and there was a horrible accident that seemingly killed Claire and numerous others. And to make matters worse, he uses the incident to climb the political ladder, eventually becoming the Prime Minister of England. Outraged, Dimitri kidnaps Hawks and several scientists with the help of another antagonist, Clive, so they can build a time machine to save Claire.
As it turns out, Claire wasn't killed, but rather sent into the future, but only has so much time left before she's sent back to the time of the explosion. Meanwhile, Clive tries to destroy London to get revenge on Hawks because his own parents were part of those killed in the experiment's explosion. After he's stopped by Layton, Hawks has Clive arrested and states that criminals are the biggest scum in society.
And do you know what the absolute worst part is? Both Dimitri and Clive saw the error of their ways and sincerely apologized for their actions. But Hawks only has Clive arrested and uses their failures to help him seize power. Lane lost his lover, Dimitri lost his life's work, Clive lost his parents, and it was all because of one man, Bill Hawks. He is the embodiment of everything wrong with politicians. taking whatever he can to rise to fame and popularity just to gain power. I swear, if other politicians were like him, we would have terrible societies in our world.
When it comes to characters in Xenoblade...
Who mentioned Xenoblade?
And our collab is already done. Get out!
Are you guys sure? Like, I got this whole thing set up and everything. You sure you don't need me? Alright, we'll see you guys later. Peace!
Sorry about that. As I was saying, when it comes to characters in Xenoblade, most of them are fantastic. The hero's full of life and personality and having some deep character development, and other characters in the game just spice up the story in unimaginable ways.
But once again, this is a hated characters list, and when I think of hated characters in Xenoblade, there is one character I immediately think of. Mumkar. Mumkar was originally one of Dunban's allies fighting the Mechon at Sword Valley, but as soon as it got tough, he ran away like a coward and was seemingly killed. Fast forward a bit and the Mechon invade Colony 9 and start a mass killing. There's a giant-faced Mechon leading the whole thing, and he takes pride in killing Fiora. Metalface shows up many times and constantly taunts Shulk in the game, and it's revealed on Valak Mountain that Metalface is being controlled by Mumkar. He wasn't killed by the Mechon, but rather taken by them. And what's his motivation? To take the Monado so he can be the great hero. Seriously? That's all you got?
Hold on now, Wolf.
What?
I think Lorithia is more deserving of this spot. She was a bland and awful villain. She's a part of the Hyantia tribe, and it's pretty obvious she's evil when she tries to have Melia killed just because she's half Homs. Not only that, she tries to have the rest of her friends killed off as well. Near the end of the game, when the Homs, Nopon, and Hyantia are all united and fighting the Mechon together, Lorithia shows how much of a snitch she is by pretty much sabotaging the whole strike. She forces the Hyantia to evolve into Telethia and sicks them on the Nopon and Homs. And that's not all. Near the end of the game, she taunts Melia by fusing with the Telethia that used to be her brother and challenges the party to one of the most frustrating boss fights I've ever seen in an RPG. She constantly raises her defenses, uses attacks that are either impossible to avoid or hinder you, constantly summons Nebius to pest you, causes debuffs, and constantly shouts,
You'll pay for your insolence. You'll pay for your insolence. You'll pay for your insolence. You'll pay for your insolence.
Mumkar and Lorithia are both hateable characters with horrible motivation who go out of their way to torment the main heroes, and neither of them have many redeeming qualities, so instead of choosing one to put on the list, we have to go with both of them because they are a scar on one of the greatest RPGs ever made. Hey Arrow.
Yeah?
There was something you said at the beginning of this that describes this kind of character. What was it again?
You mean...
Even some of the greatest games of all time aren't immune to having characters that we just want to rip their face off and drop them in the pool of ether.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
What franchise stars the greatest robot in video game history?
Mega Man.
Who's the most awesome character in the Mega Man series?
Zero.
Put them together and what do you get?
Mega Man Zero. We're both huge fans of the Mega Man series, and by extension the Mega Man Zero series. This series delivers the fast and frantic gameplay shown off in the X series, and also delivers some fantastic stories and characters. However, there is a character in this series that is so hateable, he made it this high on the list.
Of course, we're talking about Dr. Vile. Vile first showed up as the main antagonist of Zero 3 and plans to seize the Dark Elf using his trump card, Omega. No, not that Omega. He wants the power of the Dark Elf so he can seize control of Neo Arcadia and every Reploid in it, even going so far as to manipulate the Baby Elves into fighting Zero. Twice! It's later revealed that the Dark Elf is actually the Mother Elf that became corrupted during an incident known as the Elf Wars, which was a gigantic war at the end of the Maverick Wars that wiped out 60% of the humans and 90% of the Reploids on the planet. It's then learned that Vile was the cause of the Elf Wars by turning the Mother Elf into the Dark Elf.
Though he was hateable in Zero 3, he's really on here for his actions in Zero 4. By this point, he sees Neo Arcadia and rules it with an iron fist and labels anyone who opposes him, Reploid or human, as a Maverick. His goal in Zero 4 is to use a device called Ragnarok to obliterate all human settlements on the planet because he sees humans as inferior. Although Zero stops him at every turn, he is determined to see his plan through. After he is betrayed by Kraft and seemingly killed by him, he comes back with a serious vengeance by setting Ragnarok on a crash course towards Area Zero, a human settlement on the outskirts of Neo Arcadia.
Kraft couldn't kill Vile because he's essentially immortal. After the Elf Wars ended, Vile was put on trial and punished not by death, but by expulsion. And before he was expelled, he was given a regenerating body which can heal wounds much faster than normal and combats his old age. What follows an admittedly very satisfying fight with the Doctor before he finished him off once and for all.
But that is far from enough to redeem this scumbag of a character. Dr. Vile is nothing more than a power-hungry tyrant who wants to seize everything under his power, and he doesn't care who he has to kill to do it. He's basically a combination of Greyfield and Bill Hawks, only worse. And you know what the absolute worst part is? In spite of his massive superiority complex, his horrible actions throughout the series, his power-hungry and ruthless character, he's not number one!
How dare you! Even forgetting who raised you! You! Stupid disciple!
Even before we made this a collab, we both knew who number one was.
He's the most despicable and downright hateable character we've ever seen in any form of media.
More of a jerk than Larxene, more selfish than Lundgren, and more power-hungry than Dr. Vile. And we hate him for it! Ladies and gentlemen,
boys and girls,
Geralt from the last story! Oh man, Geralt is without a doubt our most hated video game character ever, and the list of reasons starts from my college dorm and runs all the way to Wolf's front door.
Let's start with the obvious. This guy is a complete prick. He's insanely spoiled and pretty much throws a tantrum whenever he doesn't get what he wants, and his actions are some of the most vile we have ever seen.
His heinous actions include, but are not limited to, setting up an arranged marriage with Callista just to help him get control of Lazarus, falsely framing Zale and his friends for Callista's disappearance and having them thrown into prison, nearly having Zale executed by manipulating the court against him, sending soldiers to spy and unsuccessfully kill Zale, and framing Zale for the murder of General Asthar and having him thrown into prison again. Also, he has holes in the wall of his room peeking into Callista's room, and one of her dresses in his dresser. I'll leave that up to your interpretation.
And it doesn't end there. He doesn't care what lengths he has to go to or what people he has to step on to get what he wants. He pretty much gives Callista no choice but to marry him and pretty much kills anyone in the way of his quest for power. And it gets worse. When he is finally thrown into prison when it seems like he killed General Asthar, he vowed that he would find Zale and kill him. So when the Garak decided to attack, he saw his golden opportunity when he met up with Zangarak and struck a deal that would give Geralt a weapon if he would kill Zale with it. In other words, he pretty much sold his lack of a soul to the devil.
This leads up to his boss fight, which we have divided opinions on. For me, his boss fight is the best thing about him. Not only does the atmosphere and music set the mood perfectly, but it is so satisfying to beat him down. Easily a step up from the Shades!
And if you watched my least favorite bosses countdown, you would know that I despise this fight with a passion. Even when Arrow told me I could turn auto attacking off, I still got next to no enjoyment out of fighting him. I understand why you and others may like this fight, but I just don't.
One more thing, I gotta give a quick mention to his death.
I just want to be happy.
I felt a bit of remorse for him, but his death was still unsatisfying to me because, like Larxene, you barely see him suffer. To sum it up, Geralt is a selfish, spoiled, self-absorbed prick who will stop at nothing to get power or what he wants. And it doesn't matter who or what gets in his way.
Geralt is a complete monster with a rotten personality, despicable actions, and for me, an extremely annoying boss battle. And he is our most hated video game character of all time. I'm the Golden Wolf.
And I'm Arrow Dragon.
And now we need a joke to finish off this countdown.
Vote for Zale in the fighter ballot?
Yeah, that should do it.
you can be far away.
Characters come in a lot of different forms. They can be heroes, they can be villains, they can be some other supporting character, or even a useless NPC, and we all know they can make us rage. But then you have those characters, the ones that act as a rival to the main protagonist. They aren't always the bad guys, sometimes they're friendly or just have a personal vendetta against you. The characters involved in a rivalry usually boast similar strengths and weaknesses and develop a mutual respect for each other, and more often than not, they make for some outstanding boss battles. I love these kinds of boss fights because they take everything you've learned and put you to the test against an opponent who throws your entire skill set at you and then some. And oftentimes the atmosphere in these kinds of fights is pushed to astronomical levels of hype and excitement. Same rules as always, with the added rule that the character must either have an established rivalry with the main hero from a story perspective or fight using similar powers or abilities. This is quite possibly the hardest list I've ever had to rank because every single one of my entries is incredible in their own right, and it was torture picking just 10. If you don't see your favorites on here, I either just like these 10 a little more, haven't fought them yet, or you're just playing wrong. I think nothing else needs to be said, so get your weapons ready and let the games begin. Sonic has had so many rivals over the years, I'd say it rivals the Pokemon series. He's had a robot copy of himself, a black hedgehog who everyone thinks looks exactly like him, a trash-talking hawk with a jetboard, and a dead psychic horse with annoying one-liners. I mean Silver the Hedgehog. Yeah, Silver comes under a lot of fire for his fight in Sonic 06 being one of the worst bosses in the series, but then you have fights like the one from the HD versions of Sonic Generations which make up for it. No glitches or broken record quotes to be found here, guys. Only high-speed action and a boss fight that doesn't suck! This battle features modern Sonic racing through Crisis City while Silver tries to wreck you 6 ways from Sabrina, whether it's by tossing around cars which you need a homing attack, psychic slicers, or a psychic battering ram that you can boost dash across to hit him. You have to respond to each of his attacks accordingly and either wait for an opening to strike or use it against him. Once you've hit him a few times, Silver will throw a giant ball of trash at you and try to make your face best friends with the pavement. At this point, you only have to hit him one more time to end the fight, but good luck with that, since Silver will be trying to crush you with more debris. But when you get in that last hit, it is so satisfying to watch Silver be crushed by his own attack. This is an excellent battle that combines fun and challenging gameplay, a thrilling atmosphere, and a deservedly epic boss theme. Seriously, that bass though. And from now on, I expect boss fights with Silver to be more like this, and less like,
It's no use! Take this!
We get it! As epic as Castlevania is, the games don't often set themselves up for a solid rivalry between characters. I mean, it took until near the end of the GBA era and the last Castlevania game on the system to deliver a solid rival battle. The game follows Soma Cruz, a high school student who, along with his friend Mina, is transported to Dracula's castle inside a lunar eclipse. Don't ask. As Soma makes his way to the Master's Chamber in order to save Mina, he meets several characters such as the witch Yoko Balnades, Genya Arikado, who is really Alucard, and a mysterious amnesiac going by the name of Jay, who is later revealed to be Julius Belmont, the one who finally destroyed Dracula for good in 1999. When Soma defeats the main villain Graham Jones, who believes himself to be the reincarnation of Dracula, the biggest plot twist in the entire series shows its face. Care to take a guess? No, really, I've got time. Take all the time you want. I'll just be sitting here playing Majora's Mask 3D. It's an amazing game. You should all go play it after this. Great Bay Temple sucks though. So where's Dracula, guys? Well, after turning the whole game and everything you thought you knew on its head, Soma finds out that he'll be able to save his soul if he confronts and defeats the chaos at the heart of the castle. So you return to the floating garden and are confronted by Julius, who says he has to kill you. Of course, we being the hero, villain? Whatever. We're not just gonna roll over and die now, not after we've come this far. The fight starts and Julius pulls out every trick in the book. In phase 1, he'll whip you across the room, and if you try to keep your distance, he'll close the gap with dive kicks, slide kicks, and backdashes. His attacks come out fast, but give you just enough time to avoid taking a powerful hit. But things really take a turn for the crazy when Julius does his ultimate attack, which is creating a giant cross so powerful that it sucks you towards him and even wrecks the background. And if you somehow survive that, this is the point where he starts breaking up the sub-weapons, which I've developed special names for. The Banishing Boomerang, the Holy Water of Divine Judgment, and the Axe of Amelioration. This is a tricky fight that will keep you on your toes from start to finish, and it really delivers home the feeling of fighting one of the legendary Belmont clan. Keep in mind that all of this is coming from someone who at this point is over 50 years old. I would make a Chuck Norris joke here, but Quarter Guy kinda already did that, so here's a picture of a dragon. And let's move on. Fawful's Minion. I am not talking about the awesome countdown maker. I am talking about Midvis, this oversized boar who's Fawful's main henchman in Bowser's inside story and acts as a foil to Bowser throughout the game. The first time you take Bowser into combat, you fight against this guy as a tutorial boss, and he mops the floor with you. By the time you get to fight him another 2 times, you're ready to get your revenge and make pork chops out of him. And you know what? Both fights are amazing. What's this? A tie? In a countdown from this era? Are you being of the serious cretin of foolishness? Now, chill out people, I promise I have good reason for this. Now then, your first real battle with Midvis is in the Fawful Theater, where both Bowser and Midvis take part in the
Heavyweight Cage War of All Destruction.
Midvis will attack by swinging a giant iron ball, ground pounding, or by charging up a massively powerful punch. Like any Mario and Luigi boss, you need to watch his attacks carefully and respond accordingly if you don't want to suffer tons of damage, especially the ground pound. But on top of that, you also have the audience that throws coins at the fighters when they do well, and occasionally throw food onto the stage for some reason. Well, if you take advantage of the 5-second rule, you can make like Kirby and devour said food to recover health, some of which will also buff up your attack power, so you definitely want to go for that. Especially since Midvis will eat it himself if you don't. Trust me, you don't want to take a blow from him after he eats that chicken. Wait a minute. Chicken that recovers your health and boosts your stats. Oh, I thought I was done with! Fast forward to endgame. Fawful has almost sapped all of Peach's power to break the seal on the Dark Star. To stall Bowser for just a little longer, Fawful fires an ice beam at Midvis, transforming him into Blizzard Midvis. And this does more than simply changing his ability from thick fat to refrigerate. With this, his entire moveset gets an overhaul. Midvis goes from swinging iron balls of doom to firing a flurry of snowballs and hiding bombs in giant snowballs. All the fire in the world won't help you either when Midvis summons the Snoffles. These things will attack alongside Midvis, making it harder to dodge his attacks, and that's not considering that they also freeze you and inflict sick status on you. And don't even try to ignore them, as they'll just heal back every ounce of damage you're doing to Midvis unless you take them out. You want to know how to take them out? Too bad I'm not telling. This fight also uses the vacuum block, and if you suck up and defeat 5 Snoffles using the Mario Bros, you can actually plug up Midvis's crown, preventing him from summoning more. But even with that nuisance out of the way, Blizzard Midvis is still a tough opponent, boasting the highest HP of any boss in the game. These two battles are awesome for their own reasons, and I honestly can't decide which of these two fights is better, subjectively or objectively. Both are challenging bosses that take full advantage of the game's mechanics and are a lot of fun to fight. One last thing. Some people think Blizzard Midvis comes out of nowhere, but when you think about how fire and ice are opposing elements, it makes quite a bit of sense why Alpha Dream decided to go that route.
How's that for cutting the ice? Let's just move on before these puns get out of hand.
As amazing as Ocarina of Time is, calling it the best game of all time, or even the best Zelda game of all time, is quite the bold statement considering it has a dungeon that just about everyone and their grandmother despises with a passion. We all know how awful and poorly designed the Water Temple is, what with its confusing layout, annoying gimmick, and overall sense of dissatisfaction. And the less said about the end boss, the better.
Frankly, the only good things about this dungeon are the music and the mini-boss. The mini-boss! When you consider how pathetic Shadow Link was in Zelda 2, this particular incarnation of Dark Link is a massive step up in terms of both AI and fighting style. If you know what you're doing or use your sub-weapons, he isn't that hard. Master Sword only, you're in for a tricky fight. Since Dark Link counters your sword strikes, going in guns blazing, or swords blazing, is a surefire way to get yourself wrecked. This is further cemented by the fact that Dark Link gets stronger the longer the battle lasts and the more health you have. This is like playing Killer Instinct on Kyle difficulty where the computer learns your fighting style and counters it. You try to stab him, he jumps on your sword and takes a shot at your head. Spam Dense Fire, he'll run out of range of the attack. Of course you can make things easier on yourself by breaking out the Megaton Hammer, which he doesn't have a counter for and does about as much damage as the Master Sword. There's a bunch of different ways to fight him, which I can appreciate, and it's a brilliant usage of thematic gameplay. Let it sink in that you are fighting your own shadow, who copies and counters your fighting style and forces you to use more than one strategy to defeat him. This dungeon may have been a colossal flop, but this boss is the most solid part about it. If only the rest of the water temple wasn't built on liquid architecture. Well, isn't this quite the predicament? People will call me out if I don't include a Pokemon rival battle on this list, and if I do, others will flame me for either not putting said rival higher, listing the wrong entry, or say Pokemon is stupid and so are my opinions, so I'm gonna get burned whatever I do. Which is why I have no problems coming out and labeling Black and White 1 and 2 as my favorite Pokemon games, and saying the final battle with N is my favorite boss battle in this series. Isn't controversy fun? I'd first like to point out that N is a really interesting character. He's the king of Team Plasma, but his motivations are those that I can genuinely respect. All he wants is for Pokemon to be happy, and he believes that by separating them from abusive trainers, that's what he's accomplishing. His views on humanity are a bit extreme, but I can certainly see where he's coming from. When you fight him for the final time at endgame, he doesn't lord his superiority, supposed or otherwise, over you. Instead, N sees you as his equal. Both of you are strong trainers who want the same goal, but you each have different methods of going about it. And that message could not be hammered home any harder than with this final battle. If you win, everything will remain the same as it always has been, but if N wins, humans and Pokemon will be separated forever, and We Don't Speak His name will rule the world. But the best part is the fight itself. If you didn't properly prepare, this can be a tough battle. N comes packing a full team of 6, including either Reshiram or Zekrom depending on your version. Right out of the gate, both you and N send out your legendary dragons, which in case you've been living under a rock is A, completely unheard of in the franchise's history, B, a tough fight, especially since N's dragon is by default stronger than yours, and C, totally and absolutely astonishing. Don't tell me that this doesn't get you excited. I'll know if you're lying. Of course, after you get past the dragon, you still have to take down the rest of his team, which includes a tanky Caracasta with a bunch of hard-hitting stab moves like Stone Edge and Waterfall, and the ability Sturdy, which guarantees it'll get in at least one attack, and an Archeops that has admittedly a terrible ability, but it's a physical sweeper with even stronger moves like Dragon Claw and Stab Acrobatics. When he brings these two out, you're taking damage. A lot of it. He also has a Kling Kling and Vanillux, which are honestly the least of your worries, but both can still lower your stats with moves like Flash Cannon and Metal Sound, and Vanillux can heal itself while doing damage to you with Hail. And in between all of that, he'll also throw in a nasty surprise with Zoroark, who will disguise itself as another member of his team and comes with Night Slash, Flamethrower for type coverage, and a double-powered Retaliate if you just fainted one of his Pokemon. And did I mention Zoroark is one of my favorite Pokemon? His team is incredibly powerful and diverse, and the music, though it plays for every other battle with N, this particular rendition of the theme just screams, everything is on the line here, I can't afford to lose this battle. Now I know what you're thinking, if this is my favorite boss fight in Pokemon, why is it only at number 6? Well, I just like the other 5 more, it's that simple really. But this is the perfect conclusion to, in my opinion, the perfect Pokemon game. No, I've made that rant before. I am not going there again. Number 5 entry, now!
With how much inspiration Okami takes from Japanese mythology, it should be no surprise that the bosses are based on some of Japan's most famous yokai. I mean, we have Orochi himself, who's pretty much a dead-on representation of the 8-headed dragon from mythology, and then we have Ninetales, who does the kitsune as much justice as Phoenix Wright can deliver. In mythology, kitsune are fox spirits with powerful magic and shape-shifting abilities that become stronger as they age. They're frequently portrayed as tricksters whose tricks range from pranking overly proud warriors or greedy merchants to abusing poor tradesmen and monks. Or in the case of Ninetales here, posing as Rao in order to convince Amaterasu to retrieve the prayer slips and the fox rods needed to further her plan, killing Queen Himiko and taking over as the ruler of Ryoshima Coast. Okay, time to die now, you fake faker. After triggering the fight by accidentally completing a fake constellation, Ninetales appears and it is on. During the fight, Ninetales mimics several of Amaterasu's attacks, such as her head charge, and has her own version of the 7-strike glaive, the 9-strike.
Someone's imagination was on Foxfire when they designed this boss.
Jokes aside, that weapon can seriously hurt you. She'll stab it at you repeatedly at a speed that would impress Amy from Soul Calibur, or slash at you with the strength of Magnus from Kid Icarus Uprising. Unfortunately for her, this weapon also turns out to be her weakness, as targeting 9-strike with Thunderstorm will cause Ninetales to split into 9 different spirits, which you have to take out individually while they rush you. But here's what will probably make your mind explode, implode, and melt down all at once. Ninetales has her own Celestial Brush. With it, she can use her own brush techniques like Cherry Bomb, Gale Storm, and Ice Storm, but she can also cancel out your drawings if you don't work fast enough. This all continues until you've destroyed the 8th spirit and Ninetales reveals its true form, an old beaten fox. Her attacks are faster and stronger than ever before, but the process to beating her is largely the same. Just let her tire herself out, use Thunderstorm when she raises her weapon, and move in for the kill. Sure, it's not the most challenging of bosses, and the method of defeating her is pretty much telegraphed in the dungeon before this fight, but still an interesting and fun boss fight, and it's so satisfying to take down the Faker. This battle is the whole 9 yards. Hey Speedster, if you're watching this, does this sound familiar? Oh yes! Rundus is the fan-favorite boss for Metroid Prime 3, and I am no exception. You've already heard me talk about his potential as a character in Smash Bros. And his amazing boss theme, but I'm finally getting to talk about Rundus himself now. For starters, of the 3 hunters Samus had to work with, Rundus was easily the coolest.
Hey, I know I'm on thin ice with these puns, but just chill out, please.
Rundus was always prideful and cocky, but behind that he possessed a strong sense of justice and genuine care for his comrades, even to the point of coming to Samus's rescue on more than one occasion during the space pirate attack on Norian. When the hunters go missing, Samus is sent to Brio to track down Rundus, and right after seemingly saving Samus yet again, Rundus then proceeds to try and kill her. Yeah, you've all heard Josh's infamous line by now, and I'm not going to quote it here, but it really does describe my feelings towards this battle. During the fight, Rundus coats himself in ice armor, which you need to rip off with your grapple lasso, but if you rush up to him, he'll freeze you on the spot with rapid fire ice beams, and he'll even fire said ice beams as he flies high above you on ice rails. On top of that, he'll also use the ice pillars as cover, and regenerate said ice pillars if you try to destroy them. His ice shard in particular can be really dangerous, as it covers a wide area, does massive damage, and goes straight through his ice pillars. And don't think you're the only one who can use Hyper Mode. When Rundus' health gets low enough, he'll activate Hyper Mode himself and try to crush you with his most powerful attack, a giant ice flail. Yeah, show me someone who wants to get hit by that thing and I'll direct them to the nearest psychiatric ward. My one problem, it's way too easy. Even on the hardest difficulty, he's a total pushover, which I find incredibly disappointing. Oh well, at least the boss theme is awesome enough to be the theme song of one of my favorite people on YouTube. As a quick side note, Rundus was the only hunter who showed any signs of possession prior to fighting him, whereas Goran Gandreda showed total personality changes with no indication of being possessed. Perhaps while he was being possessed by Dark Samus, Rundus was internally wishing for Samus to destroy him so his body wouldn't be used for evil. Or you know, I might just be snowing you all. Usually when a rival battle comes up in any form of media, the fight is one-on-one. In the case of the Wonderful 101, Prince Vorkin takes this formula, crumples it up, and throws it out the window. You thought N's team of 6 against yours was epic? Yeah, come back and tell me that after you fought against Vorkin's team of 100. Even in the context of the game, this battle is just plain ridiculous. But in case you forgot, this is a game developed by Platinum, and for them, ridiculous translates into Japanese as something along the lines of
Good! Great! Awesome! Outstanding! Amazing!
You fight him 4 times throughout the game, each fight being more fast-paced, hectic, and insane than the last. But the final encounter makes the first 3 battles look like a strategy RPG. It starts out like the previous fights, with Vorkin coming at you with his own versions of your Unite morphs. His Unify Monster and Unify Boomerang in particular will send you packing if you're not careful. Thankfully, you have Immorta lending you some extra firepower for this fight. Your skills are pushed to your limits as you frantically try to dodge and counter his Unify morphs with your own. With all the crazy going on here, this is arguably the most overwhelming and challenging boss fight in the game, but it feels so satisfying to even land a hit on him. And what if I said everything gets 3 times better after you drop down his health for the first time? You wouldn't believe me. But after some surprisingly well done QuickTime events, Vorkin activates his trump card, his own unlimited form. Look at this! The carnage is even crazier, Vorkin's team is more dangerous than ever, and fighting him is equal parts challenging, thrilling, and satisfying. Congratulations, you just pushed the idiosyncratic ridiculosity meter past wonderful and into the stratosphere. That's it, show's over, you went platinum, I'm done here, roll credits. I really should have seen that coming. With all the hype that surrounds modern AAA titles, it's easy to overlook the era when video games were much simpler and your main method of making a game last was by making it really hard. That insane difficulty has been lost over the years to all but a select few games, but anyone who's played Shovel Knight knows that this game is no joke. Right off the bat, you're given a sample of the game's challenging and fantastic boss fights in the form of the Black Knight. No time is wasted in setting up the rivalry between Shovel Knight and Black Knight, which apparently goes back well before the events of the game. And do I even need to say anything about how similar these two are? Anyway, you defeat him, go on to beat the Order of No Quarter, and eventually make your way to the Tower of Fate to confront the Enchantress. The level itself is a conglomeration of everything the game threw at you previously, and what better way to end an awesome level than with an awesome boss battle. Hi, Black Knight! Oh, you're in deep trouble now. You could argue that the first 2 fights were comparatively easy by this game's standards, but if you take this new and improved Black Knight lightly, you are just asking for him to bury you. His old moves get an upgrade, what with him now firing energy blasts from both sides of the screen and his shovel drop being a lot faster, but those aren't his biggest enhancement. His wings are. Aside from making him about 5 times harder to hit, his attack list essentially triples in length. He'll shoot feathers from his wings and call down a meteor storm that's surprisingly a lot harder to dodge than you would think. Some of these meteors can even get stuck in the ground, which makes it much harder to avoid his shovel drop, which will make them explode by the way. And his final attack, throwing dirt. I'm not even kidding. He literally shovels dirt and rock in your face. And I thought sand attack in Pokemon games was annoying. It's very challenging, but it doesn't feel cheap at any point, and it is so much fun. And his boss theme, the Defender, is my favorite boss theme in the game. This isn't a battle that breaks a lot of new ground, but this, in my opinion, is one-on-one dueling at its finest. I have a challenge for all of you. Try fighting him with no sub-weapons, no health upgrades, on New Game Plus mode, with the Mail of Momentum equipped. Have fun, guys! Take a wild guess! I know, guys, twist ending, but you must be confusing me with someone who actually cares. Well, I don't. At all. Because in my eyes, no one deserves the #1 spot any more than Dark Pit from Kid Icarus Uprising. And why not? He's an awesome character, he fights you multiple times using your own weapons, He's the rival to my favorite video game character, more on that in a minute. He even appeared as a character in Super Smash Bros. 4. Do I even need to say anything else?
No!
Well, too bad. I'm doing it anyway.
After stealing Pandora's powers and escaping from her labyrinth of deceit, Dark Pit becomes your target for the entirety of Chapter 6. He constantly flies around throughout the air battle segment trying to be annoying while the Underworld army uses you for target practice. He occasionally fires on you and even hijacks an Underworld turret, but the real fun begins once you land. He can fight you in 4 random locations with different weapons, but he only fights you in 2 of those places each time you play the stage. If you end up fighting him underground, he can be a major threat since the close quarters are the perfect battleground for him to club your face in. If he hides out by the altar on the hill, he'll bring a cannon and try to blast you into another plane of existence. This is a tough encounter, but arguably his most dangerous tactic is trying to snipe you from the top of the mountain, which is a long climb and isn't helped by all the Underworld enemies trying to impede your progress. And if you fight him in the area with the Cherubot, yeah, that kinda speaks for itself. But it's so satisfying just to punch him in the face like that. In the face! All of these areas add a lot of diversity to the stage, but the absolute best part is his third battle. After you beat him down twice, Dark Pit retreats to a floating island that hangs above the stage where the final encounter takes place. And this time, Dark Pit uses the Silver Bow, a balanced weapon that's not particularly lacking or overpowered in any category, but he will still wreck you with it if you take him lightly. The fight is really intense. Dark Pit constantly flies around the arena, attacking from every which way, angle, and trajectory, and these attacks come at you fast. Even when he lands, he's still very dangerous, what with his attacks giving you even less time to react, and you'll be begging for him to go back to flying. At least until he does his ultimate attack, where he rains down arrows over the platform you're standing on. It's a tricky battle, but it is possibly the best difficulty curve in the game. Overall, this rival battle is memorable for all the right reasons. The character is awesome, the fight is thrilling and challenging, it's borderline impossible to be bored at any point, you get to listen to 2 of the best songs in the game for the entire chapter, and it's the ultimate training for Kid Icarus Uprising's awesome multiplayer. And yet, these reasons aren't why Dark Pit is number 1. From a technical standpoint, you can argue that both Dark Pit and Black Knight are equally deserving of this top spot on the list, but I have one very specific and very personal reason for why Dark Pit just barely edges out over him, and to explain it, I'm going to need to go on a bit of a tangent. Humor me a little. Now ask me, why is Pit my favorite video game character? Well, it's for a lot of the same reasons why Kid Icarus Uprising is my favorite game of all time. Uprising's writing reigns supreme above all other media, and playing through the chapters while listening to it has provided me with the most fun and engaging experience I've ever had while playing a video game. And from start to finish, Pit's dialogue, above all else, dominates my mind! The way I see it, Pit is basically me as a video game character. He shares a lot of the same opinions as me, and his dialogue is either similar to or exactly how I myself would probably behave in certain situations. He's nerdy, he's funny, he's typically positive, and an all-around decent-ish person. In that way, Dark Pit is not only Pit's rival, but also my own. Not only do these 2 characters represent who I used to be 3 years ago, and who I am now, but I have defeated and lost to Dark Pit an almost equal number of times, and every time I do succeed, I win just barely. And taking him down on the hardest difficulty setting is still to this day one of my most satisfying gaming moments. And that is why Dark Pit claims this spot at the top of the list.
I am the Golden Wolf, and where is my Wii U sequel already?
I'm back! How's it going, everybody? The Cyber Okami here, and welcome to Okami Month! As you've probably deduced by now, Okami and its sequel Okamiden are two of my favorite games ever, and there is certainly no shortage of reasons why. Okami is a breathtakingly beautiful series, what with its amazing visuals, colorful characters largely inspired by Japanese mythology, gameplay unlike anything I've seen before or since, and despite having only 2 games, it's become a cult classic that anyone who's played it, myself included, can't help but appreciate. Unless you're this guy. But there was one other thing I forgot to mention, wasn't there? I'm pretty sure it started with an S? Oh yeah, sound! I'm usually not a big fan of music countdowns. I've only made one in the 2.5 years since starting my channel, but I would never forgive myself if I dedicated an entire month to these games and didn't talk about the eargasmic music. Both games have incredible soundtracks that rank up there with my all-time favorites and are a big part of why I hold these games in such high regard. So I'm dedicating the first part of the month to the musical geniuses Rei Kondo and Masume Ueda, whose names I hopefully didn't mispronounce, expect a lot of that this month, in celebration of their masterful compositions. Put on your headphones, crank that volume up to full blast, and let the games begin! Love it or hate it, there's no denying that the minigame music will get stuck in your head if you play them more than once. As you can tell, I fall more into the category of people that like it. I mean, yeah, the song gets a little repetitive after hearing it for a while, but the decidedly fast tempo and the upbeat tone of the song work really well to create a lively tune that perfectly captures the essence of a fun distraction from your current quest, and also how borderline redonkulous these minigames get. Though, in all seriousness, the digging challenges really aren't that bad. Hey! Don't run into those spikes, you ignoramus! Now I have to do the whole thing over. You hear that? That is the sound of your impending doom. Out of all the boss themes in Okami, bar Rising Sun, this is easily the standout track, and for good reason. Its progressive nature lends itself well to being one of those songs that you really can't get tired of hearing, featuring a multitude of instruments coming in and out at multiple points in the song, but always maintaining a steady rhythmic beat that gets you pumped to take down the demon dragon that's been causing all this trouble. And what if I told you this wasn't the end? Yeah, we're not even close to being done here. Yes, I'm putting both versions on here. With the first phase over and done with, the fight and the music both get about 8 times more intense. The instruments are played way differently, and some even sound like they've been completely replaced to project a more serious and dramatic tone, striking fear into all who hear it, just like Orochi himself.
The sense of dread in this piece is especially appropriate for true Orochi, considering A, how much stronger he is than regular Orochi, and B, the fact that you have 2 battles with him that are literally just hours apart. And before anyone asks, no, I'm not going to rip on true Orochi for being a shoehorned fight that doesn't need to exist, mainly because that dragon's been beaten to death already. Bring on that thunder, yo! The epic but short-lived theme from my favorite place exclusive to Okamiden, Thundercloud in every way just screams feudal Japan. Utilizing all the basic instruments of traditional Japanese music, it creates a catchy rhythm that you could break your neck headbanging to. A fitting theme for the area and the tribe it represents, but also one that I always find playing in my head whenever I enter another heavily Japanese-inspired area in another game, mentally overpowering the actual in-game soundtrack. Listening to this through headphones during an actual playthrough, I could legitimately believe that this is a real band playing if Capcom didn't have to lower the quality because of stupid DS limitations, even though it's barely noticeable. Grumble grumble. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to go reserve tickets for the Thunder's next dozen or so concerts. Let the fury flow. While it serves as the boss theme for a lot of the game's minor bosses, that's not really a bad thing. Though I still consider this to be primarily Crimson Helm's theme, as not only is it the first time we hear the bass track by itself, but it presents the kind of ferocity you'd expect from such a beast while keeping with the style of the rest of the game with its instrumentation and driving rhythm. A constant stream of guitar riffs accompanied by some ominous horns and woodwinds. The adrenaline rush you get from hearing this song sets the stage perfectly for an intense fight, like a boss theme should. Now say it with me, everybody. Crimson Helm, be gone! Let me tell you, they saved a lot of both games' best music for the climax, and out of all the boss themes present in both games, I don't think there's a single one more fitting to the situation than the theme for the penultimate boss fight against Kuro. Right down to the instrument choice, the main dominant feature being a constant barrage of flutes and woodwinds reminding you of who you're fighting. There is simply no denying that this is Kuro's battle theme. The super fast tempo and the sorrowful tone of the song reflect the emotional whirlwind everyone's been caught up in, and that makes it all the more painful to listen to. Not painful as an ear grating, but painful in a psychological sense, for reasons I'd rather not get into right now because spoilers I may or may not be discussing later this month. Still a good song though. I needed this. Ryoshima Coast is honestly one of my favorite areas in both games, and this song is a big reason why. After completing the first arc of the game, it was much appreciated to give players a moment to relax before blowing plot twist after a creepy dungeon after insane boss battle. Ryoshima accomplishes this with its amazing scenery, calming atmosphere, and of course, its soundtrack. A song that emanates a peaceful and relaxing aura, nothing too complex or fast-paced, but just something very soothing and pleasant to listen to. With this playing as you explore Ryoshima Coast, talk to the NPCs, and uncover more hidden secrets, it really does feel like the calm before the storm. And you know what else? It got remade for Okami. Yes, it's another tie. Don't worry, it's the last one you'll see here. The original theme had a more calming and peaceful feel to it, but here the instrumentation is more pronounced, the tempo is faster, and it overall sounds more uplifting and adventurous. For that reason, it conveys the same sort of feelings to me as most of the Zelda overworld themes, and it's a great mood lifter considering what's happened leading up to this part of the game. I just wish I could stop running into enemy encounters and unintentionally interrupting the music. Sorry game, as much as I like your normal battle theme, it just can't top this. And the reward for misleading song title goes to Preparing for Action! Because if anything, it drops you in without warning and rams you with auditory perfection. A flowing melody, unyielding in its seamless composition and unstoppable momentum like a cascade of notes. To use awe-inspiring as a description is a massive understatement. This is such an unusual case for what it's supposed to be. It presents the tension you'd expect, but instead of being dark and foreboding like most final areas, this one also presents something more akin to a feeling of hope. It strikes the perfect balance between the cheerful nature of Okami-den as a whole and the perilous nature of the situation at hand. When you think back to the few other occasions where it's played in the game before, you're reminded of everything you and your friends have been through to get this far, giving you the determination to stand up, grit your teeth, and save Kuni, Kuro, and the whole world from utter darkness. Speaking of which... Hey look! Another Okami Den Endgame theme!
Hey look, who cares?
I care. Just, where do I even start? This is the song that plays in the final battle of Okami Den and until Capcom makes a new game, the series as a whole. And holy bones, this is an amazing way to go out! Starting with a strong and blood-pumping rhythm representing Chibi-Terasu as a beacon of light in the endless darkness, before transitioning into something much darker, the lower pitch and instrumentation heralding your doom and the void that will consume all if you fail. A minute and a half of this swinging tone, before both halves finally merge in auditory rapture, the downright chaotic nature of the track highlighting the struggle between light and darkness, just like the eclipse hanging over the battlefield. Do you feel the tension in these notes? Do you hear the message they convey? They're saying to me, charge forward, for we shall overcome this darkness or die trying. There is symbolism and emotion just oozing out of this track. Nothing is over or underplayed, and it's an overall incredible piece of music. And yet, as awesome as this song is, there is one that I like a little more. Come on guys, you know where I'm going with this. Alright, you guys called it. Now who wants a cookie? How appropriate that the song that made me play Okami in the first place, the song that plays in the boss fight that made me play Okami in the first place, takes number one as not only my favorite Okami song, but my favorite piece of music in existence. I'll readily admit that in terms of musical complexity, some of the previous entries are technically more impressive, but in my eyes, Rising Sun trumps all of that, mainly due to how beautifully it embodies the spirit of Okami and why I love video games. The shifting rhythms, maintaining a level of uniqueness from start to finish where no two bars feel the same. The tempo and pacing of the song, always moving forward at a steady pace and never once losing momentum. The melodic orchestral perfection, brimming with cultural inspiration and pure, unadulterated euphoria, the latter of which indicating that Yami is at his weakest and now is your chance to end it all. It hits all the right notes and then some. It's kind of hard for me to explain, maybe I'm looking too deeply into it, but if I could have any theme as my own, this would be my signature battle theme, signaling our triumph over darkness. Nothing can stop you now at full power. Now let the artistic brilliance of this song carry you to victory, and let your blazing sun vanquish the horrible night. I'm the Cyber Okami, and don't go anywhere because Okami month is just beginning, and the sun has only just risen.
If there's one thing that I'm sure we all don't want to feel, it's annoyed. It's one thing to make a single level or boss the opposite of enjoyable, but when there's this one recurring enemy that frustrates you every time it appears, that's when I drop the sledge and start looking for the nearest disc shredder. Whether they take too much punishment, dish out too much pain at once, appear when you don't want them to, or some other issue, nothing is safe from my wrath. Except bosses, but that's obvious. Okay, let's get this over with already. Let the games begin! There's a bit of a trinity with annoying Pokemon appearing in certain dark areas of IGN's mediocrity. That being said, I can at least give Zubat credit for evolving into something awesome from Generation 2 onward, and Tentacool at least is a pretty unique typing with a lot of resistances, but Geodude really has nothing going for itself other than the fact that it's a durable Pokemon that resists a few common early game types, which is precisely why it's on here. Geodude and its evolutions are some of the most common Pokemon you'll find in caves, and it's not really a threat unless you're training a flying type, which you probably are. As much as it's just annoying to take down because of its high physical defense and the general lack of good counters for its typing at the time. It also doesn't help that in the games I care about, most starters don't learn many powerful super effective special moves early on except for 2 starters, and even then, neither can take it out in one hit anymore thanks to the buff to Sturdy. Side note, I hate Sturdy. My real issues with Geodude come from personal experience. On my first playthroughs of Pokemon Sapphire and Platinum, I picked a fire starter for each, and at the time I had no idea how to build a good team, which resulted in much frustration early on because the first gyms are both rock-based. Yes, I am holding a grudge, but my point still stands. If I'm running into these tanky Pokemon all the time, especially in caves and every other rock-type gym trainer, it devolves into a tedious slog. And they've only gotten more annoying for me as time has gone on. And it's yet another reason why Black and White are the best Pokemon games, because they don't have... Where was I going with this? Oh yeah, to number 4. The life of a monster hunter is a difficult one. So much thought goes into being prepared for the big bad boss encounters that it's easy to forget about all the minor things that could ruin any aspiring hunter's day. You could have your lunch stolen by wild Melinxes, you could be double teamed by a Devil Joe, and you could even be spat upon by a swarm of miniature wyverns. Okay, to be fair, the Remoba aren't exactly threatening on their own, but they sure are irritating! For one, these enemies are small and often like to hover over you, which makes hitting them with melee weapons sometimes difficult and ranged weapons awkward to aim at point blank. Another thing I find irksome is how they swarm you in groups, conveniently in very annoying areas like that one section of Heaven's Mount. Say what you will about Velociprey and whatnot, at least they have the decency to not give you one of the most annoying status ailments in the game. Not only do the Remover spit on you with little to no warning, but this attack poisons you, which is incredibly aggravating when you have to sheath your weapon and insert an overused countdown mean to heal, all while under constant fire from the Remover and whatever bigger monster they're paired up with. Sounds fun, right? Sure, you can forge armor to mitigate this, but I don't think I should have to do that for a common monster when there are bigger threats to concern myself with. Like, you know, not being incinerated by a pair of Rathians who don't understand the simple concept of, I stab you, you die! I'd say that's a little more important. In most cases, I welcome a challenge in a video game with open arms, but if there's one thing I can't stand, it's the kind of cheap difficulty that comes as a result of bad game design and especially bad controls. When your controls are as stiff and committing as the NES Castlevania games, it leaves you very vulnerable to enemy attack, and even more so when you combine this with mile-long knockback, a health bar that gets weaker the further you progress in the game, and an enemy that moves in a predictable yet awkward to counter pattern. However, Simon or Trevor's limitations aren't the only thing that make the Medusa heads a real nuisance. Sometimes the game will pair them up with stronger enemies to make dealing with them even more of a pain, like in the infamous level 5 hallway. Other times they like to appear in places where you're already likely to die, especially in areas with bottomless pits. In the Metroidvanias, gold Medusas are even worse since they can petrify you on contact, which is an absolute pain to break out of, especially if you don't have button mashing skills. But easily the worst part about them is that they infinitely respawn. You can kill as many of these guys as you want, but you'll never be rid of them, and their awkward flight pattern makes them difficult to hit in the first place, especially with the split-second delay and cruddy range on your whip. At least the newer games give you weapons with wider range to take them on, but good luck if you're playing as these scrubby scrublords. When talking about NES hard games, people usually point their Phoenix right finger squarely at two particular trilogies. I've already covered Castlevania and its infamous Medusa headache, so it's only natural progression for me to follow up with the harder of the two. I always did prefer Ninja Gaiden over the Castlevania trilogy. Actually, good controls help, but I liked the weapons a lot more, and the level design felt to me like it was designed a lot better around Ryu's abilities. I say this because that makes the Falcons stand out just a tad more to me as a killjoy, because even when I plan for these birds, they always find a way to trip me up. Yeah, get good, whatever. I'd like to see you get good at dodging enemies that practically spawn from out of nowhere, because that's totally not cheap at all. What's worse is that they do a lot of damage on hit compared to most enemies. 3 bars doesn't sound like much damage, but that's as much as the final boss! I know they're birds of prey, but come on! Have they been taking kung fu lessons from Captain Falcon? Though I guess that wouldn't really matter much in the end, since Ninja Gaiden also has this insufferable little thing called knockback. And it usually ends with a few broken limbs, a shattered skull, blood everywhere, and death. Well, guess where the Natural Wildlife Federation lists as a natural habitat for falcons? You see where this is going. Oh, but the real fun part comes when you have falcons infinitely spawning in, combined with other enemies and very demanding platforming over pits, and you have one of the greatest levels in gaming in the form of that 6-2, ladies and gentlemen, kill me now! As much praise as I shower Kid Icarus Uprising in on a daily basis, even I can't deny that some of the enemy design is really high on the annoyance factor. We have enemies that are either immune to ranged or melee damage, a skull that kills you in one hit, mimic treasure chests, wizards that turn you into eggplant or shrimp, and above all, the most annoying enemy I've ever encountered in a video game is the Clubber Skull. Clubber Skulls may not be all that common, but in every single instance where they appear, the mere sight of these enemies just makes me want to give up. They have tank-like defense, they hit like monster trucks, and they're surprisingly mobile considering their size. No gimmicks, no ridiculous attack or movement patterns, just sheer power. And these aren't something like the Remover where they just show up, you get hurt, and move on with your life. Several times you're forced to fight Clubber Skulls to progress in the level, 3 times in Chapter 9 by the way, and in most cases you barely have any space to fight in. And like other enemies on this list, there's no easy weapon or power to counter it with, but even then, I shouldn't have to base my loadout for a segment of a game based on one single obstacle. Whether you plan for it or not, be ready to have many 9.0 runs ruined by this monstrosity. This has been the Cyber Okami, and my only comfort for possibly having to wait another 21 years for a new Kid Icarus game is that at the very least we won't have to see Clubber Skulls for a very long time. No! Nope, forget it, I'm done, I quit, I'm done with life, just roll the credits, I'm done, I'm out!